who were running past me with their rashies on. They were just like grinning from ear to ear to actually get to this point. They've watched it for 6 days, and now it's all about the Groms. Pretty nice little weaving going on here for Nathan. Big hit there at the end. And he's got a little connection maybe. No, but it's good fun for them. And here goes the little mini Grom.
Yeah, Jonathan gets one big snap in, but not the completion there. But he's an absolute charger. Wow, he's only 13 years old. So, hitting those big sections with no fear.
I think they had to put a knot in the back of his rash vest as well, just so it fitted him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a mini Grom. It's probably going to be the theme of these first 4 heats. Although looking at it, there are a couple of familiar names. We've got Philip Duke somehow ended up in the trials, or if we call it the trials, the round 1. Kenshin Matsunaga, the big fella, still a junior. He's in heat 4 as well. So a couple of big hitters right there. They'll be coming up heat 4. We've got 4 of these heats in this round, everybody. Here's the replay. So this will be the best score.
Yeah, a couple of nice turns. Really smooth on rail for Nathan. Just patient through this one, navigating each of the bumps really, really well. Drives through another carve, gets a better top turn connection there, and then loads up for another one to finish. And that board is just looking really smooth, and it's just gliding under his feet right now.
Yep, no sign of nerves there for Nathan. So the judges have opened up their scale a little bit, which is good, a 5.33. So he is the number 1 seed in this round. Looking pretty sharp. Looks like he's done this a bunch of times. Yep, so that was a big day yesterday. A real feel-good day. It was almost a touch of the Pro Juniors in a way, because everybody was like 15, 16, 17 years of age, all shining at the top end of the draw. And to see Dylan Wilcoxon come out on top in the men's was just epic. It was such a big moment down here. Same with Lucy, who's a year younger. She's had a dad in the channel when she won. So everyone online, you should check out the highlights reel. We've got a package as well, which we'll get to a little bit later on of the mashup of yesterday. And then promptly everybody went their own way into a little bit of relaxed time of party mode, I think. I think a few people turned it up last night from what I gather. Not me, but I heard there was a little bit of party action going on. Anyway, a lot of them deserved it. It was a big 6 days.
Yeah, it's important to celebrate those wins. And this is Jonathan on a smaller wave. He's such a micro Grom, but surfs with so much speed. Love his low center of gravity. That was awesome to see him just take off on another wave.
I reckon he's going to milk one from out the back all the way down to this little corner spot eventually, because the inside run's pretty good. It is quite a long wave from start to finish if you add up the meterage. You see sometimes these guys just, surf the inside and rattle off, I don't know, maybe 10 turns sometimes. It's a pretty funky little kiddies corner / just endless reforms that go on all the way down to in front of Snarly's place. But here are these guys with the lineup to themselves. I don't think we've seen Sios. Oh, he's got a little 0.9 there in his pocket. A 2 for Jonathan. And a 5.33 is looking pretty good there for Nathan.
Yeah, that 5.33, best wave of the heat so far, as you mentioned, Mark. And just really smooth surfing from him. The judges rewarding that great flow in between turns. And, as you said, it was a big couple of days of surfing the last few days. But yesterday was, it's definitely going to go down. And it's one of the history books for sure. And Dylan taking out that win against Lennox Smith. Lucy against Charlie Haitley. Incredible finals, an incredible day. But we're not stopping yet. Nias Pro Junior will finish it tomorrow. But we've got a big day of surfing today. We'll start with this round of 40 for the men, go into that first round for the women, and then into that next round for the men, and maybe even quarterfinals as well.
All right. So at this stage, I think that's 13 heats on our format with potentially more. There's the backdrop, everybody. Not too many early starters today. I think there was a little bit of Falaga on the point, and that was fair enough because it was a big day yesterday. So there's the Hassan family surf camp and the check-in area, the beach marshal. Things a little sleepy at the start of this heat. Only a couple of waves ridden. Only 3 guys in the lineup. Just don't want to end up third. Wave starting to roll through now, so we do have priority. I wonder if these boys know how to surf under priority. Some of them may not have done it before. So anyway, kind of a closeout rolls through. 18 on the clock. Priority, though, does sit with the man in blue. He's on the inside. So part of the famous mosquito squadron, these guys, on any given day, they're out there on the inside. They ride a lot of waves. They get these little 2-footers on the clean days, true, and get well barreled. All the other bigger crew are just sitting out there waiting for sets, and these guys just go about their business under the guard and ride a lot of waves. And then when it's really small, like it was day one when we got here, it was like 1 foot, it was all on the inside. They love that little inside corner. It's where they all start, and the waves do rattle on a fair way. So this is our very first wave now of Natan. But I like what you said. He has got really good flow. There was very little pumping and messing around between his moves. He just kind of looked steady, no nerves, plenty of weaving, always looking for a section. Finds one there to tag it, and about after this turn here, normally this wave goes a lot further. He decided to flick off, but normally there's maybe another 80 metres or so attached to it. Here he is again.
Wow, straight up and into another one, looking to back up the 5-3-3, gets that first turn. You can see he's just patient through here and jams it once again for Natan. Doing really well on this wave, and he kicks out. So that will complement the 5-3-3 nicely. With 17 minutes to go for this round of 40 heat number 1. And he seems like he's got really good flow. There's no nerves. He's trying not to oversurf it. I think in these first few rounds, a pair of 5s is a really good scoreline to start with.
Yeah, he's looking definitely like he's setting the benchmark here for the Groms until we get to that blockbuster heat 4 matchup. Let's have a look at it again. So he's picking the waves with a little bit of height. Make that foam climb look really easy. The wave goes a little bit sleepy here, but he knows the deal. There's a lot of energy out wide, and he taps back into it again there, tags it pretty well. Got the board up over the foam, and he reckons enough's enough. So that'll probably end up his second best score, but we'll have a healthy lead. The Zagotos are probably duking it out for second spot.
Yeah. And it's Jonathan that is out in front with that 2 and a 1.5. CS has a 0.9. He only needs a 2.6 to go up into second. But with 16 minutes to go, he's got that first priority, so he can choose whatever wave he wants to come through. We saw him get a quick one at the start of this heat. Unfortunately, coming unstuck on that first turn. But, he's just playing the patience game right now.
So on our screens, it looks like there's a set pushing through the middle of the bay. There seems to be a fair bit of movement. We got a bit of rain last night. The area, a lot of the banners got a little bit rattled by some of the wind as well, and this is the leftover result of a little mini storm that went through last night. They kind of localised the when it happens, these storms up here. They never really last too long. It's generally not even ever really this windy up here. It's generally about 2 knots offshore, 2 knots onshore, and not much more than that. So the Groms, though, like I said, they deal with it. They just surf this every day. There's another number in for red, and it's 533.
583.
583 is best number. So the judges may be rewarding the height of that wave. Anyway, either way, he's just doing some really good, smooth, well-controlled surfing.
Yeah, more of a set wave. Gets those 2 good turns in for Natan. We saw him in the Nias QS as well. Fortunately getting knocked out in that first round, but he's putting a pretty good heat together right now with a 5.83 and a 5.33. This is CS. Tries to scratch onto that one, but unfortunately just doesn't quite get there. So I think we might see that priority maybe change a little bit, and it does. So priority is with Jonathan, second with Nathan, and then third priority is with CS. So he needs to scratch around under that priority a little bit.
I want to watch the little Grom, the mini Grom. I want to watch him surf more. You can see him sitting there in the white. Meanwhile, Seos is ducked inside, so this is his second wave. He's now sort of got a little burst of speed. Whips back onto his backhand for a rebound. Trying to milk the inside section here. He might have found one as well, because things sort of start to liven up again in here.
Whoa.
He's going pretty good. He's got a bag of tricks, and the mini Grom out there, he's on a wave. Up and out, but this is a pretty sick wave. I'm liking what I'm seeing here by Seos. He's got a few tricks in his bag.
Yeah. He was that board was looking really slidey and responsive under his feet. that orange just gives it on the bottom, gives it that little bit of pop of colour as well. So CS will have his first wave to lock in, and got a couple of good turns in out the back as well. He was just looking really sprightly and energetic.
I reckon. And at first I thought, Nathan's the better surfer in this heat. Look at him go. But then Seals came to life here. So just have a little look. Just starting to feel it out a bit. He's winding around. And this inside bit sometimes gets pretty good on these little mushy days. And spins the wheels there. I'm sure the judges will note that. He doesn't have a very rush style. He seems to be just cruising through his through the gears. That was pretty sick. Had he made that, that would have been quite a large number for the scale to be set. They've dropped in at just a 3.5. Did a lot of surfing there, so the boys upstairs are still rating Nathan's efforts a little better. But that's good enough right now to have Jonathan in third. You can see him in the white there. He actually rode a wave out the back. Not much went on, so he effectively handed the priority over to Nathan. The boys are having a bit of a chat.
Yeah, he doesn't need much, only a 2.41 to go up into second at this stage. CS looking only to better a 0.9, which he can pretty much do if he just takes off and does a turn on that next wave. So 12 minutes to go in this heat. Nathan out in front with that 5.83 and the 5.33. It's CS with a 3.5 on his last wave that has him in second. And Jonathan only chasing a 2.41. Not a big score, and this is CS up and into second wave, or third wave, I should say. Ditches a fins, unfortunately just doesn't ride out, but loving this commitment, Mark.
Well, a light little onshore, there's a lot of ramps out there, and these guys watch a lot of high-level surfers come to their break to Sorake Beach. They watch people get well barreled. They watch a lot of people boost airs, and they sit there and they watch and they learn and they go and practice. And some days all you see is every little kid on this inside just boosting for all they're worth, trying to look like the bigger dudes that come here. And then they start tasting success. They start to get, make one of these here and there, and then they work it out and they just keep practicing. Because one thing Indonesians do really well, True, is they copy things well and they learn quick, all right? And that's across the board, kind of most things I've noticed over the years. So these little groms are the same. They sit there and they see it. And sometimes when they're in the water and they watch it side on, the penny starts to drop and they've gone, all right, that's how you do it. Got it. Lock it in. Practice it. And next minute, they're making these things. Come back next year, it's a whole different story. They're all doing it.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of incredible surfers that come to this beautiful place of Lagundry Bay as well. And that's probably such great inspiration for them all also. And it looks like the micro Grom here. This is Jonathan.
Look at him go, folks.
Oh, good first turn. Just a one turn as he kicks in and out of that one. Only needs a 2.41.
All right. So I'm loving his little style here. You wonder if he's got any sort of tactics. Does he realise if you do one good turn, maybe hang in there and milk it a little bit? You only need a 2.4. I wonder if anybody's just sort of giving him any advice like that, or whether it's just like, get out there and have fun and see what happens.
Probably a little bit of everything. It's one of those amazing things being in the Pro Juniors. You get to go and have a bit of fun, make some mistakes, but also surf with some of your best friends, and a 1.83 locks in for that last wave of Jonathan. If he had done maybe another little turn, he would have got that 2.41.
Little cutty and little milk the inside a little bit. He could have moved up in a second spot, but that's what I was saying. They're so untapped here, and they're just so fresh and novices at this game that tactics, what is that? It's like, wow, that's what most of the big guys have before they go out. And if you're chasing a small number, play the game. Let's see. I hope he does. He's still got 9 minutes. He can still catch 4 or 5 waves in that time, the way these guys go about it.
Yes, definitely. And he's just been... Jonathan, has actually had the most waves this heat. It's a 5 waves. So he's got that 2 and the 1.83. Feel like the next time we'll see him surf, he'll probably just try and milk this next one. As you said a little bit earlier, you think you'll see him take one all the way through to the inside mark.
Someone will soon.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's a long ride when they do. There's the inside, like I said, a lot of the energy, it doesn't just die once it breaks out the back. It regroups out wide. It then sort of even comes back left sometimes. The reforming section, it does keep going on a fair way on the right side of that reform. and all the way down past our camera towers. It can be quite a long ride. So looking like Blue's getting ready for his next heat.
Yeah, that looks like Chen Shangyang will be up in this next heat, taking on Alif Siaputra, Patinas Laia, and Ida Putra as well. Kimena. So that's going to be heat number 2 of the round of 40. And you can see sleepy start this morning. Feel like most, if not all, of those QS competitors were out bright and early this morning, making their way back home, or whatever is on that next journey for them. The next QS6C is going to be in Korea, which will be in South Korea, which will be super exciting. But the Pro Juniors are on today, and so far they're dominating at the moment. Natan Johannes at 5.83 and a 5.33 has him well out in front. It's a battle for second right now.
Yep, and there's a lot of Groms on this point. He's no Grommier than this guy. Here he is on the inside. He's weaving now. This could be one of those little inside gems that he's been waiting for. So he's given it a nice tag. He needs to just hang in here onto his backhand. He does this all day long. I hope he gets a hell little link up here, because then we've been talking it up. And he's starting to investigate and find this inside track. This is what we're talking about, guys. This wave, it just keeps going. There's probably another 50 metres attached to that, but let's have a look at Blue.
Yeah, see us out behind him. It's a nice carve. And then I think Natan is also behind that as well. Looks like a flurry of waves for the last 7 minutes of this one. Natan driving through a nice carve there, staying on rail. Gets a good connection. That was a really strong turn as he kicks out. So a couple of pretty good waves being locked in there.
Yeah, I really liked it. And a 3-way exchange. So we'll just wait for the numbers to become realistic before we see who's first and second. I really like the little mini Grom though, Jonathan. He did a lot of surfing on that wave. It looked at least head height the whole way on him because he's pretty tiny, but he did good work. All natural footers kind of setting the scale for this morning. So I wonder, Yoza Zagotto, he's a big player in these, here on the point, in anyone's eyes, and these little Groms would really look up to him. Got the surname there as well. So I wonder if Yoza helped these guys with just a little bit of info as to what to do. But I like this act right on cue. We're all suggesting he needs to just milk something. Jonathan all over this wave. A number of face wipes along the way as well. His little style just winding up. Sooner or later there'll be some power. He'll develop some power and get some weight under the belt. Mm-hmm. And now Blue. Yeah,
this is CS. He only needs a 1.17 with this wave. He dropped down to third at last of Jonathan, a 2.67. And he's eyeing off this section here. Absolutely jams it. And then I think this is where we caught up with him just before. Gets a really nice carve in, a good rebound off the whitewash, and he kicks out. So that was a pretty well-surfed wave for Sias, and Natan out behind him on a really good one also.
All right, let's see what sort of work he did out the back. That smooth, no fuss style by Natan. Just hanging in there. He's picked a pretty good wave. It's looking like wave number 3 of the set, so things got a little bit cleaner on the face for him. Just smoothed out the wind lumps a little bit. They all paddle back to the lineup. We see the next heat now starting to group out the back. The Sorake Beach sign in the background. All the Losmans, there's a lot of them on the point, so there's a lot of options when you do come here. Mm-hmm. And South Nias, world famous Lagundry Bay. Sorake Beach on this side, Lagundry Bay right in the middle. And it looks very similar to the other side, minus the accommodation. There's just coconut trees everywhere.
Full of coconuts. Love that though. We get some pretty good coconuts around here as well.
The coconut cartel down here.
They're out there.
They're everywhere. And being junior day, one thing I've noticed is they're all down here early. I imagine they've got a fresh batch of coconuts ready to roll through for the Pro Junior Day. We're also going to see the young girls who sell the coconut breads, the donuts. They'll be down here on force because all the big lads and ladies have all left. So it's more about the Groms Day today. So it's going to be a little festival of the Grom.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I think we've seen them out here trying to hustle and catch waves amongst the crowd, even in the, local legends and the staff session. They were out there hustling everyone. It was awesome to see how much enthusiasm they had and how excited they were to be out there. We did get this score for CS locked in. It was a 3.9, waiting for Last of Natan to lock in with just over 3 minutes to go.
What about Jonathan? What was his number?
It was a 2.67
Wow.
for his last one. He needs a 4.73. Last wave of Natan was a 4.67, so it didn't go into his top two. So CS has that 3.9 and a 3.5 sitting in second. Jonathan chasing a 4.73. He's locked in a couple of twos, at 2.67 and a 2. So you'd have to think if he gets himself on a bigger wave and does the same surfing, he'll probably nudge for that score.
Yeah, so at least it's been a pretty good way to kick off our first round of the Pro Juniors, round of 40 we're calling it. Nathan has been leading the whole way, controlling it from the start with that 5.33. His backup was pretty good. His last wave's going to be deleted from his top two, not even go in. It's a 4.67. But he looks like the bigger lad, and he's definitely using his rails well. Cool cruisy style. He's got a touch of the Yozas about him, the way he just cruises and doesn't look rushed. And there's a go to boys there, just duking it out for second spot. So Seos being a little bigger, having a bit more weight on him when he does a turn. The judges love it a bit more. A bit of spray flies around. He does something a bit more solid. So although young Jonathan, he was zapping around all over that last little wave and just, looking really sharp and just having fun. How old did we say he was?
Jonathan's 13.
Wow. All right.
Yeah. 13 years old, little micro Grom. I feel like once he starts to, once he gets a little bit older and he grows a bit more, he'll become a force to be reckoned with. He's got such a cool style.
Here we go. So let's watch Seos playing catch-up. Needs a big number. Can he do it? Is he going to milk one all the way through into the regulation come-in spot? Because might as well. Fair bit of surfing can be done from this point on. So there's a lot of energy pushing out his way. I can see Nathan out the back on another one as well. That was a big hit.
No.
Got to ride out of these things to make them count. We know that. And here's Nathan now.
Yep, he's on a smaller one. Going to his rail. Just maintaining that flow that we saw on his first wave throughout each and every wave in this heat. With just under a minute to go. Waiting for his score and also CS to lock in. So that's 50 seconds. And Jonathan is chasing a 4.73 to move up into second. He's had a couple of really great waves, but maybe just the wave size has been lacking a little bit.
Next heater in the chute. Where's the little Grom? I want to see Jonathan ride one in. Be out there by himself. 25 seconds to find himself another little link up. All right, so at least Nathan has set the judges a respectable scale here. Right in the mid-range. They went there a couple of times. Even his backup, 4.67, was still pretty solid. He's definitely knows how to surf out here, and he knows how to maneuver a surfboard around. He's got a pretty good style. That first heat is done and dusted, so it's going to be Red Natan and Seos in the blue moving through to the next round. So let's just put it on pause for a moment, have a quick break, and we'll be back with heat 2.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
All right, everybody, here we are. We're calling this day 7 of an 8-day program in Lagundry Bay, Sorake Beach. It is the Nias Pro, and we're looking at a lot of mini Groms because that's the round we're at. So let's just have a little look. We'll see if we can get some pronunciations right. It's Shang Chang Shen. We have Alif Siaputra. We have Patinus La Ia. And we have Irabagus Putra Kemenu. And I'm joined by Dai Wacko. So, Dai, let's have a bit of fun.
Good morning, Mark. Did a bit of a different condition this morning. Probably first onshore condition in this competition period, but still, I've watching the last heat from the Hash restaurant, but looks like there's a lot of opportunities still out there.
Well, that's what we were saying earlier. A lot of these Groms that live here, they surf here every day regardless.
Right.
And when it is small and it goes a little bit onshore, most of the bigger dudes or the internationals kind of have a day off or come in. And these guys they sense their window and they go out and they froth out because they're not getting waves taken off them by the older lads. So a lot of the time they surf a lot of this sort of stuff.
So definitely they're used to this condition. White up and riding.
Patinus.
Well, trying to find a section to hit, but unfortunately the wave just flatten out a little bit. So pretty much the wave selection is really important out there because there's the ones gives you an opportunity in a steeper section, but there's also the ones kind of flatten out.
And then there's those inside runners that go a fair way. As you know, once the wave sort of is done with that back bit that we're all familiar with, the energy sort of regroups out wide, it runs again, and it goes on for a long way. Haven't seen anyone really put one all the way onto the inside rocks just yet, but maybe towards the end of heats when it's your last wave, you generally just stay on it and ride it to the death.
Usually when size, there's a big sets, you don't really go to the inside like the showy waves. But condition like this today, definitely there's opportunities that you can go to the showy breaks.
You do. I've watched you a lot. Yeah. Your little 2+1 getting all over it, mate. Milking it all the way to the end.
Yep.
And there's still a pretty big draw ahead of us, everybody. I mean, it might be the Pro Juniors, and we're having a bit of fun with the round of 40 and a lot of mini Groms and locals just, feeling it out, trying to get into the round of 32 that features some huge names. And just to look ahead into the draw, none bigger than people like this. Dylan Wilcoxon.
Yep.
He's 16, so he's in the Pro Juniors as well, right?
Yep.
Coming off a high of just winning, a huge day for him yesterday. We've got Weston Hurst. We've got Teo Radcliffe coming up. Raflin Wau. He's a big hitter. We've got a whole bunch of Japanese people. Riki Sato, Iko Watanabe, Reiha Ono, Taki Kanazawa, Sho Sirai. I mean, it's still a big deal this round. There's a lot of quality when we get to the round of 32 for sure.
Right, definitely. A lot of surfers who's competing in QS and doing well in this round of 32. Well, Dylan, obviously he took a win yesterday, QS 6000, and you can see Teddy's name is in the round of 32. And Iko Watanabe, he took a win at a Kurui, so it's going to be an interesting round of 32.
And still big points towards the Pro Junior Championship in that as well. So Iko will be hoping to bank a few more here.
Definitely.
Big performance down there on finals day. I remember a left-hander he got and just absolutely smoked it. So we've got a lot to look forward to today. I think we've got 13 heats on our program. We're at the 20-minute mark of Heat 2 of the morning. We're shortly going to hear from our winner of the last heat. We'll just wait till they're ready. It's Nathan that took that one out. He's a pretty cruisy surfer. Don't know whether you watched a lot of that heat die, but he had a good style, very relaxed. He was just all over it.
Right. Look at his scoreline and getting 11 points in a total score. So that's a decent score, actually.
He started with the 5.33. He added a 5.83 eventually, and he backed it up also with a mid-4.
Wow.
So why don't we go down and hear from Nathan right now, who's going to have a chat with True Starling.
Natan, first heat of the day. How are the waves out there?
The wave is a little bit windy, but I still enjoy the wave. And it's a little bit small though. Yeah.
The first Pro Junior heat of the morning. You were also in the QS as well. How did you prepare for your heat?
I'm just gonna have fun, like my normal self, I think. Yeah, just that.
And your board looks really smooth. Do you want to talk to me about what you're riding?
I ride JS. This is Monster 10, 5.9, round tail. Yeah.
It looks really good under your feet. Mark and I were thinking that you had a really great flow. Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone that might be watching?
I just want to say thank you to my family, my sponsor, my boat rider. Yeah, that.
Well, first heat of the day, you're going to get your first bang bang of the event so far, maybe a few more. I'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks very much, True. There's the overhead of the world famous Sorake Beach. You can see the whitewash just hugging the reef perfectly as it winds down. It is Pro Junior business for the next 2 days. At day 7 and 8, we're always built for the juniors. So that's what we're doing here, everybody. Some big names to get through in the draw. Same with the women's side of it. I think we start with the round, like quarterfinals, pretty much effectively in the women's.
Right.
And we're going to see some of that surfing a little bit after this round. 13 heats to come at us. Groms are out there. It's going to be a fun day. And geez, once we kick into the round of 32 of the men, it's really going to go nuts. So it was a huge day yesterday, mate. Obviously, it was a really feel-good day for some youngsters, particularly Dylan Wilcoxon, 16. Wins the QS 6000 out of the mental-wise. And he's a very humble fella, but it was just a gigantic occasion down here on the point. I saw his brother crying when Dylan came in having a hug out. His brother was crying. Kia had tears on her face and she couldn't hide it. And they didn't want to anyway. It was just that raw emotion just oozing out. And then same with Lucy Dara. She won the women's 6,000 and then just her dad was in the channel. But have a look at the other side of the bay, everybody. So this is Lagundry Bay. And this is a head you don't see very often. So we're just going to soak it up. Thanks for the drone pilot for giving us this footage, because that's the other side of the bay. There's a left that kind of breaks off the tip there in the bottom corner of our screen. It looks like there might even be a sneaky right around the back there. I'm not sure, but the reef sort of pulls back in a little bit.
Oh, such a nice setup here. You know, that left actually, can you surf that point? I'm not too
that's a
sure.
good question.
Right.
I've seen it when there's swell, and it definitely looks doable. But I mean, when it sort of looks like it's having moments, the point out in front's going crazy, and to get over there and have a look, you'd either need a boat. It's kind of just a bit too far to paddle and then try and have some sort of surf. So I'm thinking kind of maybe yes, but you'd probably want to have a boat or a ski or something there just in case it's not. And in case something goes wrong, you're a long way from anybody, and there's definitely no help on the beach. You can see a big old boat in the background just cruising past. So what have you been up to? Let's have a quick look at the highlights of finals day, because we were just talking about it. This is the Dylan Wilcoxon and Lucy Dara show, so let's have a look at this.
It's finals day here at the 2025 Nias Pro. We're going to run with the women's semi-finals straight away into the men's, and then we'll be crowning champions. It's going to be a huge day of surfing, so make sure you stay tuned.
All right, back to the live stuff. How good was that matchup yesterday, mate?
Super sick. You can tell how good the vibe is, at the hash restaurant and all the beach. All the Indonesian supporters gets around yesterday, and you can see that from the highlights, and it was great highlight actually. Really fun to watch.
Well, I got chicken skin a second time just watching it because it was just such a high down here once Dylan got into the beach. And same with Lucy. There was all her supporters, Lucy, and let's not forget about Charlie, because Charlie did a really strong effort to get there and contend that final. It was a pretty good final all round from the girls. The two goofy footers, best friends going at it. Speaking of goofies, this is Arlif.
Wow. Nice first turn, and yeah, it was a solid, good first turn. He's currently sitting in the fourth place, but definitely he will, improve his situation with that one big turn.
So to score from Shang Yang as well in the blue. Patinas Laia is the surfer in white. He's out the back. Leaf Sia Putra in the red. He's got a score to come. And Gus Putra Kemenu is the surfer in green. So a four-person matchup. At this stage, it is green in the lead. Who's this one?
Wow, so this is Chan in surfer in blue. Nice two-turn combo. It gets a good finish, so definitely it'll improve his situation. That was actually his second wave, so definitely that will put him into the first with 10 minutes and 25 seconds to go. So not major scores locked in yet.
So the judges are still keeping the scale real compared to what Nathan did in the first heat. Really like that turn there by Blue, though. It looks like I saw him walking out. He's got sponsors on his board, so he knows how to get the job done, and he's attracted someone's attention out there to get some backing. This is Arlif.
Yeah, nice off the top. It was one turn, but still it'll be nice number for Arlif. So this is the last of blue. We're still waiting for the last of blue as well, but he gets this last section, bonus section here. That's a much better looking turn from Shangyan.
And he's green now dropping in. So Putra. He's a big fella. I surfed with him yesterday and I went, wow, who's that dude? I said, well, he's out of Chengdu and he's in the juniors. And I went, juniors? I said, I want to see the size of him. Big unit. So he's in 30. We really want to make it count here and get into that next. A lot of dynamic surfers already seeded through to the round of 32. We're going to surf that off this afternoon. Down to 9 minutes here. Let's see what is Chen needs. Just a mid 1, a mid lowish 3 by Patinas in the white.
The last of red comes in at 3.93. So, but we are still waiting for the last of blue, the Chen. So it'll be a great number for him, and definitely that put him into the second at least.
Looks like a couple of lines just milking their way through. The surfer in white has first priority. Patinas Laia might be on here.
Oh, looks like like you said, a few sets coming to the lineup up. Well, looks like everybody just sitting far inside, but
late takeoff for red.
I believe.
No, maybe not. Either way, he loses his priority for doing that. A little bit of an experience rolling through this early round. I don't know how well drilled they are in the whole priority roster, and things like that are costly and blah blah blah. But it's part of the game, and it's how you learn is to get involved and live it. So there we go. A little shift in priority there. Shen goes up into first with a 4.6. That was fair enough. That was the best surfing done this heat.
Nice 2 turns and gets a big last section. So 4.6, and this is surfing white Patinas. Nice first turn. Smooth transition between turns, but unfortunately couldn't ride out of it. He only needs 3.90 at the moment, surfing white. I'm not too sure it's going to be a requirement, but definitely it'll be his best score.
He's got a little bit more work to do than that, I think. A 3.9, you've got to do at least one strong turn or maybe two pretty good turns. Let's have a look at O'Leaf. He's still in second here. Goofy footer now, just weaving around. He's looking for this little inside track. He throws a crazy little chop up. Doesn't come off. So fun times here for the Groms at Lagundry Bay, Sorake Beach. And how about last night? There was plenty of celebrating going on the point at all. Di, did you take part or what did you get up to?
Yeah, I heard there's a lot of different places that you can go to celebrating the last day of QS. But I went to places and I had a great time with the crew. But this
Putra, big fella from Changgu.
Putra is needing 2.28, so that is a much better, bigger turn from Putra. Needing only 2.28. So did you go to one of those celebration?
No. We just sort of chatted. This went down a little beach break. Had a coconut down there in the afternoon and a swim, and then caught up with a couple of crew and went over to Bio's last night. Actually, Taco's pretty good over there. And here is White, who Patinus La Ia. Weaving, looking for something to happen in a Grom corner. So this is about where the swell starts to, catch up with some of the energy again out wide. You might get a good hit off this bit of foam. Well, that's pretty standard, nice area. So a lot of people right about there flick left and start surfing back into the reef.
That was a great last turn from Patinus Laya.
La Ia, I believe is how we say that.
La Ia.
Yeah, La Ia.
La Ia. So needing 3.44. But it was a great last turn. But there's a lot of downtime, on the way to the last section. So I'm not too sure if it's gonna affect to the score line. But definitely the better turn from La Ia. So the last of White comes in 2.17, not enough to go into the second. But last of Green comes in at 3.60. Now he's in the second.
Oh, the big fella. All right, so Balinese surfer in the green up against a couple of local lads and Shen in the blue. Let's stay with Leaf. All right, coming down into Kitty's corner here, this little inside track. You see a lot of crew just playing around in here and having really good fun. It's where they learn their airs. It's where the Groms rule. And you can get, 8 or 10 moves going on this inside here. You can see how much this wave's just picked up in height a little bit. So the energy of the swell catches up wide out there. Sometimes it even bends back in and just hugs perfectly. And it's just a non-stop little runner that goes for a long way.
Right, that was a great ride from Alif. His requirement is 3.0, so he did a lot of turns out the back and managed to navigating all the way to the inside. So we're still waiting for the last of White, red, and blue.
All right, let's have a look at it on a second time around with the drone cam here. So Leaf waiting for this number to drop. Look pretty choppy and not much going on, but he does sort of hang in there and he realizes he knows what's going on the inside. So he looks over his shoulder, he gets up there and he tags that. He's still hanging in there as this wave starts to build a little bit, steepen up again on the inside. Rebound off the wash. Couple of rebounds both sides there. So lots of weaving, nothing too substantial, but he's feeling good. It's their day, mate.
Right.
Go the Groms.
Definitely all the point come from probably the first turn on the red last wave, but needing 3.0. So getting the mid threes and mid fours, probably you need to put a couple good turns in.
Well, Nathan, as we saw in the first heat, boosted into the 5-point range twice, a 5.8 and a 5.3. So he set the standard, so the judges have got to keep it real. They've got to compare to everything that Red did in that first heat, and it was pretty good. He had a good cruisy style, but he really used his rails well. He goes the big unit now out of Changgu. He's moved into second spot. Oh, nice recovery. It looked like he was starting to submerge. Can't quite milk the inside. He's got to be the heaviest fella in the draw because he's just rock solid. So that's probably not going to bother the scorers too much. So it leaves the door open a little bit here for Red and White, but they're not in the priority billing just yet. Here is Chen.
Chen Shangyang up and riding. Now he's in the lead. Nice first run to start with. Unfortunately, comes unstuck. He has 4.60 and a 2.37. So he was trying to get rid of this 2.37 and looked like he was on the way. But that was really unfortunate for Chen.
Yeah, I can see he's a good surfer. He's just got to tidy up these little mistakes heading into the next round. I'm confident he goes there, just over a minute. So once you get to where the big hitters are, all the seeded surfers, which will be surfed off starting mid-morning, you can't make those sort of mistakes. I can see there's a quality field. There's a lot of Japanese sprinkled through it. There's some big-time Indonesians in it. Dylan Wilcoxon is there as well, and his brother, and riding on the juggernaut that was yesterday. I just can't wait to see how he puts it together today, and his young brother. It's a whole different playing field out there, but there are ramps, light little onshore. I doubt whether we're going to see anyone get tubed today, but I'm sure we're going to see people starting to boost once we hit the round of 32. Wedged into all of this and that next round, we have one of the women's heats as well to get through. So we've got 13 heats built here for day one of our Pro Juniors. It is effectively day 7 of the Nias Pro. 15 seconds on the clock. It's a fun day for these guys. You can see our next heat there. So we're seeing a lot of locals just starting to position themselves down on the point and hang in here and pay some homage to these mini Groms. And we'll throw to a quick break, everybody. Right back with heat 3.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
Welcome back. This is Nias Pro Day 7, but we are into Nias Pro Junior Men's Round of 40, heat number 3. So live action, it's Rizky Raya. And in red, we have Kiranvit. And in white, we have Suwadiman Duha from Indonesia. And Andaiwako here in the booth with Jara. How are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you? I'm
Good.
back.
We are back in the booth again. We had an incredible finals day from QS 6000 yesterday, and there's a great finale from Dylan. You must be super stoked with the results.
Yeah, I'm so stoked for Dylan. This on your screen, Swardiman Duha. Good turn there, unfortunately falling off. But yeah, a little bit of a change in conditions today. It's looking a little bit onshore. It did rain this morning, so probably that factored in. But yeah, very different conditions to what we've been having all week. Just in time for the Pro Junior to start. But it's still super fun out there. This is Kiranvit from the USA. Good
Wow.
backhand blast.
That was a great turn from Kieran. Probably it'll be a one big turn, but definitely it's gonna be a great number for Kieran. We really haven't seen anything big, but that last turn from Kieran was solid in the right section, critical section to hit. So that's gonna be a nice number for Kieran Vitt. So this is men's pro junior round of 40, heat number 3, and we have another heat to finish up this round, and we are going to women's round of 10, heat 1, and then straight into the round of 32 of men's heat number 1 to heat 8. And potentially we will be going into the quarterfinals of men's.
Yeah, a possible showcase for the men's quarterfinals. But right now, Risky Laya trying to get himself into the men's round of 32. Good second slash there. Unfortunately, the wave just kind of disappearing under him. But Kieran Vitt, 617.
Yep.
Great way to start in the morning.
And it'll be the best score so far this morning. We've seen mid fives, but this is the first time we see the mid six. So definitely the big solid chance will get a great score today.
All right, so exciting next heat. Kenshin Matsunaga, Bonifacius Wow, Jordanus Bololo, and Philip Duke.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's going to be a super entertaining heat. You're right, we will be doing the women's round 10, only one heat. And then going into the seeded round of the men's round of 32, where we'll see Westonhurst. We're going to be seeing the QS 6000 champion surfing today in heat 6. Dylan Wilcoxon just showing how young he is, and he already won a QS 6000. He's going to be powering through these heats with that confidence. And these conditions are perfect for him. He'll definitely go to the air.
Definitely. That's how he surfed yesterday in the finals. But, I want to kind of ask him how he can maintain the motivation from yesterday, because he took out one of the biggest competition. But on screen, this is a 617 from Kieran Vitt. Nice first big solid turn from Kieran Vitt.
Yeah, so now it's just that 617 really. The other scores pretty small. 217 from Risky Laya and Suardi Manduha yet to kind of pull this heat together, but with 20 on the clock, that's plenty of time. But yeah, yesterday was such an incredible day of competition. I mean, so emotional. It was
right.
an emotional win. I've never seen so many people cry.
Definitely, especially an emotional finish for Indonesian team. A lot of supporters get around on the beach. Supporters, everyone was kind of, crying, a lot of tears. So it was great to watch all the actions.
Yeah, it was a big win for Indonesia. I think it was an important one too. Kind of in Nias here in Lagundry Bay and in front of a home crowd was a really special moment. I think Indonesia really needed something like that as well, and just showing that after Rio Wida, there's so many young talented surfers that are going to be coming up and kind of following his footsteps. So it was a big moment.
Probably another, because it started with Bronson Mady won a world junior title earlier this year, and then now Dylan took a win, the QS 6000, high rated QS on tour. So that's a pretty big deal for Indonesian team.
All right. So that was our man in red, Kieran Vitt, just a 0.8. But with that, we're going to head over to a quick post-heat interview, and we'll see you guys soon. All right. Well,
Sit down here with me, Shang Yang Chen. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
My name is Shenyang Chen, and I'm from Taiwan. I'm 14 years old, and this is my first time at Nias. So good out here.
Okay, tell me what's the best thing about coming to Nias?
The wave's so good, but it's so crowded.
And I can see he's a little bit nervous, so we're going to talk about your sponsors. Who looks after you?
This is the Taiwan company called Yagyo, and the boss is called Joy. Yeah, and it sponsors so many kids at Taiwan.
Unreal. So there's a lot of Grom you in Taiwan.
Yeah.
Unreal. So welcome to Nias. We do have something for the winners of every event. It's a nice little bang bang. Have you had one of these before?
Yeah, I have this before. I love so much.
All right, he finally opens up. He loves a bang bang. I'm going to give you that, and I'm going to say good luck for the next round. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you, Mark. And Xiang Yan Chen, who's going into the next round of 32. So with the 17 minutes and 17 seconds to go, so Kiranvit has 617 and 0.80. Now he's in lead. This is his last wave, floater section, and unfortunately comes unstuck. This is the last of white. There is not much wall to work on. Try to connect to the inside, but unfortunately comes unstuck for him as well.
yeah, so a little bit of a slower heat.
Mm.
Kiranvit 617 hasn't able to really back it up just yet, unfortunately, just falling off on that last one. But yeah, in round of 40 heat 4, we're going to be seeing Kenshin Matsunaga, Bonifacius Wow, Jordanus Bololo, and Philip Duke. Then in the round of 10 of the junior women's, we're going to be seeing Imari Hearn, Renon Matsuyama, Aura Zeflin, also known as Alin, and Dylan Wilcoxon's sister, and Arisa Ishii.
Mm.
So just a one heat. This right now on your screen, Risky Laia. Just a good little turn out the back. Unfortunately, just falling off on that last one, but that will probably be his best score, or at least he'll be backing up that 217. He only has a 0.5. So most of, if not all of these surfers in the Pro Junior have already surfed in the QS, in the men's QS 6000 that we've been having all week. So, you know, they've gotten their heats in there. They've already had their warm-up rounds, and this is kind of a little lighter. It's not as a, you know, as a big title as a QS 6000. So they must be feeling really comfortable out there, and it's a great opportunity for the Pro Juniors to get their heats in out here and kind of practice for next year as well.
Definitely, and it's pretty. I reckon it's a pretty big deal for juniors to go. Thinking about their rankings in junior division. If you can be in the first place or second place, then you'll be selected for the World Pro Junior, which will be held next year, and that's a big stage actually. That's where Bronson Mady took a win earlier this year, and now he's in the Challenger Series right now. So they're hoping to get to the stage.
Okay, so a couple replays of this is a Risky Laia's last wave. Kind of good foam climb there. Unfortunately, falls off on that one. His last wave came in at a 1.77. So he stays in second. It is, though, Kiranvit with that 617 in first, just past the 15-minute mark. So Swardiman Duha, a 314 is his requirement to go into an advancing position. It's 3-man heat, but first and second pass. So they will be hoping to get their spot in the round of 32. After the one heat of women's, we'll be seeing Weston Hurst, Joaquin Riveiros, and Geden Aditya. In Heat 2, Theo Radcliffe, Hiroto Mori, Raflin Wow. Heat 3, we're seeing Riki Sato, Yuma Nagasawa, Joksena Wow, Iko Watanabe, Kahea Ishiki, and Teddy Billy. Heat 5, Sentaro Sakai, Ifran Sepu, and Jaden Wilcoxon. Heat 6, Dylan Wilcoxon, Ricky Tomoshige, Rendra Attard. And on your screen right now, Kieran Vitt taking on a good-looking wave. Good first backhand turn. Wraps it around here. So this will be definitely, if not the best, the second best wave of this heat. He'll be backing up that 617 really nicely. Going to make life a little more difficult now for blue and white.
Wow, he's navigating all the way to the inside and gets the last section in, and even gets the left turns in. So that's a great surfing from Kieran Vitt. And loved the first time. He just went to the vertical and hit the section in a critical section. And you know, his 617 was one big solid turn, but he managed to put a couple turns on the last wave. And on screen, South and Blue, Risky, Laia, up and riding. Nice first turn, a little bit of a hang up, and goes down. Really unlucky for Risky. It'll be a good score for him, but we are still waiting for the last of red.
Yeah, so here's a replay of the last one of red. This score still waiting to come through. I really love this first turn. Really tight in the pocket. Wasted no time to get that second one in. You know, just trying to take advantage of the most critical part of the wave. Then he kind of just weaves his fat section and takes it down to the inside. So a good wave from Kieran Vitt.
Right.
Really nicely done here. Gets it all the way down. Goes left. So yeah, he's going to be backing up that 617 really nicely.
And at the back, Southern White needing 3.14. It's a pretty decent score, but we're not too sure what he did at the back. But he gets the last section, and that was a solid turn from Suwadiman Duha. That was a great turn from South of White. It's one of the sets at the back. South in Blue.
Chop hop there, doing something different. All right, so scores to come through for red and white. So the last one of blue comes in at 1.337. Go to his top two, but still waiting for that last of red. It's going to be a really good score, and I think this last one of white as well. Good looking set. He kind of taps this first section, wraps it around here, good cut back, and this next turn was really good. The wave kind of standing up for him and giving him a bit more to work with on the inside. Here, the wave just gives him this section. Boom. Good wave from man in white.
Definitely. It was a great wave choice. And, you know, he had a couple opportunities to hit. The first down was nice, and the last time was solid. So it'll be a great number. But last of red comes in at 577. He has 617 and 577, 11.94 in total scores, and he has a big lead. But we are still waiting for the last of white. He only needs 3.14, and he put a couple good turns in, so it'll be really close to the requirement. So 327 for the last of white, and that put him into the second. Now Risky Laia needing 1.91 to go into the second with 9 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Yep, so it is Kieran Vitt currently in first. Man in red, 617 and a 577, two of the best waves of this heat. Suardiman just moved into second. He needs to back up that 327 because Risky's requirement at 191. That's not a big requirement. He just needs to catch a set wave and do kind of a half turn, and he's already got the score.
Right.
yeah, conditions have changed quite a bit today. We're looking at a bit of an onshore Lagundry Bay, a bit smaller as well. I think tomorrow maybe we'll be seeing some better conditions for the Pro Juniors finals day. So yeah, the Pro Juniors still taking advantage of every moment, and the waves are still firing. There's still really good sections to belt out there. On your screen, Ray Wilcoxon, Dylan Wilcoxon's dad. We have Alan and their mom right behind. So there's the Canduit family, as well as Luke Studer, Jasmine Studer's dad, and Shaper in Bali, all hanging out because they are all still juniors and have their heats today and tomorrow. So by tomorrow, we will be crowning our Pro Junior champion, both men and women. So exciting times ahead.
Right. So Dylan's family, they are traveling in the car from Kendui.
Yep. So
Wow.
they left Padang and drove all the way to Krui in South Sumatra when we had the QS 6000 over there. Then once everyone kind of dropped out of competition, they drove all the way here. I think it takes around 2 or 3 days by car. So a solid mission, but all worth it at the end. Dylan Wilcoxon taking the win yesterday. Just turned 16 last month. He is the men's Nias QS 6000 champion. So that is an incredible title to have under his belt. He will be leaving here with a huge boost of confidence. I'm sure after that, he will be doing really great in this Pro Junior as well. Just a big weight off his shoulders. I know I got a lot of messages from the guys at Kandui Resort. They were all super stoked for him. It was a very emotional win. He, the whole family was crying. His whole family's here, so he had to do it. He got to do it in front of a home crowd.
Wow. Yeah.
So yeah, big moments yesterday.
With the event win, he jumped up the ranking, and probably he's sitting in the first place in the QS Asia Tour ranking right now. So definitely it's a big keeper for his campaign, and yeah, he's just one step into Challenger Series for the next year.
Yeah, that's right. And let's not also forget the women's final. It was Lucy Dara taking the win over Charlie Hatley. Lucy also super young competitor, and she best results in a QS, and she managed to take the win straight off the bat, and Charlie Hatley being her best friend. So it was a great final together. She said she was just happy to be out there with her best friend, and the win is just the icing on the cake.
Wow. This is Kieran Vitt trying to get rid of the 577. A nice first turn, but he doesn't like the look of the rest of the wave, so he kicks out the back. So in white. Just nice first turn, tags it, and come around the section. Try to connecting to inside. Wow, that was a nice first time, and his second wave is 0.80, so it'll be a great score. But the last of blue, wow, great exchange in between all the surfers.
Yeah, so scores to come in for all three surfers in this heat. It is Risky Laya right now in a bit of a dangerous position. 191 is his requirement. That was a really good last wave for him. Got that nice turn in. So now this is Kieran Vitt, unfortunately just falling off on that last wave. But yeah, scores to come in for all three surfers. And it's kind of looking like Kieran Vitt is slowly running away with this one. But now Risky Laya waiting for a score. Swardiman as well, seeing if he improved his scoreline or not. So there we have the next heat paddling out in the keyhole. The famous easy Nias paddle out.
Definitely, it's the easiest paddle out compared to the other points, but it's the heaviest wave at the back, so easy to paddle out, but it's kind of hard to paddle in.
Yep, so you paddle there and you are already straight out the back at the takeoff zone. Easy to just snake everyone and and go. But with 3 minutes left, the last of red doesn't go into his top two, comes in at 3-1-0. So this is a replay of our man in white. Nice first turn there. Gets around this section. Wraps it around there, following this one through, but it will be that one turn out the back that he did. Then our man in blue also will be upgrading his score. Big blast there for Risky Laya.
Well, yeah, it'll be a close exchange between white and red. They both need small score to go into second. So we're still waiting for the last. Last of blue comes in 2.57. That puts him into the second, but the white needs only 1.47 at the back. So I think red, nice first time trying to get rotation, but fortunately comes unstuck. So we're still waiting for the last of white. White has first priority at the back. White up and riding, gets one turn in. Maybe he's trying to connecting to the inside.
Yep, so still waiting for the last of white. But for now, it is Kieran Vitt and Risky Laya looking like they're advancing, but white still has some scores to come through. So we'll wait that to come, and then we'll give you an updated situation. 1 minute and 25 left. Kieran Vitt slowly running away with it. Risky a 9.37 to take the lead. But we will be reaching the 1 minute mark. So a good heat for Kieran Vitt. You know, he started strong and been surfing strong throughout. This on your screen is Risky Laya. Kind of making the most of that last one.
Yep, he's trying to build some scores. He's coming all the way to the inside, and probably he gets one more turn in. Unfortunately, it comes unstuck. So with 40 seconds to go, we have scores to lock in for white and blue. So blue are currently in the second place, but on screen this is when white needing score, but only requirement is small 1.47. Nice connection there from surfer white. Gets the last section, but didn't quite ride out of it. So a lot of waves are ridden in the last minute, a lot of smaller waves. But the previous wave for white comes in 3.17, so that puts him into the second. We're still waiting a few scores to lock in, but looks like white stays in the second.
Yeah, so Risky Laya, a 3.87 is his requirement to go into the round of 32 of the Men's Pro Junior. As we see some scores come through for our man in blue. Both scores 1.8 and 1.47 don't go into his top two. So it is Kieran Vitt and Swardi Manduha going into the next round. We'll see them in the round of 32 later on today. With that, I'm going to throw to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 4.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Welcome back to the Nias Pro Junior. This is day 1 of the Pro Junior, and in the water right now we have the round of 40 heat for Kenshin Matsunaga in red, Bonifacius Wow in the blue, Jordanus Bololo in the white, and Philip Duke in the green. No waves written just yet. I'm Jana Ligati, and I want to welcome back into the booth True Starling.
Thank you, Gianna. Yes, back in the booth, day 1 of 2 of the Nias Pro Junior. Couple of heats in. This is the last heat of the first round of 40. And Kenshin Matsunaga is a big name in this heat. He got 3rd in the Korea Pro Junior a week ago and 13th at the Nias QS as well.
Yeah, I was surprised to see him in this first round of 40, but I'm guessing his seeding maybe last year wasn't great. So that was Philip Duke taking a look at that one. Unfortunately, not really getting onto it. Philip Duke as well had a really great run in Krui. You know, he was a bit of a standout, I think, for some people, just really showing his skill and such a young man in those big waves. It was really impressive.
Yeah, definitely. He got a 7th at the Korea Pro Junior there, and then unfortunately not having his best result here, I think, in the QS, but yeah, as you said, he was definitely a standout over in Krui. It was awesome to watch his backhand attack. It was so exciting, and yeah, it felt like he was surfing above his years. It is Bonifacius Wow and Jordanus Buolo, their first Pro Junior event, I think. Yeah, it's their first time competing here at a Pro Junior, which is pretty crazy. There's a few people who haven't competed in Pro Juniors before, so starting their campaigns at Nias.
Yeah, and what a place to start it. I mean, this is a world-class wave, and who doesn't want to surf out there with 3 other people out? This is Bonifacius Wow, our surfer from Nias, Sorake Beach. Nice first opening turn here. We'll see if he does anything on the inside. Just kind of floats over that section. This wave not giving him too much to work with. So just a couple, just a couple more flatter turns, but that's just because the wave was just not giving him the opportunity.
Yeah, it is definitely a little bit trickier than the conditions that we've seen the last few days for the QS, but there's still some opportunity. It's a little bit onshore at the moment, and you can see this is Jordanos. Nice first turn. Just the one. He's trying to get around this section, stays with it, but knows it's not going to open up. So he gets out of there. So scores to lock in for Bonifacius and Jordanos. And Kieran taking out that last heat with a strong heat total, 11.94. And we'll see the women for their first round. Just that one heat for the first round of the women. Up next, it's going to be Imari Hearn, Renon Matsuyama, Aura Zeflin, and Arisa Ishii.
Yeah, exciting heat. Alin is Dylan Wilcoxon's sister. Imari Hearn had also a great run in the Nias Pro, so most of these surfers would have already surfed in the QS event, so they've gotten some heats under their belt. This is right now on your screen. Philip Duke on his front hand. Big first turn there. Super fast to the second one. And tries to get around that section. We'll see if this wave gives him something to work with on the inside. Just kind of weaves through this fat section, and I think he's going to take it all the way down.
Yeah, it looks like he's finding this inside connection, jams it in the pocket there, and redirects it to just do a fun little backhand snap at the end. So Philip Duke starting off in fine form in this heat, picking up where he left off. We saw that same attack in Krui on his backhand. So yeah, he was looking really good in this event. He had a pretty hard heat for the Nias Pro QS 6000. So nice to see him back in the Rashi for sure. And first wave of Jordanos, a 2.33. First of Bonifacius, a 1.83, and Philip's score yet to lock in.
Yeah, Philip's score definitely will be the best one of the heat for now. I think he got some really nice, more critical sections and weaved it really nicely down to the inside, took advantage of the whole wave. So it's going to be a good score for Philip.
Yeah, waiting for this number. Kenshin has first priority in this heat, and while there's a bit of a break in the action, we're going to go to Kiran Vit, the winner of the last heat. He's down there with Daiwako.
So you said you didn't surf in the QS 6000 and you've been waiting for about 7 days. So you stoked to be in finally in the heat.
Yeah, I'm happy to finally be able to surf after waiting a while. I've just been practicing throughout that time, just waiting to surf.
You started strong and then midway through the heat you get the 5. So how is the condition out there?
The conditions are pretty hard. It's kind of soft off takeoff, so then you have to like really find the double ups to get the good score.
You'll be surfing one more heat or possibly 2 more heats, but how are you gonna spend in between?
I think I'm just gonna be watching the waves probably and just watching the conditions, see how it gets, and just get ready for the heats.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your family, friends, maybe supporters?
I just want to say thank you for supporting me through this, like the start of the event, and like hopefully keep supporting me.
All right, so this is the first Bam Bam for you.
Thank you.
Good luck in the next round. Cheers.
Thank you, Dai and Kieran. And yeah, he looked fired up after a good heat win, a 617 and a 517, or something around that.
Yeah, so the last of Philip, a 6, goes straight to the lead. Now it is priority with Kenshin Matsunaga. Only a 2-3-4, plenty of time left. He was a big name in crew. He had some great results in both the Pro Junior and the QS. So here are some of the replays. This is the replay of the last of green, came in at a 6. So this first section belts that one and sets it up again for that second one. Gets around this section and kind of waiting for the wave to give him some more opportunity to work with again. I like that he just waited patiently here until the wave was like, gave him the read. So really good stuff here from Philip Duke.
Yeah, he surfed that wave really well, as you said, Giada. Just not really needing to push it too far, just surfing to the pace of the wave. Yeah, not needing to do too much more, which is really great. So 6-point ride for Philip. That's a really good score to lock in. It's obviously changed a lot, the conditions throughout the day. And it's Kenshin Matsunaga waiting with first priority. He's a force to be reckoned with, getting a 13th in the QS here as well. So he's had plenty of heats in the last 6 or 7 days.
Yep, and right after this, we are going just to that one round of 10 heat 1. Imari Hearn, Renon Matsuyama, Ara Zeflin, and Arisa Ishii. Some big names as well there. So plenty of talent in the early rounds. We'll be heading straight into the round of 32 men's, where there are some big names here too. Dylan Wilcoxon, the QS winner yesterday. Iko Watanabe, Ricky Sato, Weston Hurst. So it's going to be a big day of competition here in the Pro Junior. And tomorrow we'll be having our finalists for the Nias Pro Junior.
Yeah, it's crazy. Just the 2 days. Obviously, some pretty incredible talent as well. We have the quarterfinals for the men on standby for this afternoon after the completion of the men's round of 32. So we'll see if we go in, or is it round of 32? Yeah, round of 32. So we'll see if we go into that quarterfinal or not. This afternoon we'll just monitor the conditions and then go from there. But right now, this is Kenshin Matsunaga up and riding. Nice first turn. He surfed a fair few heats already here at Nias and gets his third turn in, driving through a nice carve. He's patient through here, trying to find another connection. And Kenshin taking this one all the way through to the inside. The conditions have changed a lot from yesterday to today, so he's adapting really well. Gets another turn in there and he kicks out. So Kenshin locks in his first wave. A couple of strong turns on that one.
Yeah, that's definitely going to probably be the best wave of the heat for now. Kenshin just put that board in every section that approached him. So just showing, that he is a really high quality surfer. But just wanted to just say Jordanos Bololo and Bonifacius, wow, what an opportunity to be able to surf against Philip Duke and Kenshin Matsunaga, both two surfers that have had many heats in the past and, have used priority and compete a lot. And they just get to surf their home break with these two guys and just learn from it.
Yeah, it's really cool, and for both Jordanos and Bonifacius, and I think, you know, they've surfed here so much. I'm sure they know this wave a lot. They're probably looking at this one going, no, we really want to take it, but Kenshin had that priority. It's a 6.17 for his first wave. Couple of good turns in, but yeah, it's amazing for both of the locals here and all the locals within the event to be able to surf with the likes of Philip Duke and Kenshin Matsunaga and anyone else in the draw, to kind of just watch them and learn and grow their surfing.
Yeah, so this was a really good wave here from Kenshin. 617, took it all the way down, and you're right, you mentioned that he's been adapting to the conditions. This right now, Bonifacius, wow, good first turn for him. Sets it up again, hits that second one, weaves through this fatter section. Let's see if this wave gives him something to work with on the inside. Looking like he's going to be sticking with it. This wave stands up for him again, wraps it around. So he's taking it all the way down to that inside section, also known as Key's Corner sometimes. And finishes it off nicely, takes to the left, does a backhand turn there. So epic wave for Bonifacius. Wow.
He got a lot of surfing done on that wave. There was lots of turns, good flow, and some good strong moments as well. So Bonifacius just locking in what would be his best score. He only needs a 418 to go to first. So we'll see where that score locks in. I mean, I really liked it. He took it the whole way through, and I thought he was just looking really strong through each turn and each moment of that wave.
Yeah, I agree with you. And a lot of flow throughout that wave. He was he never really lost speed. So it was a good one from Bonifacius. Wow. But yeah, so as you were saying earlier, you know, these surfers all have to adapt, and that's what makes an incredible competitor. The fact that they can change their equipment and change their strategy depending on the waves. And I think Kenshin Matsunaga and Philip Duke, both in the QS, have done that. So they're looking good.
This is Jordanos Bulolo. Nice connection there. Those are bright rails. You can't miss him. And I'm sure it'd be a good to be able to spot him out there for those big, long surf sessions that I'm sure he has. Unfortunately, just gets a little bit caught behind that wave. Bonifacius, his last wave locked in at a 4.5, so he goes straight to Kenshin Matsunaga. Now holds first priority. Philip Duke also has a score to lock in as well. And 11 minutes to go. Jordanos chasing a 3.85. Philip Duke only looking for a small score to go to second. But that 6.17 of Kenshin Matsunaga has him in a really good place right now. And Philip Duke's 6 as well. Two best waves of the heat so far. Let's take a look at this last of Philip.
Oh, good first turn there on a set wave. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get around that section, but he's going to be backing up that 6 nicely. Only a 0.18 to go into an advancing position. So all these surfers want a chance to be in the round of 32. Kenshin Matsunaga now with priority out the back. Still waiting for the scores of Philip and Jordanos to come in. But I think Phillips is going to be a pretty good one. So he's going to go straight to the lead after that one.
Yep, I agree as well. It is a 3.1 for Phillips' last wave. This is Kenshin Matsunaga. Good first connection there for Kenshin. Gets a second turn in. He's a little bit bigger than the rest of the competitors in this heat. A bit stronger. Throws more water. We saw him get third at Cruy. He got a 13th here in the Nias Pro QS 6000. And he's going to lock in another good score. Only needs a small score. I feel like he'll go to first with that.
Yeah, that first turn was really good. A big fan of spray out the back, and that section was pretty meaty. So the judges are going to be eating that up. Kenshin Matsunaga showing that, you know, he's done the rounds. He's been in these heats before, and kind of looking pretty confident. You know, he came off this QS with pretty good results. So he's looking relaxed out there.
Yep, and shows in the scores as well. That last wave is 6.67. Best wave of the heat so far, Giada.
I think also best score of the day. So this first turn was really nice. Sets it up straight for this second one. So I was loving that combination from Kenshin Matsunaga.
Yeah, good two-turn combo. And the judges, again, rewarding quality over quantity. here at the Nias Pro Junior. Got just under 9 minutes to go. Philip Duke is out the back holding first priority. He needs a 6.84 to go to first, or just to better a 3.1 to make it harder for Bonifacius Wow and Jordanos Bulolo. And Bonifacius chasing a 4.61, Jordanos chasing a 6.77 with 8.5 minutes to go. We saw Bonifacius in the Nias QS as well, unfortunately getting knocked out in that first round, but would have been a great experience for him.
Yeah, like we said, going up against some of the best in the world is not easy, but it is a great learning curve. This right now, Philip Duke, good first turn there, perhaps it around again, and a bit in the face of this wave, so not a super easy wave, but he's been doing great. Nonetheless, this one pushes the tail there on the inside, unfortunately just goes over the back of it, but wanting to improve on the 310. Is currently in second. Bonifacius Wow pretty close behind. 7 minutes 40 on the clock. I just saw the ladies getting ready to surf their heat. Yumari Hearn in white, Renan Matsuyama in blue, Ara Zeflin in white, and Arisa Ishii in green.
It's going to be a really good heat, I think, this next one. And Mari, she was also in the QS as well. She got a 17th there, and then we saw Renan get a 9th in the QE Pro Junior. I think Renan, Alan, and Arisa are all ranked 9th on the Asia Pro Junior rankings right now, and Imari is 7th. So, yeah, it's a battle for them right now to get into that semi-final. It's only top 2 that move through, and we'll see the semi-finalists tomorrow for the women. But right now, Kenshin and Philip are progressing on through into the round of 32 for the men. We'll see if Bonifacius and Jordanos can get the scores they require, chasing a 4.61 and a 6.77 respectively, with just on 6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, just a bit of insight on Imari coming up in the next heat. I just wanted to bring up that she's such a talented surfer. I think a really good all-rounded surfer. She has recently not only been training for contests a lot, but she loved when the waves are big as well. She, I've seen her get some crazy barrels. We went to a trip a year ago now, to HDs, and she showed no fear. It was like 12 foot and firing. But yeah, so Imari gonna be a girl that adapts quickly, and someone who adapts quickly as well is Philip Duke, wanting to improve that 310. This is a good looking wave. Gets it all the way down to the inside. We'll see if he does something a little more explosive, looking like he's setting up to do so, and finishes it off really nicely. So that was Philip Duke in second, wanting to back up that 6. A 310 is what he currently has, but a wave as well for Bonifacius Wow. Not sure if it was a keeper or not, but 5.5. So pressure's on now for blue and white.
Yep, the pressure is on for sure. 4.61 for Bonifacius. I mean, hopefully we'll see what he did on that last wave. It's not a huge score. He's already locked in that 4.5, so we know that he can get there. Jordanos chasing a 6.77. We got just over 5 minutes. He's having a look at this one with second priority. Gets his first turn in, floats it, air drops down. Needs to race around this one to try and get back onto the open face, which he does. Driving through a little carve there, and this wave starts to fatten out, but he knows that it's going to steepen up on the inside. Nice connection. And unfortunately, that wave just fattens out. You could see maybe a little bit of frustration there for Jordanos, but he'll have plenty of time to get back out there and try and challenge for that 6.77 or make it a little bit smaller.
Yeah, so with conditions like this, the paddle back out is not so long. So it's easier to get back out there, and we'll see a lot more consistency maybe in the wave count. But yeah, again, like the conditions has changed so much. It's dropped a little. I think tomorrow, looking at the forecast, it will pick up a little bit. Hopefully we won't have this onshore, I think, because it rained this morning. So it's looking a little grindy, but it's still fun.
Yeah. Yeah, the Pro Juniors, they're making it look fun out there, for sure. So, waiting on these scores, 4 minutes to go. hopefully tomorrow we wake up and we see little snippets of what we saw from the last few days of competition here at the Nias Pro. We've moved into the Pro Junior division. A couple of heats to get through today, maybe about 13 to potentially 17 if we run the quarterfinals. But if the conditions are looking a little bit better tomorrow, who knows where we'll get to. Still waiting on these scores for blue and white, though, with 3.5 minutes to go. They're important numbers, a 4.61 for Bonifacius and a 6.77 for Jordanus. I don't know if Jordanus will get the score that he's looking for, but maybe his last will go into the top 2. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, so Bonifacius' last wave of 5.33 goes straight to second. It is now Philip Duke looking for a 3.83 to go back into an advancing position with just under 3 minutes remaining. Now pressure's on green and white, waiting for one more of Jordanus. Comes in at a 1.90, so it doesn't factor into his top 2. But a priority is with red and blue, so... Yeah, Philip looking could be in a dangerous position right now.
Yeah, wow, a 3.83. It's not a big score, but he's going to get back out there with 4th priority with 2.5 minutes to go. That is, yeah, as you said, Jada, that's a dangerous position to be in. So hopefully a wave rolls through in the next 2.5 minutes and he's able to complete it and get at least 1 or 2 good turns in there. And I feel like that will get the score, the 3.83 he's looking for, but Bonifacius at 5.33 locks in for his last wave. We still are yet to see it, so hopefully we can get eyes on it soon. But yeah, that's his best wave of the heat so far.
All right, so Philip taking a look at this one. A 3.83 is not a big requirement. This is a smaller inside one. Let's see what he does. Good first opening turn there. Hits it again. I'm liking those 2 turns. They're a little more critical and like really in the pocket surfing. He is going to be taking this one all the way to the kiddies corner, perhaps it around again. So he'll be hoping for a little more to work with on the inside with 1.5 minutes. Philip Duke, 3.83 is his requirement.
Wow, taking this one all the way through. He's really milking it right now. Those first 2 turns were pretty good at that. Gets another connection in there. He's taking this one all the way through. His legs must be almost burning right now and finishes it off strong. So Philip chasing a 3.83. It's in the hands of the judges right now. It's never a nice feeling to, be needing a score with 1 minute to go. And it's like, okay, well, that's my last chance. Do I get another opportunity? Am I going to get the score? This is live action. Quick in and out for Jordanus. Unfortunately, not this going to be the 7.5 he's looking for, but maybe another opportunity for Bonifacius, wow, with 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the last of green to come in, looking like Kenshin Matsunaga, the current heat leader, caught a wave. This is live action. Nice turn there. Really pushes the tail. Bit of a victory lap here for Kenshin Matsunaga. 7.51 is what Bonifacius is looking for, so that's a pretty decent score. Last 20 seconds. He'll be taking this one all the way down to the inside, but Philip Duke still waiting on that last score of green. 3.83, not a big requirement. It was a smaller wave, so that could probably go against him, but it's all down to the judges now. The last of Kenshin Matsunaga doesn't go into his top 2. We're still waiting for that last one of Philip Duke to come in. Really important score. This is a replay of it, so a 3.83 is his requirement. I really like the first 2 turns here. What do you think?
Yeah, I do too as well, Giada. I feel like that's where a bulk of the scores will come from. Let's see. I mean, a 3.83, there's a lot of downtime here. He's weaving his way through to the inside, and we know he gets a couple of good turns on this inside. It's just this downtime that would be a bit frustrating for Philip. He's looking out the back, seeing if there was another opportunity. A 3.83, it's going to be really close, Giada.
Yeah, we have to think it has to be a 4 practically.
Yeah.
So a couple of the judges have to give him a 4. I mean, he surfed it really well. I just think that the wave was probably not at the highest potential, but he didn't have too much of a choice as he had 4th priority. So it's going to be a really close call here for Philip Duke.
Wow. Still waiting on these scores. It's going to be, for Philip, nerve-wracking times as well for Bonifacius. Wow. Because this could mean with him either making that next round or not, and no scores locked in yet for Philip Duke. You can see that is the heat winner, Kenshin Matsunaga, on screen there. He got a 6.67 and a 6.17, so 2 good scores, and gets the win. But this last one of Philip will be really, really close.
Yeah, it's if it's not the number, it might be just under. But I did like those first 2 turns. He really, it was really quick and in the pocket. So, yeah, you're right. It'll be the majority of the points will be from those first 2 turns.
Wow.
Judges taking a really hard think of this. Important scores to come through for Philip Duke. Bonifacius out the back, probably wondering. There we have it. The last of Philip Duke, a 4.17. He goes straight to second place. Congratulations to Kenshin Matsunaga and Philip Duke. With that, we're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys soon.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint. Agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Welcome back to the Nias Pro Junior Day 1. And we have the women out there now. Imari Hearn in the red, Renon Matsuyama in the blue, Aura Zeflin or Alin in the white, and Arisa Ishii out there in the green. I'm True Starling, and joining me in this heat is Mark Clifton. Mark, we've had a bit of action already this morning, but obviously changing conditions from the last few days.
It is, but it's got Grom stuff written all over it. There's still plenty of waves out there, although it's light on shore. The ramps are available. For sure, we're going to see that taken advantage of once we get to the round of 32. It's a real legit heat round coming up after we get to a pretty high-powered women's heat right here. When you look at these names, that is a tough heat for your first round as a Pro Junior women's, right?
Oh, yeah. It's such a stacked heat. Imari is ranked 7 on the Asia Pro Junior rankings at the moment. Renon, Allen, and Arisa are all ranked 9th right now. We saw Imari get a 17th at the Nias QS 6000. She had a great event. And then Renon got a 33rd, Allen a 25th, and Arisa also got a 33rd. But we saw them all in the Crewy Pro Junior as well, where Imari got a 7th, and then Aura, Allen, and Renon all got 9th. The Crewy Pro Junior there, they had some great results as well. It was amazing to see them surfing, but it's a very, very stacked heat to start off for the women. And then whoever is top 2 will be moving on through to the semi-finals.
Semis, wow, that quick, just like that. 13 heats booked for today. This is effectively heat 5, everybody. I saw Imari warm up this morning. She was ripping. She got some really good waves out there, linked it up. I think the wind's even backed off a smidge from earlier, so
hope so.
I think it has. It sort of looks like it from outside. I was just sitting over there watching from the keyhole area. It's a great view from side on, watching that last heat, and people like Kenshin and Philip Duke. Philip got through on the last wave, is that right?
Yeah, he got through. He needed a 3.83 and then ended up getting a 4.17, so got second. But someone who dominated from start to finish in that heat was Kenshin Matsunaga. He's down there ready for a chat.
All right, I'm here with Kenshin. Congratulations. That was looking like a hard heat. How are the conditions?
Yeah, it was
onshore, and then but wave was so rippable for me, and then I got couple waves mid of the heat, so I'm so happy to make it. Yeah.
The conditions changed a lot. Did your equipment change also?
No, it's normal board. I use it last QS also. Yeah.
All right. Well, is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family in Japan watching?
いや、また今日あると思うんで頑張ります。おめでとうございます。
Here is your bang bang. Congratulations. We'll see you in the round of 32. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Giada, and thank you, Kenshin. Getting a win in that last heat, catching a couple of waves. His first two was 6.17. Second wave was 6.67.
Doesn't surprise me. Look at the size of the dude. He's a big unit.
Yeah.
Can't believe he's still a junior. He couldn't get out of there quick enough with that interview because he's very shy, a man of few words, but we saw him blowing up big time in the men's QS. So he's one of those dudes that just loves, just lets his surfing do the talking.
Yeah.
And, he's just riding his regular shooter through this juniors event as well. So this is opening with a 4.5 here. So this is Aura. Another one of the Mentawai gang. Looking pretty sharp out there. I was just got stuck. I was a little bit late stepping in here, True. I was just having a chat with Ray Wilcoxon about yesterday and, feeling the stoke off Dadsy, rolling off the back of Dylan. And he said, I said, was there any partying last night? He said, no, I was so tired. I went to bed early. Dylan went to bed early in the afternoon. He said he's still there sleeping now because it was just such a big, I guess, emotional day that when you're on that sort of highs, it can tax you from the inside. And he's really feeling it today. So, the young man, we had good chats about yesterday. And, Ray was just, he couldn't stop smiling. Best day of his life, you reckon?
Oh, so full of emotion as well yesterday, wasn't it? There was tears. There was obviously lots of smiling. But yeah, it was pretty special to just even feel all of that energy there between all of the competitors and everyone holding Dylan. It was so special. Hope he gets out of bed soon, though. He's got a heat coming up. He's in heat number 6 of the round with Ricky Tomoshige, Rendra Attard, and then Suwadiman Duha as well. That's going to be heat number 6. We're going to see him out there for heat 6 of the Pro Junior, which will be pretty exciting.
I know, and when you look at the names that are in the draw, it's kind of a bit of a mini rerun of the big show, the 6,000, because so many juniors are able to surf again. It's under 21 division. It's you can see the Japanese, all the Indonesians can go in it. Anyone who's in the legit Asian region can go in it. I don't think the Australians are allowed to enter. It's not dual sanctioned, but if you're a legit Asian region Pro Junior, you're in. So a lot of the crew that were here, they double dip, they back it up, and they're doing it in the Pro Juniors. And the next round, there's some huge names coming up. So I think we are going to throw to a break, and we're going to have a look at highlights of day 5. Okay, everybody, and welcome back to the Nias Pro for day 5 of action. We're going to be starting shortly with women's quarterfinals, so we have 4 of those to roll out. Men's quarterfinals, it's a pretty short program today, so if I was you, I would tune in and watch day 5 of the Nias Pro. Cheers.
The waves coming through. It's not as good as yesterday, but really rippable. So frothing. Stoked to take it.
Yeah,
so.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the scene here at Sorake Beach, Lagundry Bay, South Nias. A light puffy onshore has been left over from a bit of a storm that hit us last night. It rained a fair bit. It got pretty windy. A few of the banners sort of got ruffled during the night and moved around a little bit. But we're here with Pro Junior action. It was always billed as day 7 and 8 to roll out our Pro Juniors. So we're sticking to that format, and we have 13 heats to roll out today. We're looking at heat 5, and right now Aura Zeppelin is leading with a 4.50. Imari's only got one little number there, and we're waiting for our Japanese competitors to get their groove on and start their campaigns. 25-minute matchups all day today, and we've been talking about this endlessly, that this next round of Pro Juniors for the men's, which starts in 14.5 minute, is going to be featuring a big fella by the name of Weston Hurst. He's leading the pack out in red. We've got Joaquin Riberos, we've got Gede Nenga and Nathan Johannes, who progressed through that very first heat this morning. But a lot of big names coming through, guys. We'll get to them when we get to their heats, but none bigger than the winner of yesterday's QS 6000, Dylan Wilcoxon, coming up in heat 6. All right, the drone cam is zoned in on somebody. This is looking like the surfer in green.
Yeah, this is Arisa Ishii up and into this one. She's waiting for it to load up. She gets that first turn, unfortunately catches a bit of rail, extends a bit much, so regroups out behind her. That is Renon Matsuyama up. This is her first wave. Nice first turn connection. She's got a good looking bowl ahead of her. Unfortunately, also grabs a little bit of rail there. So conditions are a little bit tricky right now, Mark, a little bit hard to navigate.
Yeah, that was unfortunate because those two waves just ran out of puff really quick, and a lot of them don't. Like right where the surfer in green was just doing her turn, the surfer in blue actually, sometimes you get a big wrap cut back in right there, and the energy doesn't die, and you can get a really nice inside bit that kind of grows and offers another 2 or 3 worthy kind of moves that are definitely worth investigating when you've had half a heat chip away with no real big numbers. But that set, it happens sometimes at this size that they run out of puff right as soon as they hit the channel. So that was a little bit unlucky there for the Japanese surfers as they just kicked off their campaigns. They're up against Imari, who's representing Great Britain, and also Aura, who is out of the mentor-wise part of that clan. Let's have a look at red right here. So Imari, she had a pretty good warm-up this morning. And, yeah, quality surfing. She knows how to attract numbers from the judges. We'll still get a pretty good score, I reckon, based on that one hit. And let's see what the young surfer in blue can bring this time.
Yeah, this is Arisa Ishii in the green, I think, and she gets a good first turn. That's a better connection there for Arisa. Driving through another one. She's got a good-looking wall ahead of her here. Lays into a rail once again. We saw White or Zeppelin or Alien out the back. Arisa gets a good turn in as she kicks out. Alien driving through a couple of searing backhand carves as she kicks out of that one. And then behind, there's a flurry of waves right now. Renon Matsuyama.
Yeah, good hit there by Renon. So a useful set. You could just see the quality that sort of started happening on the inside as well. So that's one of these sets that hold their power through onto the reef. Generally, when you're having free surfs, you'll know this true, you kind of surf them all the way through and you just go, oh, well, that'll do. I'm in now. And you surf your way into the reef. And you can get a lot of moves in there on any given day. When it's even smaller than this, it still just runs forever in there. It's kind of good fun. Kitty's corner, but it's kind of more than that at times. It's just so much fun. So there we go. The scoreboard is going to look much more respectable once these 4 scores drop. Everybody's starting to step it up a little bit here now and just feeling out the rhythm of this ocean. Really all staking a claim to be the top 2 to get through into the semi-finals.
Yeah. Big that would be a big result for all of these women. That was a really strong connection there for Imari. She had a great result at the Nias Pro QS 6000, getting a 17th. And then this is Arissa Ishii getting a 33rd in the QS. She's already had a heat out here or two. And gets a nice carve in there. We are still waiting for all of these scores to lock in. And wow, that was a really strong deep bottom turn for Arissa.
This will be a really good number. The judges take notes of all those, proper manoeuvres. Digging deep off the bottom is a solid manoeuvre. Big connections off the top is probably the main theory. Just bearing your rail and looking strong and finding quality sections is part of being a good surfer, reading the ocean. It's how you get the numbers off the judges. So sometimes it's luck, but sometimes the best surfers can keep it coming time and time again.
Yeah, that was a good first turn for Renon Matsuyama with 10 and a bit minutes to go. Having a look at this bonsai replay of her last wave, it's still yet to lock in. Gets another connection, and then that's where we see, unfortunately, she comes unstuck. Maybe didn't need to do that turn before that, a bit of a flow killer, but she just locked in a 3.63, 5.83 for this lady right here for her last wave. She's up and into another one, just a little bit caught behind though.
Yep, so Imari, 5.83 off one turn. So the judges are sending that message to her that just more of the same, please. Just a strong belt on a solid top to bottom section. Didn't do anything else on that wave, so it's always quality over quantity. So I think Green has still got a number to come. I like what she did on her wave.
Yeah, I did too. I thought it was a really well surfed wave. I thought she read it well, did what she needed to do. She's up and into another one right as we speak of her, and driving through a first carve, a little bit of a flatter section, and she kicks out. So Mark, have you had a look at the forecast for what we might be seeing tomorrow?
I believe it's going to ramp up, is what I'm hearing. And me sticking around for a week, I was always interested in the back end of this 8 days of our running period, and then I'm starting to keep my eyes on it. But I've just heard from one of the local boys that's going to do some surfing once the event's over again, along with myself. That it does seem to be something coming starting tomorrow.
Wow!
So the juniors could finish in fine style out here.
That is very exciting. I'd love to see some big tubes for Pro Junior Finals Day tomorrow with 8.5 minutes to go in this one. Let's take another look at this last wave of Arlene. On her backhand, she gets a 4.43. I think actually this might be her third wave. And she kicks out of there. So that's her third wave. She has another score to lock in. She has a 4.5 and a 4.43 out in front right now. And I honestly would have had no idea that there was a storm last night.
Yeah.
If I didn't wake up this morning and see lots of puddles and, the banners kind of flying a little bit everywhere this morning while everyone's trying to get it back to normal, I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, well, it happens quite often in this neck of the woods. And, that's why we've got this little light onshore airflow.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to bring some swell with it, though. That's the good news. So Aura, a 5.07 for her last effort. She looks like a mini version of Imari when she gets up. She uses a rails well, and she just does strong surfing.
Yeah.
All right, so the 5.07, I agree, good deal. Even throwing away a mid-4, a 4.43 is a wave that's not included. There's our next bunch of gangsters heading out to the keyhole. That is Westernhurst there in the red. In the blue is Joaquin Riveros, and in the green is Nathan Joannis, who got through this morning. And here we go. Everybody that's ever surfed Nias will remember the yellow brick road here out to the keyhole.
Mm-hmm.
Here goes the boys, kind of trying to maintain their poker face, but this is green.
Yep, Arissa Ishii, she's locked in a 4 and a 1.5. This wave needs to be a 2.51 for her to get up into second. Couple of connections there for Arissa. Leaning into the rail once again. She's got a smooth style, connects it a little bit better. Flying down the line and gets around that section, but unfortunately it fattens out a little bit, catches some rail. So she got a fair bit of damage done prior to that, though.
She does quality bottom turns to set up her top turn attack. And, she, as we mentioned earlier, it's a pretty tough heat. All right, we're going to lose two of these young ladies. And from what we've seen over this morning's, men's rounds and into this, this, ladies could hold their heads high because they're surfing it really well for the fact that it's onshore and it's small and it's got, you know, fat sections and dead bits in it, but they're connecting it pretty well and they're kind of all competing well here as well. So it's a no given as to who gets through.
Yeah.
Here is Amari.
Wow.
Yep, she's kind of doing some of the better hits though of the heat on bigger sections. So that's what's got her into second. She's being seriously challenged. Oh, she's dropped into third. She needs a second decent wave. A score is about to come though for Amari.
Yeah, she's got that 5.83 on her second wave. It was just for one hit. I think this last one will be in a similar kind of range to that. It was a strong connection. It's starting to lock in. She'll definitely get the score to go to second. Locks in at a 5.37. So Imari moves up into first place. Alin down in second, needs a 6.13 to go to first. Arisa Ishii now chasing a 5.2. And Renon Matsuyama looking for a 5.94 to go up into second place with 5 minutes remaining. This is such a stacked first heat for the women's.
Yeah, looking at these numbers, you know, no one's failed. They're all kind of having a good piece of it. It's only 1.2 separating second and third. Renan there is probably still searching pretty hard for a 5.94, but it's got to just get her best surfing happening shortly. We're just dropped under 5 minutes. Fortunately for her in blue, she does have priority, so that's a good thing. The two goofies are leading up there, and I've been not surprised, but I've been entertained by this four-person matchup. Thanks, ladies.
Yeah, definitely. It's been some really strong surfing. This is Arlen up and into this one. She needs to better a 4.5. Good first turn there for Arlen, driving through another one. And she's waiting for this one to stand up. Gets a nice connection in there. Staying close to the pocket. If she can finish this, it might just go into a top two with 4 minutes to go. She kicks out, and that was a good wave there for Arlen.
One of those little growers. Just got it done. First hit for me was probably the best part of that deal. Yeah, you know, she milked it. 4 moves. That's all right. Trying to improve a 4.5 to extend onto second. Don't think it goes anywhere near the 6.13 because Imari's just been doing the strongest moves. She's got a bit more leverage with her height and the way she uses her technique. So let's have a look at this again. But she does look like a mini Imari when she goes top to bottom. Let's have a look. Boom, that was pretty sick.
That was really strong.
Yeah. And then there was a lot of weaving, and this is, you know, where the ocean just holds its flow through that dead patch. She had another opportunity down there, maybe just needed to throw the board perhaps a little steeper if possible on that end section, but I think all the score basically is going to come from that first turn.
Yeah, it locks in at a 4.13, so it doesn't go into a top two. She still has a 5.07 and a 4.5. This is Renon Matsuyama, chasing a 5.94, driving through another nice carve there for Renon. And she kicks out. Unfortunately, that wave just not really offering a lot, and it's right now wave selection is key in these tricky conditions, it seems.
Sure is, because the judges want to see those belts that Amari's been able to produce purely because she's had bigger sections. She's probably done almost the least amount of surfing in this heat, but is leading, all right? So that's the message the judges are sending. Pro Juniors, it's still a big deal. There is a Pro Junior Championship on the line. There's qualification ramifications in the Pro Junior Tour. So they're all here for a simple reason. They've now got a second bite at competing. There's still points on offer for a whole different category of ranking. And there's also prize money. And we're going to have a look at the best score again of Imari.
Yeah, this was a really good one-turner, Mark. I really loved that drive off the bottom. Such a strong connection. 5.83 for that wave of Imari's. Judges rewarding that commitment. This was a 5.37. I also really like this turn. You can see it's a smaller wave, but drives through it with heaps of speed, and that's the kind of surfing we've been seeing her doing all week. It's what got her a 17th at the Nias Pro. And yeah, as you're saying, there's Pro Junior Championships on the line right now. We saw Bronson Mady take it out for the men, Luana Silva for the women, but it was Kana Nakashio who was a part of this region as well, who got second at the WSL Pro Juniors World Championships last year, and this is
Wave number 3 for Imari.
Wow.
So previously, she'd done 2 turns for 11.20 total. Now she's got to link up because she's running out of time. This is when you stay on these little corneries and ride them all the way to the reef. So this is what we're talking about. That track there, it still keeps going. It's you could always just ride yourself straight onto the rocks just about, and 5 steps later, you're on the footpath. It's a pretty easy way to surf Lagundry Bay. It's kind of, you can backdoor it with the keyhole. You paddle across, don't even get your hair wet. You can always ride your last wave straight to the beach, and you don't use much energy getting in or out of the lineup. 40 seconds. So that wave may not bother the positions too much. Imari looking like she will win. Aura Zeflin at this stage trying to fend off the 2 Japanese. They need some pretty decent totals. They've both got to do their best surfing right now. We're down to 25. Next heat is the first heat of the men's round of 32. Saw Westernhurst psyching up here in the restaurant. I'm sure Troy, maybe his mum is there listening in and watching down in Bali.
We saw a 3.07 lock in for that last wave of Imari. So that doesn't go into a top 2. It looks like Imari Hearn taking out the first heat for the women. Alan Zeflin coming in second. Arisa Ishii in third. And Renon Matsuyama bowing out in fourth. Don't go anywhere. We are moving into the men's round of 32, heat 1. It's going to be a big one. We'll be right back.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
All right, there are our first 4 surfers in the matchup, the round of 32, heat 1. I'm Mark Clifton. I'm welcomed by Di Wacko. Back with me, Di. This is a pretty solid heat when you look at this.
Definitely. We have Westernhurst in red, Joe Quinn, Riveros in blue, Jared Nengas Suyana Adia in white, Nathan Johannes.
Who won the first heat this morning.
This is a good matchup. Westernhurst, he was on fire at Karui. That's I remember.
He was
his
also
name.
on fire here. He does big turns. We got some small waves, but we got some ramps, and I know that he knows how to boost. So let's have a look at blue here. Let's stay with Joaquin's first wave. Not a lot going on there. There are some opportunities out there. Those young ladies in that last heat, they found their chances, and here is the surfer Westernhurst out of Lakey but living in Bali. He's riding an epoxy carbon craft here this morning. You can see his quality. He's the real deal, this young guy. He's only 16 as well. Hangs around with Bronson and Varun and trains in Bali. His old man makes his board. So good morning, Troy, and the team out there in his factory.
Wow, that was
ripping start.
Yeah, definitely ripping start. Great start for Westernhurst. Nothing big turns, but that was great connection between turns.
Oh, from what we've seen today, I'm calling some of them pretty big turns. he really went top to bottom.
Yeah.
You know, he's one of those guys that doesn't fluff around. He always likes to use his power base, his size. He's always loves being on rail, and if he's not on rail, he's in the air or on a foam ball.
Yep, in the tube. But wow, straight away, 7.0 for the last of Westernhurst. That is a super great, start of this first run.
And as we have started off in fine fashion, we'd like to see the Bonsoy replay of that last wave of Westerns and just have a look where he puts his craft of his, the epoxy.
So they pretty much bring all the surfboards, right? So like 4 or 5 surfboards for bigger waves, small waves, condition like this.
And in weaker surf, as you would know, Di, it's a big advantage to have an epoxy somewhere in your quiver, because if the surf does get small and mushy, etc., or you're going to a beach break or whatever, I'm pretty certain anybody wannabe pros or pros themselves have a packing at least an EPS somewhere in their kit, an epoxy. All right.
Epoxy or carbon should be great on this kind of condition.
It's a little bit choppy out there, but I noticed the wind has backed off a smidge since this morning, mate. So, you know, we've got a big draw ahead of us. I've been harping on about it the whole way, but I'd like you to glance through that draw. And there's a lot of Japanese surfers in this Pro Junior Men's. Would you like to highlight some? Let's just have a look at this first. We'll get to that. But this is Westernhurst, everybody. Took the high line there just to get to this section. Gave it a nice whip. Really strong, powerful second maneuver there on a good section. And then he hung in there. So this is what a 7-point ride looks like. Just a little bit of rail work out there in the channel. Out he goes.
Definitely great surfing from Westernhurst. Locked in 7.00 for the first wave. But in the next seat, we have Hiroto Mori and Theo Redcliffe. It's a good matchup. And you can see Yuma Nagasawa is in heat 3, the sniper. Then we have Riki Sato. The Krui Pro Junior winner, Iko Watanabe, is in the heat number 4. But while we have a break in action, we're going to go ahead over to True for the heat post interview.
Thanks, guys. Imari, firstly, the Pro Junior. The conditions have changed a little bit from the last few heats you surfed in the QS.
Yeah, they have. It's been a bit windy and messy, but yeah, I got a couple.
Into the semi-finals with your good friend Alan in that last heat. Your backhand was looking really strong, getting your 2 best scores off one turn.
Yeah, it was good to get those scores. I just tried to go vertical and yeah, just landed them.
We've been here for quite a while. It's day 7 of the Nias Pro. We're into the Pro Juniors. What have you been doing to kind of maintain your excitement for this event?
I think it's like, personally, I like to just listen to chill music before my heat. I don't listen to really like upbeat ones. That works for me, but I think it's different for everyone.
I'm sure you have lots of friends or family at home watching. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Thank you to my sponsors. Thank you to my parents. And yeah, I'm excited for my next heat.
Well, we'll give you some bang bang power for the semi-finals. We'll take it back to you guys.
Thank you, True. Imari Hearn had a great heat in the last heat. I didn't watch all the heat.
Well, speaking of watch, Westernhurst, quick up and down, so won't bother. The score is right there. But I was listening to your list just a moment ago. A name that caught my attention, Iko Watanabe, who won down there in Krui in this particular division.
Right.
And what heat's he in?
Heat number 4 against Kahea, Ishiki, and Teddy.
All right, a quick up and down there for Nathan.
It'll be a good heat number 4. And I see the name Centaro, Jaden Wilcoxon, heat number 5. But on screen, Westernhurst. Nice first time. A lot of spray. Nice strong turns from Westernhurst.
Maybe just overpowered the section and fell off. But no biggie. He's got a 7. This man in white now weaving around Soraya Aditya. So let's see what he finds on the inside. So that's Barlon. Right. Yep, Mate Barlon, I think.
And also we have Dylan Wilcoxon in heat 6. That's a massive heat.
Oh my God, off yesterday's high.
Right.
I'm sure I said to Ray, I was having a chat with Ray down there earlier, and I said, you know, if the world didn't know Dylan Wilcoxon before yesterday, that story's going to go a long way around the globe, because it's such a good story, out of the small, sleepy little islands there in the Mentawai to winning a blockbuster event here at Nias that everybody knows Nias, and I'm sure the name Dylan Wilcoxon worldwide.
Yeah. And he's only 16 years old. So
just turned. And there's another 16-year-old on our screen right there in Western. All right. So Lucy was 15. She won yesterday. So, you know, the youngsters are really stepping up. So this is Made. Just weaving around. He got a pretty ordinary wave there. He's much better than that. So our stage is set for these guys to blow up a little bit harder at the back end. There's a couple of locals, I'd imagine, there up against Western, a couple of boys out of Bali. There's Tippy Jabrick there in the white shirt, just overseeing proceedings. He's one of the godfathers of the Asian tour here, because he's the one that's done most of the hard work to pull off these events and attending big meetings and sourcing sponsors and liaising with government crew. So thanks, Tippy, giving a lot of these surfers a lifeline as a comp surfer.
You know, I'm so great that we have the Nias Pro is back this year. We are not too sure that it's gonna be on or not in the last minute, and they decided the event will be on. So I'm just grateful to have this event again.
There's Luke Studer there and Kevin Wow on his phone. Philip Duke right there also just behind the photographer. They're all sitting out the front of the Hash and Family Surf Camp. Anybody that's ever been here to the point knows where this is located. It's pole position. It's got a great veranda, which is where the judges are set up just above us. And they get to see the whole reef. Nothing escapes their view from up there. It's a pretty primo location. So let's have a look now here at Blue.
Up and riding, trying to come around the section, but unfortunately just shut down on. So not major score for man in blue. Joe Quinn is a seated surfer, but at the back.
Green over the handlebars, Nathan. So a little bit less experience shining through here for blue and green. And you'll see a lot of that. Well, you'll see some of that because a lot of these kids don't really surf events much. This guy does. You'll see a clear difference here.
Wow.
Big upside blast, down blast there by Westernhurst. He knows how to get it done when he's got the rashi on, and that's what I was talking about earlier. He doesn't mess around. When he sees a section, it's always flat out attack. He's going to repeat it. Boom. Crunch time there for Western.
It was strong 2 turns from Westernhurst.
Well, excellent surfing for me. Excellent.
Definitely. He'll be backing up the 700 nicely with that last ride, or that'll be
his top score for sure. That was so sick. Big, heavy blast. It was so good. I can't wait to see it again on the Bonsoir replays. We'll give him a moment to cue it up.
Maybe we like to comparing the first wave and then last wave.
That was just had gold written all over it. 2 big sections, not much in between. Doesn't matter when you're capable of doing surfing like that and back yourself on huge sections. Yeah, that'll be the scale now for this round. I'm tipping. As if his 7 wasn't good enough to set a scale. I think this is a new scale.
Definitely. Here he is. This is the last of Westernhurst. Nice first sun here. Fin blast. And I love how he just stayed composed there and tried to come around a section. And he knew there's going to be another section to hit. So there you go. I love the last sun as well. And he likes it too.
All right. So we're just waiting that number. We're at half-time in Heat 1 of the round of 32 of the men. So we've got 7 more heats of today's action for day 7 of the Nias Pro. And I know yesterday, Wacko, you had the tail of your board sawn off by somebody that ran clean over you. So what are you going to get up to for the rest of the day? Can you go surfing, or what are you going to do?
Well, I'm looking for if someone can just rent me one board to go surf. I'll be stoked to be back in the water because I only caught 1 wave yesterday.
It was good fun out there too.
Yeah.
The 7.5 locks in for Western. So went just short of excellence. But that's a big statement by the young man. 14.50 2-wave total. Got everyone comboed. So Johannes there in the green, still holding on to a sketchy second spot. You see Mate Barlon. Pretty sure that's him in the white.
Southern White up and riding.
Maybe it's not. No, it's a different dude.
Well, that was a nice first turn.
Anyway, let's stick with him. The drone cam in his face here, winding up.
Wow, that is a good-looking wave. He got all the way to the inside and kicks out there, but that was great surfing from man in white.
Yep, that'll be enough to hold on to second for the time being. Let's watch Nathan, who was in second.
Nice. Ooh, that was really unfortunate. But the first and the second turn was great.
These are the moments those slightly less experienced crew just need to hold on and realise how critical things like that are. Because you'd already done one pretty good turn, and if you can feel that you've done something good early, maybe just hold on and ride out and finish and maybe connect something else. And your best way of upgrading your totals and giving yourself the best chance of progressing. But I think White's number either way will probably put the clamps on green and blue a little bit. It'll be a pretty good score.
He did couple damage at the back as well. So we are still waiting for the last White, but comes in at a 4.67, enough to go into the second. And the green needs 4.8 and blue needs 5.1. Well, decent score for the green and blue's requirement, but here is blue has first priority and upper end riding need 5.10. Nice first turn to start with, gets a second turn in, so nice combination from Southern Blue. Joaquin Riveros.
All right, and a big paddle now for green, so the boys are realising the urgency of what's happening here. Listening to the numbers, green's got a good bit of pep in his step here. Needs to just probably find a steeper section on the inside here. Generally, it does stand up a little bit. That was pretty good. Something else here, keeping his flow alive and well. And tagging it a few more times. So Nathan was the winner of our first heat at 8 o'clock this morning. And he's carried over a bit of form into that wave there. That was his best surfing we've seen this heat. And he looked, he really showed us that smooth style in the first heat this morning. We took note that there was a bit to like about his casualness and his flow, and that was pretty evident right then.
Right, that was a great surfing from Nathan Johannes. It'll be a great exchange in between green and red.
So Weston just biding his time out the back. He's done some pretty big work early on here on his backhand. He's found two good waves. He's got a little throwaway number in between those, which won't factor in too much, because when he's found a good one, he always goes big, and I love it. Board's looking really good, Troy. His old man makes these crafts, and whatever he's got under his feet is definitely on point. Might have to ask him, because I think I'll be getting the post heat with Weston. Numbers are in. What are they, mate?
So 3.37 for the last of blue Joe Queen, and this is the replay of last of white. Comes in 4.67. So now white is in the second place, and the last of green comes in 3.30. So not enough to go into the second.
That was a pretty spicy move we just saw there from White. So although it was really well surfed, his best turn sort of happened towards the back end of his ride. This is the flow that we were talking about when we watched Nathan this morning, right? So he makes it look easy.
Definitely beautiful connection in between turns, and try to wait for the section to stand up for him. And it gets nice tilts and combo from there. So this wave comes in 3.30.
Yeah, compared to the work that White did, I guess a little bit under. And then compared to the big heavy hitting of Weston, everything is well under. So the judges use those comparisons to separate their numbers. And they will remember these first waves of Westons as the scale for this round, because we're going to see some insane stuff in the next 7 heats.
Right.
We're probably going to see some air time. We're watching Aditya here, attack wave number 3. Chipping away on some scrappy, foamy sections. Those sort of sections don't really interest the judges too much. But here is Weston. He's found something he likes.
A nice looking wave, and Nice off the bottom. Wow, gets a rotation and right out of it. So there's another big turn from Westernhurst. Just one turn, but a solid turn, definitely.
And green now comes to play. So let's have a look at Nathan. Quick up and down right there. Love that approach from Western. We're going to see more aerial antics today. We're going to see more of that innovative and progressive side of surfing because we've got a lot of Team Japan filtered through the draw. We have Dylan, who we know is an air master. And we know Western. I know Western is always keen to explore the airspace on his backhand. So let's have another look at this big blast here. This will be great. This will be a sick angle.
Right. Here he is. He's just eyeing for this section and gets the tail high in the air and gets the rotation. So that was great technique from Westernhurst.
I think his back foot might have even come off the board for a moment. So if the judges zoomed in on that replay, he mightn't actually get too much for this because it was almost like a fall but a great recovery in the foam. Right. Either way, it was a highlight for me. You could see his intentions were pretty clear as soon as he hit that. He rotated really hard directly to give himself a chance of pulling that move off. It's up to the judges what they consider a completion and where their harshness is for the pro juniors. I still really liked it. He's definitely on point here. He's setting a mean standard. Loving it.
Not too sure if it's going to be his best two score, but he's already locked in 7 and 7.5, but definitely it'll be a biggest number for just one turn.
He's done like 5 really good things in this heat.
Right.
He's two turners to get his 7s and 7+, and then this thing here was like his 5th big moment in the heat. So there it is.
So, yeah.
It's not locking in as one of his best. It's a 6.17.
That's a huge score for just one big turn. So
Yep, he's well on track. He'll know that. So they only get one. Well, their quarters, I think, are on standby for today. So you'll have to just, be prepared to rock and roll again if needed. We still have one more day tomorrow, and I think some slightly bigger swell calls are starting to get around the point. Here's White now thrashing around hard, trying to upgrade a 2.77. Needs almost the perfect number to win this heat. But at least he's got himself out of combo and starting to, he's got to still try and blow these other two out of the water. It's still kind of close here for second, and there's 4 minutes to go. So both green and blue, if they really get it together now, could advance.
Well, nice first turn, but unfortunately the nose digs in, goes down for man in blue.
Yeah. Green now snaps to his feet. Nathan bearing some rail. Nice little rebound off the foam to get a 4.15 needed. I think he still needs a steep section somewhere on the inside here. He's got really undeniably good flow and his speed. His board's working well for him. The wave lets him down.
Wow, the wave just didn't offer the steeper section for him. He was trying to, connecting to the inside and tried to get a last turn in, but unfortunate for him. He needs 4.15.
Oh, I thought Western was on again, but not. 3 minutes. Green's up again. Nathan. Oh, that's better. That's better. Yay.
Nice.
Thank you very much. Kicks off with a smile on his face. All right, surfing White. Hutty. Nathan, he's coming at you pretty quick, smart. He needs a 4.15. That was a pretty slick air rev.
Right.
Kind of didn't spend a long at the bottom trying to recover. He whipped it straight around. I'd like to see a replay of that. If one saw a replay of that would be good. Here it comes. Take us through it.
That was a smart decision and smart surfing from Manning Green. Wow, gets around, gets a rotation, smoothly, and it's great surfing from Nathan Johannes, needing 4.61. So one big turn.
All right, so the requirement went up because White just put together a 3.2. What are we seeing?
3.77, so not enough. Probably he needs to do something out of back.
Probably it didn't really have the height attached to it as well to really convince the judges. It was pretty slick. I mean, got to give the guy credit. It was a good turn. Nice air rev. done, as you were saying, on a section about halfway along. Had he done it out the back on a bigger section or got a little bit more height attached to it, could have bothered the requirement. But Larkin now on the inside. It's wave number 4-5 for blue. So doing some decent surfing here. He definitely doesn't have the same experience, I feel, just watching him surf as a couple of the other guys in this heat. Just sort of mini tags when he gets a section. That's probably his better move right there. He's fallen probably too many times in this heat to really challenge.
Wow, he was kind of sticking to the, landing, but not really quite, couldn't ride out of it. A minute to go in this heat, so Westerners is in the lead with 7-5 and a 7, so sitting the first place comfortably. So it's a kind of a battle in between white, green, and blue for second place.
Yeah, Red's run away with it, everybody. But White got himself out of combo. You can see these numbers. We saw Green throw down a nice air rev to kind of challenge for second, but didn't get there. So this will be it again, I think.
Right.
Bonsai replay. Watch this team. Boom. His best turn of the heat.
He's done it nicely, though. But, yeah, like I said before, probably needed to do big turn at the back. But on the screen, Sapphire White.
His wave runs out of puff pretty quick, smart. So he's done enough, I feel, to hold on to second. Things got really close when you look at the scoreboard. It was a less than a point between second and third. The big fella in red is convincingly set a mean level here. I hope you enjoyed what he did. And G'day there in the white, also moving through to the next round. We'll have a quick break and be right back with Heat 3.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
Welcome back. This is Nias Pro Junior. Men's round of 32, heat number 2. We have Theo Radcliffe in red, Hirotomori in blue, Raffling Wow in white, Zeus Sekoro in green. I'm Daiwako in the booth with Giada. Welcome back.
Stoked to be back. This is the first day of the Pro Juniors, so an exciting heat right now. Theo Radcliffe, surfer from Indonesia, but he spends he lives in Canggu,
right,
where I live, so he surfs sandbar almost every day. I see him out there, loves the right as well at the river mouth. I'm sure his dad, Harry, is watching, and the crew down at Surfer Bar probably watching this heat for Theo Radcliffe. So I'm excited. Hiroto Mori.
Yep,
What can you tell us about Hiroto?
He's from Japan, and then I'm pretty sure he's from east coast of Japan, and he's been competing since he was a kid. He's very strong competitor as well, but looks like Hiroto is having a look at this one. Well, decided not to go, so Goro up and riding, gets one turn in. And actually, he's connecting to the inside. But try to get another one in, but unfortunately, web didn't offer too much. But I'm pretty sure the last heat, in the last second, Green got a wave and scored 5.0 that put him into the second in the last minute. So congratulations to Westernhurst. And yeah, Nathan Johannes moving into quarters.
So Shu Sagoto, the name Sagoto, probably a sibling or family member of Yozia.
Yeah.
That we saw had a really good campaign in the QS. This is Theo Radcliffe down his backside. Good turn there. A little bit late to the party, but manages to stick with it. But yeah, so probably all the Nias locals cheering on their man in green. Behind is Rafin Wow, also local from here in Nias, Sorake Beach. Nice second turn there. He wraps it around again. So a good wave for Raflin Wow. Couple scores to come in for red and white. It is now Hiroto Mori with priority out the back. Plenty of time. This is the round of 32, heat 2. We will be finishing this round and maybe heading on to the quarters for the men's pro juniors. But the call hasn't been made just yet.
It's on standby. But in the round of 32, we have a lot of great heats coming up. So next heat, in heat number 3, we have Ricky Sato, Yuma Nagasawa, Juxeno Wau, Rehan Wau, and Tan Shangyan Chen. And Iko Watanabe is in heat number 4. So a lot of big names coming up in the next couple heats.
Yep, so this is the seeded round of the Pro Junior men's. We had one heat of the women's earlier. And the last of Raflin Wa comes in at 3.43. So for now, the best of this heat. Waiting for one more score of red to come through. But while we wait for that, we're going to throw down to Mark Clift and Westonhurst.
All right, winner of the last heat down here with me, Westonhurst. You're saying it's a little bit difficult out there, but you made it work pretty well.
Yeah. There's only like 2 sets in the heat, and I got both. So yeah, super stoked.
Pro Juniors is still a big division, mate. How focused are you on taking out the whole championship here in the Pro Junior side?
I want it more than anyone. That's for sure. Yeah.
Well, you're on your way. You killed it that heat, I reckon, mate. And I've got to say, your board's looking like it's working a treat. What is it?
It's a Subdriver 2.0 Black Sheep. It's boxy, going really good. Yeah.
All right. And then yesterday, what a huge day it was here. And I know you're good friends with Dylan Wilcoxon. You're the same on the same teams. How inspiring was it to watch him do that yesterday?
Yeah, for sure. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it. I was like running around everywhere. Seeing him win is like special for me too. Grew up surfing with him also. And yeah, it was sick.
Well, same age, same sponsors. I reckon you got one of those in you at least somewhere down the line, mate. So all the best for the rest of it.
Yeah, thank you.
And here's a nice chocky bar for you too, mate. Good on you, Weston. Have fun, mate.
Thank you, Mark and Westonhurst. So now Weston is moving into quarters finals already.
Yeah, Weston, young man, still 16, I think. So super, super talented. We saw that in his last heat. This right now, Theo Radcliffe, nice top turn, a little bit of a flatter wave. So he'll be trying to maintain his speed through the inside and see if he can get something done in here. He's sitting on a 3.5 and a 0.43. So wanting to back up that 3.5 really quickly. I think there's a wave from Blue as well that we missed during the interview.
Yep, but the last of Blue look, he was on the set. Unfortunately, comes unstuck on the first turn. But there's still plenty of time remaining on the clock. 18 minutes and 20 seconds to go. So no one has dropped major score yet in this heat so far. Still mid 3s, and a couple of 1.5.
All right, so coming up in Heat 3, we have Riki Sato, Yuma Nagasawa, Joksena Wao, and Shanyang Chen. Heat 4, we have Iko Watanabe, Kahea Ishiki, Teddy Billy, and Ida Putrakemenu. Heat 5, Sentaro Sakai, Ifran Seipu, Jaden Wilcoxon, and Kieran Vitt. Heat 6 of the round of 32, Dylan Wilcoxon, Ricky Tomoshige, Rendra Attard, and Swardi Manduha. So this right now is Siu Sagoto, one of the local surfers from here in Sorake Beach. You know, just gently maintaining his speed to go to the inside. So this wave not offering too much just yet. A lot of downtime, but maybe here is going to start standing up for him. He gets a turn and unfortunately falls off on that one. Wants to improve on a 0.77.
Right, that's a really long wave from Siu Sakoto and a few scores locking in, and it's at 1.90. So out the back, but Ruffling Wow on the set, big turn, but yeah, I think he pushed too much on the tail and he goes down. Fortunate for him, he was on the set. That turn looks really solid, but couldn't quite stick to the landing. But at the back, Hiroto has fast priority, and I think he's gonna get this one at the back. Oh, Hiroto Mori. Probably there's gonna be a priority changed.
Yeah, so looking like Teo on the inside, good looking wave. Like that first turn, a bit more critical. He floats that second one, gets a little bogged there, but I really enjoyed that first turn there from Theo Radcliffe. He was really in the pocket. It was came out with a lot of speed, so well done from Theo Radcliffe. Currently in first, wants to back up that 3-5 pretty quickly. Hiroto Mori yet to really get this heat started. He's only sitting on that 0.7.
Right, yeah, that last wave from Theo will be his best score. He's already locked in 3.5, and on the last wave, really loved the first turn as well. Just went vertical, but after that, the wave didn't really offer too much. Still, it was a great first turn. And still waiting for the last of red. It's 15 minutes to go in this heat. And looks like Hiroto is having a look at this one. 森選手、この波でしっかりとスコアをしていきたいところ、2ターン、縦へのアクションが決まってきました。ここはインサイドまでつなげるか。しっかりと2ターンを入れたコンビネーションの演技になりました。Wow, that was a great combination from Hiroto Mori. Definitely, it'll improve his situation. He's in the 4th place at the moment. He doesn't really have the big score yet, but his requirement is only 3.60. And yeah, he's probably done the job at the back. He's a replay of last of Theo. This wave comes in 3.70, so pretty much all the points come from the first big turn.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that last wave of Hiroto Mori, a 4-5. So currently the best wave of this heat, looking like white, crashing in his priority. This is Raflin Wow. Good looking first turn, floats this section, hoping to get a little more to work with on the inside. Unfortunately, pulls off of that one. But yeah, earlier you're telling me a little bit about Hiroto Mori. So what's his background? Where is he from? What does he do?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's from the east side of Japan, and he's been competing a lot of junior events, but also he's out in the QS 6000. But unfortunately, he didn't do well. But he's just looking to get good result in the junior division to qualify for the World Pro Junior. So definitely he wants to get through this heat. But he's very, strong competitor.
Yeah, he looks like a strong competitor. That last wave was really well surfed. You know, the conditions have changed so much from the past week. Today is probably the smallest day and the windiest. We have a light onshore, but it's still pretty rippable. Kenshin Matsunaga, I think, earlier said that he had a lot of fun out there. He said it's windy and onshore, but it's rippable. So there are still scores to be dropped. This is the replay of the last of Hiroto Mori. He's a super strong surfer. I love that second turn. A big fan of spray. You know, this wave didn't have so much potential, but he really made the most of it, I think, Hiroto Mori.
Right, definitely. It was a smaller size waves and still, you know, managed to put 2 turns in. So probably it could have been higher score if he was on the set and doing exact same thing. But still 4.5 is a healthy number in this heat so far. Best heat score in this heat. But he's in the 3rd place now. But, you know, requirement is very small. There's plenty of times remaining.
Yeah, and honestly, Hiroto Mori still doesn't have any, besides the 4-5 now, before he didn't have any score. So I think it was a smart move from him to, you know, slowly start building his house and creating that opportunity. He wants to be in the quarterfinals of this Pro Junior. And tomorrow looking like it'll be a little bit bigger.
Right.
And probably cleaner than today. So better conditions, and it's just passing today and making sure you get past the grovelly heat and then get those perfect Lagundri conditions again.
Yeah, definitely they all want to get through this heat, you know, especially when forecast saying it'll be better tomorrow, it'll be bigger, it'll be cleaner. So definitely they want to surf the better condition. This is a replay of Ruffling Wow. He's got a nice style, nice, you know, chill, relaxed style, and really love that. This wave didn't really offer, you know, steeper section for him. So couldn't get the critical hit. But this is a replay of last of Hiroto. Big second turn, throwing a lot of sprays. Not much after that, but still it was on the smaller size waves. Smart surfing from Hiroto Mori.
Yeah, so it is Hiroto looking just for that 0.96 to go into second and give himself the chance to go into the quarterfinals that we'll probably be seeing tomorrow. And we'll have all finalists and winners kind of announced tomorrow, our last day. So
Right.
it's been an incredible run of competition here in the Nias Pro. We yesterday finished off the QS 6000. We had a super emotional day and 2 very young winners, both 16 and first maiden win in the QS and best result for both of them. So it was a big moment, and the conditions were still really rippable and fun. We've had some crazy rides ridden all week. Just the top of my head, Ben Lawrence's 967, is it? And a
993.
couple.
Yeah.
993.
A couple 10 throw.
Yeah, so many barrels ridden. We've had some great moments throughout this entire QS, and every year that we come here, it just it always provides. This wave is super consistent, and the quality is insane. So it showcases some great surfing.
Definitely, it's been an incredible week. Seeing a lot of good actions, you know, good barrel riding and good turns. So all kind of actions we've seen the past a week. But on screen, this is still up and riding. It's gonna be an important way for him, trying to get rid of 3.50, but nice turns at the back. So he's trying to navigating through to the inside. But it's the wave will be providing some steep sections for him. He's trying to, you know, doing some nice turns to connect, and he gets the last section in. So that's a great surfing from Theo. In a couple good turns down at the back. It'll be a nice number for surfer in red.
Yeah, a strong start and a pretty strong finish as well there for Theo Radcliffe. So it's going to be a pretty good score. He wants to get rid of that 3-5. Theo bringing out his best grovel conditions. I know he surfs sandbar every single day. It doesn't matter what type of conditions. He's always out there. I know he's half Indonesian, half English, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, born and raised in Indonesia, if I'm not wrong, in Canggu area. He's part of the Bali crew. And this is Hiroto.
森選手、大きなターン一発目入れてきて、そしてセカンドターンもここはしっかりと決めてきました。2本目のライディングに続き、これはいいライディングになってきています。ここでしっかりとバックアップを揃えると、第1位のポジションに、ジャンプアップしてくるんではないでしょうか。残り時間7分になるところ。
Right behind him is Siusa Goto, our man from Lagundry Bay. Not really seeing any potential in that last one, so he'll pull off his requirement at 3.56, but that will probably increase after the last of Hiroto Mori. That was a pretty good wave. He only needs a 0.96 to go into second, so possibly even going into the lead. Really beautiful surfing from Hiroto Mori. Very precise. Not many mistakes throughout the waves. And again, the waves are hard. It's not easy. It's pretty grovelly out there. So he makes it look good.
Definitely it's tricky out there. And that was a really smart surfing from Hiroto Mori. He gets to big turns in, and he's not trying to connecting to the inside. He just kicks out quickly. So really smart surfing from Hiroto Mori. Probably needing only mid threes to go into the lead. And I got a feeling that he's done the job. But the last of red comes in at a 4.53, extending his lead. So this is a last of red. Nice two-turn combo out the back.
Yeah, a bit of downtime here, but he sticks with it and maintains his speed and a pretty strong finishing. So the last of red comes in at a 4.53, but Hiroto Mori 6.67. The last of blue pushes him straight to first. There, Radcliffe now in second. Raflin Wow a 4.80 to go into an advancing position, and Siusa Goto a 6.33. So here's a replay of the last of Hiroto Mori. Looking like we're back in live action. Raflin Wow, a 4.80 is his requirement. He's going to stick with it. Let's see if this wave gives him a little bit more to work with here on the inside. It's going to stand up for him again. Hopefully he gets a strong finishing here. For now, just a couple cutbacks there, but not sure what he did out the back with 4 minutes 40 seconds. This is going to be a pretty critical last moment. Raflin Wow, 4.8.
That on screen we have Surfing Green preparing for the next heat. So that is Shang Yan Chen. Coming up next heat number 3, we have Ricky Sato in red, Yuma Nagasawa in blue, and Rehan Joksena Wow in white. It's coming up in 4 minutes time. So it's gonna be another fun heat to watch.
Yeah, it's round of 32 heat 3, day 1 of the Pro Junior here in Nias. This is not co-sanctioned. This is just Asia region. So that's why there is only the Asian surfers on this division. We finished the QS yesterday. So this is a replay of Raflin Wow. His last wave.
Wow.
Big blast at the top there. So a good looking wave. Now Raflin Wow, the last of white, comes in at a 5.9. Puts him into second. Now it is Theo Radcliffe. A 4.84 is his requirement. Siusa Goto a 7.46. So intense moments now. We're reaching the 3-minute mark. That was a really good wave from Raflin Wow.
Wow, yeah, that first time was solid in throwing a lot of sprays, tags into the right place. And pretty much all the points comes from that big first time. But here is important wave for Siusub. Unfortunately, get caught behind there. Just a 0.47. He is needing 7.46, but out the back, tail up and riding. He needs a score as well, but unfortunately goes down with a 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So now Hiroto has first priority out there, and looks like Ruffling will get second priority.
Yeah, so interesting that Pro Juniors, I don't know if it's the condition change or just the division that they take the wave all the way down to the inside, whereas in the QS it was all the points were out the back, and if you took it all the way in, it wouldn't really make a difference in the points. So that's an interesting point here for the difference between the Pro Juniors and the QS.
But I would still, if I were coach, I would just say, just stay at the back and just do a couple times at the back and just kicks out and go back out.
Yeah.
Probably it'll take a while to go back if you go, all the way to the inside. But this is Hiroto。森選手、さあ、この波も一発縦のターン、少し角度を変えながら、この波を乗ってきます。残り時間1分27秒です。さあ、少しチョップアップの技も入れながらインサイドまでつなげていき、一発狙いますが、少しこのコブに引っかかってしまったようです。
Alright, so that was current heat leader Hiroto Mori trying to get rid of that 4-5. It is now all eyes on Theo Radcliffe and Siusa Goto. With a minute remaining, they have some scores to post up. Man on screen, 7-4-6, unfortunately, isn't able to get around that whitewash. So Theo Radcliffe now out the back. 4-8-4 is his requirement. Good looking wave here. Nice first turn. Oh, and unfortunately falls off. Isn't able to ride out of it with 35 seconds left. Will he have enough time to get back out there and get the score he's looking for? This now, Raflin Wow trying to solidify second place. Big blast off the top there. And isn't able to ride out of that one either. So now it is Theo Radcliffe with the priority out the back. One more chance here. 4-8-4 is his requirement. Good looking first turn. Wraps it around there again. This wave maybe looking a little sleepy here. He's probably going to take it all the way down to that inside section. Unfortunately, falls off there. We're looking at two scores. One for blue and one for red. We'll stick with it. This is an important moment for Theo Radcliffe. 4-8-4 is his requirement. I don't know, body language is not very convincing right now.
Well, it's gonna be a really close. Nice. Oh, this is a previous wave from red. He's needing 4.84. So 2.30. So not enough for red. So it's a congratulations to Hiroto and Raflin moving into the quarterfinals. So we're gonna go to quick break and we'll be right back in heat number 3 after the bonsai break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro. We're into the juniors now, day 1 in the water. We have Riki Sato, Yuma Nagasawa, Rehan Joksenawao, and Shanyang Chen. So a great matchup here. This is the Heat 3, round of 32. I'm Jara Legati. I want to welcome back True Starling into the booth.
Thank you, Giada. Yeah, we are progressing through the heats pretty quickly. For the Pro Junior, there's 8 heats in this round. We saw Riki Sato get a 9th in the Crew Pro Junior a little bit earlier, but it was Yuma Nagasawa getting a 2nd over in Crewy. And yeah, it was surfing really strong, so I'm excited to see him in this heat as well. With just under 23 minutes to go, and Shangyang Chen progressing on through that first heat a little bit earlier on in the day. Obviously, we've seen a drop in the waves, but still some fun ones coming through.
Yeah, Kenshin Matsunaga earlier in the interview said, the conditions are really different, but he didn't change his equipment because it's still really rippable and fun out there. So conditions have changed, but it's still good for the Pro Juniors. We had a heat of the women's earlier on, which I'm sure was so much fun to watch as well. Most of these juniors already competed in the QS 6000 throughout the week, so they don't have those first heat nerves anymore, I would say. They have been waiting quite a bit to surf, but exciting 2 days ahead, and tomorrow we're going to be wrapping this week up.
Yep. We'll be done and dusted. It's a long event, 8 days in total, including the Nias Pro QS 6000 and the Nias Pro Junior. We saw Riki Sato. He got a 33rd this week, as well as Yuma Nagasawa as well, both getting 33rds in the QS. But this is the first look at Rehan Wao and Shangyang Chen here at Nias so far. Shangyang got a 17th at the Crew Pro Junior a week ago, and Rehan got a 35th at the Pro Junior here last year.
Yeah, so they've been around these contests quite a bit. Nias Pro, I was just telling Dai, it's a wave that is just so consistent. Every year that we come here, we always have incredible rides. So right now, Riki Sato on this wave, looking like it'll just be a one-turner. Unfortunately, fumbles there on the bottom turn and falls off. But first wave of this heat, it's officially underway. So True, what have been some of your highlights throughout the week?
I think yesterday was a pretty good highlight when Lucy Darrow won for me, and also day 4 of the event. That was just a really unexpected, amazing day of waves. So for me, that was a highlight because we weren't expecting it to be like that. We were all happily surprised.
Yeah, you're right. I remember rocking down. And this is right now Riki Sato. Good looking wave on the inside. Under priority gets this one. Bit of a fatter section there, but does most of the work on the outside.
What was your highlight?
I think for me, my highlight was Dylan winning. That was a very emotional win.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Lots of tears going around. Yes.
Yeah, everyone was crying. All happy tears.
Yeah.
It was super emotional, and it was a big win for Indonesia. I think it's great to have, people like Bronson Mady winning the junior title, now Dylan Wilcoxon winning the 6,000. It's a great push as well for the younger generations to like kind of inspire them, and it's possible. It's possible for everyone, and I think Indonesia really needed it. So it was beautiful to see everyone just down there watching it. So this is a replay of the last of Riki Sato. Comes in at a 4-5. Love that first turn. Wraps it around there for that second one. Just just grinding those extra points, but I think most of it was done for that first one.
Yeah, I agree. That first turn was strong for Riki, and he's just moving with that same flow that we saw him in the Nias event for the QS. So let's see if it's going to be Rehan Wao up and into this one for his first wave. Gets a little bit caught behind though, so has to step out. Oh, Riki. He picks up the end of it though. gets another nice turn in there. He's just going with the momentum of these waves, and I love that he's just trying to catch a couple of quick waves and get some good scores in.
Yep, so Riki Sato trying to build that house early, wants to get 2 scores and probably just sit out there and wait for a set to come through. But yeah, early days in this heat, plenty of time. Yuma Nagasawa and Shanyang Chen yet to really commence. They've been patiently waiting out the back. While there's a bit of a break in the action, let's go down to Daiwako and Hirotomori.
さあ見事1位通過をして次の、クォーターファイナルへと駒を進めましたが、コンディションだいぶ変わりました。波の方どうでしたか？
いやもう非常に難しい波でしたね。はい。
結構やっぱり今まで待っているところと違うポジショニングだったりするんですか？
そうですね。全体的にやっぱりインサイドで割れるようになって、で波も速くなったので、やっぱりそこを気をつけながら試合しましたね。
It was a kind of tricky heat out there because the condition has changed a lot compared to the last few days. But he's trying to get those waves, has more wall to work on, and try not to go to the closeout wave. And that's his plan was, and exactly what he did. でいよいよ次クォーターですが、QS とともに試合に出ていると思います。今回これが最後のインドネシアレッグの試合となりますが、意気込みとかありますか？い
やもう絶対勝ちます。
たくさんの方見てくれてると思うのでメッセージの方お願いします。
次も頑張りますので、応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。じゃあこちらベンベンになります。
いただきます。
Cheers, guys.
Thank you so much, Dai and Hiroto. Now, big first turn here for Rehan Joksena. Wow, tries to float the second section and unfortunately just getting stuck behind. But, you know, that was really nicely done. So we're waiting for 2 scores now for white and blue. I think the last of blue was a really nice ride. Yuma Nagasawa. So just 16 minutes left. We'll be heading straight into Heat 4, where we'll be seeing Iko Watanabe, Kahea Ishiki, Teddy Billy, and Ida Putrakamanu.
That'll be a good heat. Heat number 4.
Yeah.
Iko won the Pro Junior over in Krui while we were there last week. This is Yuma Nagasawa on his backhand. Couple of really strong connections. Throwing heaps of spray. And he gets out of that one. 2 strong turns to start that wave off. That'll be a good score.
Yep.
Oh, straight away, it's a 7.33.
I think that's actually his previous wave.
Oh.
During the interview. So we're waiting for one more score of Yuma Nagasawa, that last one to come through. But yeah, 7.33 for the last of Yuma would be great to have the replay of that last one. Rehan Joksena, while waiting for the last of white, he wants to get rid of the 0.43. There I see a couple scores coming in for Yuma, a 5. So he goes straight to lead. Yuma's replay. This is the last of Yuma, comes in at a 5. So really, really smart surfing here. Quickly puts 2 good scores up. Love that you could see all 3 fins on that first turn. Super strong second one, so he's looking sharp right now.
Yeah, really, really sharp for Yuma Nagasawa. And this is another wave from him as well. He's already locked in a 7.33. I think this might maybe be the 5, and that last was a 7.33. And once again, his surfing is really smooth. His backhand is looking strong, and off his first 2 waves, he's in a pretty commanding lead right now. Riki Sato needs a 7.83, but feels like it's a battle for second. Shangyang Chen chasing a 7.17 and Ray Hanwao chasing a 5.27.
Yeah, so Shangyang Chen really to get things started in this heat. Looking like that's him now with priority. He's taking a look at this one. A good looking set for Shangyang Chen, sorry. Love that second turn. It was super in the pocket, really well done. This is a great start for our man in green.
Yeah, really good start for him. Shang Yang gets a nice couple of connections with 13 and a half minutes to go. It'd be feeling pretty nice for him to have started his heat. Waiting about 12 minutes for a wave to come through. So he will lower that requirement of a 717. And it looks like there's another wave rolling through. It is Ricky Sato that holds first priority. He's going to go this one and up and into it straight away. Ricky tags that first turn. A really strong connection. Driving to get around it. Puts in a nice carve there for Ricky Sato. Flowing through another one. Rebounding off the whitewash. Puts him in a good spot to just kick out. That wave doesn't offer a whole lot more, so he'll lock in another good score.
Yeah, so wanting to solidify his second position, Ricky Sato. That was a beautiful wave. Now, Yuma Nagasawa, current heat leader, on a bit of a foamy one, kind of sets himself up. Does a bit of a chop hop there. Very, very fun stuff. Yuma Nagasawa just having fun now. He has that 7.33 and a 5. Ricky Sato looking for that 7.83. So 12 and a half, waiting for some scores to come through. The last of green comes in at a 3.93. So we're waiting for the last of red. It was a good set. One big blast out the back. Got around the section and did a couple turns more on the inside. Something I was noticing that the Pro Juniors take it all the way down to the very last part of the wave, whereas in the QSs we never really saw that at all.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's a change in conditions or...
Probably a bit of both.
Yeah.
You know, they're just making the most of the opportunities. This is Rehan up and riding. Unfortunately, coming unstuck there, but good connection nonetheless. A 3.93 for first of Shang Yang. His last of Rehan. A small score. He's looking for a 6.77. Shang Yang chasing a 4.74. Yuma Nagasawa out in front. Ricky Sato. Last wave of 4.17 with 11 and a half minutes to go. He's inching further and further out in front right now.
Yep, so this is now our man in green. Oh, good first turn. Unfortunately, isn't really able to stick the landing on that one, but he is looking for a 4.74. So not a massive requirement, but it's a little rough with these conditions. It's kind of grovelly compared to the other days, so the scores haven't been super high. This is a replay of the last of green, Shanyang Chen. This was his 3.93. What'd you like about it, True?
Yeah, I thought he was put together a couple of really nice turns. He was just not really pushing too hard. You can see there's quite a fair few lumps and bumps on the wave. So it was good to see him just trying not to kind of push too much and just surf when he needed to. And then this is the 4.17 of Ricky Sato. That was such a strong first turn. Love how he just flows through it as well. It's definitely looks tricky to be surfing out there. The extra bumps on the wave seems like it's easier to kind of catch a rail or kind of come unstuck. So Ricky not pushing too hard on that last one, getting a 4.17 to be in second.
Yeah, there on your screen is our surfer in red, heat for Iko Watanabe, checking the waves out. He was previously wearing the Bonsoi Super Series yellow jersey in Krui. I think now it has moved on. I'm not quite sure to who, but we'll figure it out soon. Iko Watanabe was a junior champion in Krui. Had a good run as well in Japan. I think he won the last QS there just before 2 weeks before Krui. So he was had a great flow, and I'm sure he's going to be trying to translate that into the Nias Pro Junior. In coming up with Iko is going to be Kahea Ishiki from Japan as well. Teddy Billy from Sweden, and Ida Putrakamanu, that our surfer from Bali. This is our man Rehan. Wow, good looking wave, decides to pull off. Looking like he's having a great time out there.
Yeah, he's having some fun. Gets a 1.53, goes into the top two. He's still chasing a 6.77, and before I heard the tunes of Teddy Billy's preheat warm-up playlist going on, he's sticking to that. It was obviously really working for him in the Nias QS, getting a third place there. So Teddy, he's just sticking to what he knows, and also to what he knows that works. And hopefully he can keep that momentum going in this Pro Junior, because he surfed a great day yesterday on finals day.
Yeah, the conditions have changed a lot though, so there's going to be a big change in equipment. This is Shan Yang Chen right now. 474 is his requirement. This wave not offering too much on the outside. Let's see if he brings it here and finishes off strong. Nice. Pushes the tail all the way around on that last one. We'll see what they think. And this is Rehan. Wow. Good looking wave. Let's see if he did anything earlier on. Good section. Oh, hits it. He likes the feel of that. That was really well done from Rehan. Wow.
Yeah, that was so great. I mean, that second turn, or that last turn, was huge from Rehan. It was a really good looking wave. It had such a nice wall as well. So we'll see where that score comes through for him. Also for Shang Yang as well. 4.74 for Shang Yang is a requirement. He needs to get to second. Rehan looking for a 6.77. So we'll see. Let's take another look at this last wave of Shang Yang. Gets that nice opening carve, really leaning into the rail. Once again, the same here. And this wave slowly starts to peak up in front of him. And I love how he just eyes this section, drives through a huge carve, stomps on that back foot as well, and he kicks out. So that last wave locked in at a 2.3 for him. And then Rehan, he has a score for this one to lock in as well. Leans on his heels to start this wave off. It's a 2.9 that it just locks in for Rehan. This last turn was so crazy. Gets the fins out, a bit of a slide there as well. So a 2.9, it's his best wave of the heat. He's now looking for a 5.77 to go to second, and Shang Yang looking for a 4.74.
Yeah, so 6 minutes 40 seconds left. Just taking a look at the rest of the day. We have in heat 5 Sentaro Sakai, Ifran Serpu, Jaden Wilcoxon, and Kieran Vitt. So 2 surfers from the Mentawai. I know Jaden Wilcoxon is Dylan's younger brother, so he'll be stoked to get out there. Heat 6 is the yesterday's champion. Dylan Wilcoxon will be surfing up against Ricky Tomoshige, Rendra Attard, and Swardiman Duha. In Heat 7, we have Taki Kanazawa, Sho Shirai, Shuma Nonaka. And in Heat 8, Raiha Onu, Ayo Guri, and Sinar Tanjung.
Wow, big heats.
Yeah, big heats. Important moments for these Pro Juniors. They all want these points to be able to go to the World Junior Finals and be the new World Junior champ.
Yeah, to back it up from Bronson winning last year. And we also saw Kana Nakashio. She's also part of this Asia region for the Pro Juniors as well. She came in second to Luana Silva over in La Union. So inspiring some of the women in this region that they can do that as well. We'll see the women on tomorrow for the semi-finals. We saw a pretty stacked heat earlier of them, so 5 minutes to go in this one. It's Yuma Nagasawa out in front with a 7.33 and a 5. We're going to have another look at his 2 scores, Giada.
Yeah, so this is the 7.33 of Yuma Nagasawa. Big blast there. Wastes no time to get that second one in. So much speed. He's a very, very sharp surfer and very precise. So not too many mistakes done in his waves. I feel like he had that all under control.
Yeah, he did. And you could see he was giving himself a little clap, a little bit of a props, because that was a really well surfed wave. And you could see that he liked it also. So 4.5 minutes to go. Yuma holding first priority. He's just splashing his face there. Ricky Sato with second priority, sitting a little bit further out. And they're trying to block Shang Yang Chen and Rehan Wow in the last 4 minutes of this heat from getting the scores that they're looking for. Shang Yang getting a 17th at the Crew Pro Junior. We didn't see him in the QS, but I'm sure that he was watching some of the incredible surfing that was going down by everyone, especially yesterday. It was such a great day, and we saw Rehan get a 35th here last year in the Pro Junior. Hoping to get a little bit further in the draw with just about 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, so we're getting to the last critical part of this heat. Things are looking a little dangerous for Shanyang Chen and Rehan. Wow, so good turn there. I like that second one as well. 4.74 is what he's looking for. He's going to stay with it, trying to keep his speed and make sure he has some speed left for the inside. Here we go. Good, strong finishing from our surfer in green, Shangyang, looking for that 4.74. What do you think, True?
It'll be really close if Ricky doesn't better the 4.17 on this wave. This is another turn there for Ricky. Leaning into the rail. He's patient here, waiting for it to stand up, which it will do just that. Gets a good connection in there for Ricky Sato. Needs to finish this one off. Goes big. And he's going to kick out of that one. So I think he'll probably better the 4.17. Yuma Nagasawa just having a bit of fun out there right now.
Yeah, he's looking pretty comfortable on the lead. So now we have scores for all 4 surfers to come through. This is Rehan taking a look at that wave, looking like it wasn't offering too much. 2.5. So lots of work cut out for the judges right now. Some important scores to come through, especially for our man in green and red. Ricky wanting to improve on that 4.17, and Shanyang Chen really wanting to get himself into an advancing position. So we're waiting for the last of red and green to come through right now. 2 minutes remaining in this round of 32 heat 3. It will go straight into the quarterfinals, which maybe later today, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. I think we're seeing an increase in the swell tomorrow. So who knows? We're still yet to be told what the plan is, what's going on for the rest of the day. We're just going to assess the conditions and go from there. So potential for the quarterfinals today, potentially they're on tomorrow. This is Rehan Wow looking for a 5.77. Just a quick in and out. Last wave of Shangyang Chen was a 3.77. So not the score he was looking for. We're still waiting on this last wave of Ricky Sato.
Yep, so here's a replay of the last of green. So 3.77, just under what he was looking for. 2 nice turns out the back. A little bit of a dead section here. You know, he was just pumping, trying to make sure he stayed with it. Went a little, then back to right. But a strong finishing here for our man in green. Unfortunately, just wasn't enough. We're waiting for one more score of red to come through, which I'm sure is this one. So talk us through what you think, True.
Yeah, I really liked it. I thought he was driving through some really nice carves here. Had some great momentum and flow, and then it's the last couple of turns that are pretty spicy as well. That was a good connection. It's his last one that was strong, gets the fins out and completes it. So I think, yeah, it locks in at a 6. So Ricky extending his lead. Shangyang now looking for a 6.57 and Rehan chasing a 7.6 with 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, so we're waiting for scores of blue and white to come in now. We're going to be counting this one down. Shangyang Chen giving it one more go. Unfortunately, wasn't able to ride out of that one. So we're waiting for a couple scores to come through. I'm not sure what he did on the outside. But Yuma Nagasawa looking pretty comfortable. And there we have it. All scores come through. Ricky Sato's last wave comes in at a 6 and a 4.5. So he stays in second. One more score for Yuma, but that won't change the situation. So with that, we're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 4.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint agave. Hey, that is incredible.
And we're back and straight into action. It's Teddy Billy. Good first turn. Unfortunately, coming unstuck for Teddy. We saw him get a third in the Nias Pro just yesterday, bowing out to Lennox Smith. His first wave locks in at a 0.67. Waiting for this score of Iko Watanabe to lock in as well. He got a score in a wave straight away. We saw Yuma Nagasawa and Riki Sato progressing on through that last heat. I'm True Starling, and to join me in the booth right now is Mark Lift. Good morning once again.
Yeah, well, it's just about afternoon down here. It's getting pretty close to it. And
lunchtime.
The sun's come out. It looks better when the sun's out. Here is Kahia. Young fella blasting away. Pretty big turn. Lands it. Well done. All right, nice bit of drone footage there. Thank you. But yeah, another big deal heat going on here. And we see Putra out of Sanua. My apologies this morning. I mentioned out of Chengdu, but the boys quickly rectified that. So he's out there in green. He's also paddling onto this wave. He's probably the biggest dude in this event, actually. It is also, he's big and he's wide and he's strong. Then we've got Teddy Billy, who's tall and skinnier, but got it done yesterday in the men's round for a third placing, a semi-final. Iko Watanabe won the juniors down there in Krui. So huge heat, and this is my first look at Putra there in the green. Had a free surf with him yesterday. Looks like he knows what to do with the surfboard under his feet, so I think we've got a pretty well balanced heat here.
Bring it on. I mean, there's stacked heats already, and adding in names like Ikanabe and Teddy Billy is pretty crazy. This is Iko or Ichi's first wave, a 3.67 is what it locks in as. Gets a rotation to completion there for Ichi. Smaller wave though as he drives through another one. As you said, Mark, he did take out the Krui Pro Junior. He got a 33rd here in Nias. This is a 617 of Kahia. That was a really strong turn there. Bulk of the points coming from that connection. He didn't compete in the QS, interestingly, for Kahia Ishiki. So wondering what the thought process was behind that. Maybe you could get here in time, who knows. But someone who had a really good heat in that last one, he did compete in the QS, and he's into the quarterfinals for this event is Yuma Nagasawa. He's down there with Dai.
.まずは1勝というところで、クォーターファイナルを進めました。クルイの時から、リズムに乗っているように見えるんですが、ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね、なんか最初全然波来なくて、で1本目行きたかったんですけど、レッドの選手が奥にいて、仕方ないなと思って、でそこからは1本目乗れんかったから最後まで波待とうと思って、1本目7点ちょっと出せてよかったです。
He was trying to start his heat in an early stage, but unfortunately it didn't go that way. But he was able to catch one good wave and scored mid-sevens, and he's really happy with his result. では、今日もしかしたらクォーターファイナルやるとのことなんですが、まだ分かりません。それまでどう過ごしますか？
そうですね。なんかあんま時間もないんで、ちょっとけん玉して音楽聴きながら待とうかなと思ってます。
長澤選手のヒート、特にたくさんの方見てくれてます。メッセージの方お願いします。
そうですね、QS の方ラウンド2で負けちゃって、もっと俺のサーフィン見てもらいたいなと思ってるんで、プロジュニアファイナルまで行って、ちゃんと優勝まで取るんで、見守っててください。ありがとうございます。
じゃあ次も頑張ってください。しっかりベンベンと一緒に休んで頑張ってください。
はい、もう毎日ベンベン食いまくってて、一歩と箱買いしてます。かまします。やばす。
次も頑張ってください。Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Yuma. Straight into action of Teddy Billy. Good first turn for Teddy. He's flowing with a lot of momentum. Gets air to the rotation for Teddy, driving through a nice carve. He had pretty much a exact same heat routine as he did in the QS to warm up for this event. Or for this heat, sorry. I saw him with pretty much the same tunes or some similar songs that I've been seeing in the QS that he was having a little dance to. He kind of likes to feel a little bit freer from what I could see. So Teddy seems like he's just back in form.
Picked off a pretty good wave, a nice clean one, and went to town on it, did a lot of business there, a lot of rail work. So looking at these numbers, here it is again. So the flight cam made this wave look, he dropped into a little sort of a semi-little double up, but then it got really clean. So he's identified this next section here, and he's just thrown the tail out for a full clean rotation into a big wrap. So he's got it done every day in different conditions, from gigantic barrels to some onshore stuff yesterday to smaller onshore stuff today, but he's been adapting pretty well. Somebody with a big name is going to drop out of this heat, especially looking at the way Kahia started with a 617. So
seriously.
So there's some catching up to be done by probably, when you look at their seedings, the highest seeded surfers in Iko, in Teddy, who did really well yesterday, the big fella in green. But let's watch Iko now pumping for all he's worth on wave number 2.
Oh, Iko unfortunately doesn't find that completion. Maybe the timing a little bit off there for Itchy. The 6.43 though locks in for Teddy Billy Mark. He just skyrockets straight to first. Kahea locks in the 617 on his first wave. As you mentioned, they're two really good scores that we're seeing throughout the day today.
Yeah, so we just saw Itchy throw away his second wave, Iko Watanabe. So still like to see Putra get something going on shortly as well, because he's in a damn tough heat here. Kahea Ishiki throwing that number down early. They're kind of been a bit tricky to find those numbers today. So starting by like that with the Grom up against Iko and Teddy and Putra. Yep, we're gonna lose two good surfers out of the draw here.
Yeah, wow, this is really, really insane. This is such a stacked heat. We saw Teddy get a 17th, the Kuru Pro Junior, not too long ago, obviously having an incredible event here, getting an equal third. We saw yesterday bowing out to Lennox Smith, who ended up going on and getting second in the event. Of course, we're going to see the Nias Pro champion, Jaden Wilcoxon, who's in the next heat, but Dylan Wilcoxon, his brother, who did win the Nias Pro yesterday. He's going to come up into heat number 6, which is going to be a good one, Mark.
Oh, look, every time he surfs, I love watching what that guy brought over every day. His tube riding was just undeniable. I mean, look, he's the champion. His air game, we all saw that throughout the last couple of days. He got better as he went throughout the draw. Watching a young man just learn on the fly and get that belief and, have the biggest day of his life unfold right in front of our eyes, and to be part of it and see it. It'll be something I'll never forget out of the Nias Pro. And his name joins a whole stack of other famous names. And the best thing about winning a big title like that, True, is nobody can ever take that off you.
Yeah, no way. Incredible. And this is Teddy Billy. He's trying to get a win in this heat to get to the quarterfinals. Loads up for a big rotation. Unfortunately comes unstuck, but loving this approach from Teddy.
Yep, prepared to throw it out there at every opportunity. Found a bigger wave. I'm not sure about Putra's tactics here, just letting these kind of waves go when you need a start. He's got to get something happening shortly. You don't want to fall too far behind as we're getting rapidly down to 15 minutes to go. So that's him in the green. I'm sure the Sanua boys down there in Bali will be watching this heat.
Yeah.
Come on, Putra, what are you doing? Do something. I've got to say, he got more waves than this in our free surf yesterday. He got it rolling out there.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard. You can freeze up in heats. It's a little bit more pressure than a free surf. You've only got that 25 minutes. It gets a little bit, sometimes you're not used to that pressure.
And then also maybe having priority. He's thinking he's got to do more than he has to. I don't know. I haven't seen him compete before, so this is new territory for me and maybe Putra. I'm not really sure.
There's no perfect waves coming through today either, Mark.
And that's why I really like what Kahea did, bursting out of the blocks. He got 2 big hits going on his 617.
Yeah.
The other guys that, the more highly rated seeded guys in red and white, probably just heard that. And Billy's responded. Teddy Billy's responded. Iko, not yet. 367 is looking, as his better number, not that healthy, considering the other guys above him has 6s and no sort of backups. And even less healthy is the score line for Putra there in the green. So he's got to do something shortly. The sun is out, everybody. It's almost 12 o'clock here on, geez, what day is it? Friday. Someone told me it's Friday. Is that right? It is.
It is Friday.
Why they told me that.
I was like, well, I'm actually not too
You
sure.
were thinking as well. I could see your
When you
brain
asked me, I was
ticking.
like, all I know is it's day 7.
And we're just about to see the better waves caught in this heat. So let's have a look at some bonsai replays of this heat.
Yep, this is the 617 of Kahiya Ishiki. This turn here is where a bulk of the scores are coming from. Big connection from Kahiya. Really nice kind of commitment to that wave as well. That board was just up and into it straight away. And this last one of Teddy was pretty good too, Mark.
It was, because you just got over this little hump, and that cleaned things up in a hurry. His first turn was quite sharp. It's a small wave, given that, but he found the sections. Boom. Nice crisp air reverse. Straight into a roundhouse. So that's the best wave of this heat. All right, so stand by for more in the next 13 minutes. There's Philip getting ready for his next heat down there with a couple of the team
Jaden.
windows. Sorry?
Jaden.
Oh, that was Jaden, wasn't it? Looked a lot like Teddy. All right, Teddy's up in another heat, so thanks for correcting me. It's been a long day. I know that's Tim Hayne.
Yes. It's been a big event, but yeah, Jaden Wilcoxon coming up in the next heat. We saw lots of emotion from him yesterday watching his big bro.
Oh, yeah, that was killer.
Take out the event. It's so amazing. And he's going to be coming up against Sentaro Sakai, Ifran Saipu, and Kiran Vit, which is going to be a really stacked heat. This right now is Putra up and riding. Good first turn. Gets that second connection. Flying down the line for a third. And he kicks out of there. So Putra, after about 13 minutes, locks in his first wave. This is Kahiya Ishiki trying to back up a 617. That was a strong turn there for Kahiya, and he gets out of that one as well.
Yep, this is spelling danger for Iko. Young fella's on the move. He's going to get a decent backup here. I didn't see it all again, so we'll just rely on replays. But here's Teddy trying to throw it down. Down he went. Itchy now out the back. It's time to stay in touch here and throw his best score down. Firstly, he's got a decent wave and takes the drop on one leg.
Wow.
Here he goes, ripping in now some solid rail work. A second turn, you can see the determination right there for Itchy. A much better effort there. That'll be his best number. So an Oda couple. One for blue, one for red. I think we've got, didn't see all of greens either, so we'll have to rely on some replays shortly to bring us the action. But it's good to see the boy from Sanua on the scoreboard. He's paddling back out. He's just picked up second priority. If you've just tuned in, you're watching Heat 4 for the morning of the round of 32 of the Pro Junior Boys. This is Heat, we're calling it 9 of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 4 more of these to finish up. Day 7 here at the point. Nice to see all the clouds are burn off from this morning. Got a little bit of a localised rain squall and storm hit us last night. Put all sorts of lumps and bump on the ocean. Dropped a bit of rain, so things are getting steamy now the sun's out. But here is Kahiya, because this guy's on a tear. He's only got a 2.73 as his backup. But he does do good moves once he gets wound up. Here he goes.
Whoa, that was huge for Kahiya. I mean, that would have been a huge score if he had made that turn. He's just got this energy out there that we haven't seen for a little while, and he's just attacking each section. So he needed to better 2.73. He's in the lead right now. We have a few scores to come through. Iko Watanabe, he's got a score to come. First to Putra, a 2.67. This is Iko. Ichi paddles into this one. Looks like it might just grow as well. Good first turn connection for Ichi. He's trying to just gain a little bit of momentum in this heat, a little bit of a slower start for him. Gets another nice carve in. Trying to get a little bit more vertical. This wave is starting to stand up, and he's going to just do a quick chop hop to reverse to complete that one. So that's a better looking wave. Previous to that last one of Ichi was a 4.07, so he goes up into second.
Yep, so now he's got his, he's been stung into action by the numbers that are dropping all around him. And he realising, hang on, I won down in Crewy. I've got to do something here, because he's been asked some questions. He's starting to respond now. His last 2 waves will be his best 2 once his next score drops. Really strung together a whole lot of quality moves on a pretty good wave in these conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So some questions will start to be asked of Teddy Billy, who dropped into third. So here is Red now. It's a huge paddling effort to catch this small inside wave, but he needed it. He started to get going here. This wave kind of did him a few little favours on the inside. It looked like it was about to die out and completely back off, but it just kind of hits the shallow part of the inside reef in near Kitty's corner, and it's sort of growing. Deepened up a little bit, gave him that opportunity. So that was a good read there to even catch that wave, because it started off at about 1 foot and it finished at probably 1.5 footer, but had some sections. So
yeah,
well identified.
Yeah, locks in at a 3.5 for Itchy, so it doesn't go into the top 2 though. So Teddy only needs a 1.31 to go to second, and Pucha only chasing a 5.07. So it's really, really close between all surfers, honestly, right now, but particularly between first and third, with just over 8 minutes in this heat. We'll finish the day off with the men's round of 32. We'll see the quarterfinals on tomorrow with a rise in the swell, hopefully. And Mark, you're going to be here for another week. Sans all the hungry competitors.
Yeah, well, it's about time I get a go. I had a little paddle on my board yesterday and rode a couple of waves. It felt good, so I've always had my eyes on this next week, and we're getting a little ramp up in the swell tomorrow, and I think it sticks around a bit, so just quietly got to love it when a plan comes together.
Yes.
Starting to look that way. All right, Poutre, he's got the dreaded priority again. He sat there for ages last time with that, our surfer in green, a Sanua lad. He's going to have to sort of get a move on here. A 5.07. You know, something really strong's got to happen on this. He could pick any wave he wanted. I'm not sure how familiar he is with this lineup, being one of the Sanua boys. But this is a tricky moment in this heat. With only 7 minutes to go, Teddy's sort of sensing a bit of a urgency as well. You can see him looking around now and maybe questioning his lineup. He's inside. He definitely needs another wave. His 6.43 is the best number. Struggling to put any more runs on the board yet. He'll just have to dig into his confidence he built up over the last week on the QS side of life for a third placing. But Jan Kahea might have come out and just surprised these guys with his start.
Yeah, well, he's not been around for the QS. He didn't compete in it. He chose not to, and he chose just to come here for the Pro Junior. And, yeah, maybe rattling a few cages. Starting off at 6.17 straight away is a great way to start off a heat. And it's just that 2.73 that's leaving him pretty vulnerable right now. If he can better that, then we'll see him start to get a bit of more of a commanding lead. Iko in second, not by a lot. There's literally less than half a point separating Iko and Teddy right now.
And even that last wave of Iko's, I like the amount of work he did on it. It only attracted a 3.5 out of the judges. It was probably maybe a 1 point wave that he surfed up to a 3.5. It was super tiny, but he did a lot of good work.
Yeah.
And I was thinking maybe it could have gone into his top 2, but the judges went, nah. Do that on a better wave, and I'm sure they'll throw something way more substantial.
Definitely. Teddy's asking for the time. There's 5.5 to go, and he's surfed many, many heats throughout this whole week.
Let's have a look at the best score of Reds, just about to roll through for a Bonsai replay. Here it is.
Yeah, this is a 4.07 of Iko or Ichi. Does well to recover from that takeoff. A really strong carve there. And I really love that turn. He just kind of made the most of a pretty different section. And this is the 3.67.
Okay, so let's see what he gets done here. Nice tail whip. Wrap around. So we're watching Iko Watanabe, who is, you'd imagine, would be leading the ratings. We're having one down there at Cruy as a Pro Junior. Little inside track here. All right, so that's it. His last wave. So that's put him into second, but not a convincing job just yet. Only needs a 4.84 to go into first, but geez, Teddy right behind him. He needs only a low 1. So Iko sensing the threat, staying super busy, crunching every lip that comes his way. He's hitting it really hard. He might even have a bit more joy on the inside here. So when he does a turn, he really spices things up. So you can just sense he's feeling threatened.
Yep. Yeah, wow, a couple of good moments. You can see Teddy out the back also driving through a series of really strong turns. Needs to go big here, which he does just that. And it's the kind of surfing we've been seeing from Teddy, especially in that QS. Gets a good connection and looks like we might see a bit of a paddle here. Teddy, his energy hasn't bowed out just yet. He's ready to keep firing up. And he's going to ask the question of Itchy. How much do you want it?
Well, he's taken the inside road here for the paddle battle. I think Cahilla's probably going to drop out of the lead once these two scores filter in, because they were both done on some pretty nice waves. There was a lot of rail work. There was spray flying everywhere. It was really good drone footage to have both guys in the focus, in screen. We saw red, then we saw white right behind him. So, Iko doesn't want a piece of this priority battle. 3 minutes to going, he just said, all yours. I think, yeah, these two will really clearly sit in the top of the table. Here's these waves again. So what did you like most about Iko's ride?
Yeah, it was really strong. That first turn connection to second turn combo, that was huge. I mean, just committing to each section, it locks in at a 7.23, best wave of the heat so far. And I just love his commitment. It was quite clear where he was going with this wave, and Teddy gets a really strong one out the back as well.
Teddy's wave started off so small, right in the corner of the reef. Look how big it is when he stands up. It's kind of tiny. Then it's got its clean face. He's just getting the work done. He's tagging every section. The wave sort of grows a little bit and offers him that wraparound cutback. He ends up right out wide in the channel on this thing, so it still just keeps holding its power. There's another section. There's one more here for him as well. So look at the size of the wave now compared to when he stood up. So for someone like Putra in green, who's sitting there with priority yet again, he's not identifying that the little waves kind of run. He's obviously just thinking, I've got to get a set because I've got priority. It's like, blah, blah, blah. You don't have to. You just got to keep moving and investigate these little growers.
Yeah, you're so right, Mark. And it's sometimes catching waves just means you're catching waves and you're allowing yourself the opportunity to be surfing, you know, and at the end of the day, you need to catch waves to progress through heat. So for Putra right now, hopefully he can find one in the next minute and a half. He has that second priority, which is good. I think potential for maybe a small score to come through for him as well. It looks like maybe, but we're still waiting on this last score of Teddy. He's going to edge out in front.
Okay, so Putra's changed his game plan. He's now starting to get a bit of a wiggle on. It's maybe one of these little growers we were just talking about. So I'm not sure what happened on his last wave, but that little fall off there won't do him any favours. Meanwhile, let's stay with Kahia.
Yeah, he's flying down the line. Needs to go big. He's chasing a 5.14. Good first turn there for Kahia. Unfortunately, can't find the completion, but he's been surfing so well. His commitment to each section is incredible. It's a 6.43 though for this last of Teddy. Here goes out in front. Iko in second. Kahia looking for a 5.14 and Putra chasing an 8.63. So decent scores required for third and fourth.
Yeah, things got really close after those last little waves by red and white. Kahia, who's been leading all heat, he now needs to do something. I think we've got a score also to come that last wave for Putra. But big shake up there from the two highest seeds, both red and white, answering right on cue with the biggest numbers. Iko, really strong rail work, blasting every section. I can see him just standing up again now to try and sign this heat out. He's still only packing a 407 in his top two. Might even get a little inside track here, so we'll stay with Iko. He's done next to nothing so far, but about 20 pumps and bounces and hops and hoping and looking and a bit of weaving. So hasn't bothered the scorers too much just yet. It's a no-brainer that Teddy and Iko will move through to the next round, which will be surfed tomorrow. Let's throw to a quick break and be back in a moment with Heat 5.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
Righto, we are back. We're now looking at the start here of Heat 5, everybody. I think we've already had a couple of scores thrown down. We're waiting for a number by Centauro. We've got Jaden Wilcoxon in the white, Kiran Vitt in the green, Ifran Saipu in blue, and sitting next to me is Dai Wacko. Welcome back, Dai.
Yeah, it's the last hit looking great. Battling between Teddy and Eiko, but this is Sava in red. 酒井選手、1本目のライディングになります。これは小さめのサイズの波ですが、しっかりと綺麗に、ターンを決めてきます。これは丁寧にインサイドまでつなげてきて、ここでもターンを入れてきます。今日のコンディション、波が小さい分、インサイドのコネクションをすると、その点数を広げていくことができます。
Yeah, so that last heat, mate, it didn't go all the way as planned. I mean, they got through in the end, Teddy and your boy Iko, but Yankahaya had different ideas. He really pushed them all the way. There was probably a moment through the middle of that heat where Iko probably got a bit of a reality check. Oh, God, I'm in third and half a heat left. Then really picked it up and dropped a 7-2, I think it was. That got him into second. But you could just sense the urgency. He really started getting on the wave hunting game and found a couple of waves. The better waves in that heat seriously started off about waist height, and the boys were flicking off waves that were twice the size once they got to the channel, and they had a few spicy sections good enough to extract those numbers for Teddy. And Teddy got a 6-2-3 and Iko got a 7-2-3, and that was about the turning point of that matchup. But before that, nervous moments for both red and white.
Right. Yeah. Well, nicely down from Iko and Teddy. Now they're moving into quarterfinals.
Well, we know yesterday was finals day, everybody, and everybody around the world watched it. There were some big moments. We'll just see if this little set amounts to anything. Otherwise, we'll have another look at finals day in just a moment. It is green now. So this is Kiran Vitt. Haven't heard much about Kiran. He's looking for this inside track, which sometimes stands up and offers a little bit of something worth hanging in there for. He's still just doing little mini chips and not bothering the judges too much. So a lot of surfing, rode a long wave, won't get a big number, but at least he's on the scoreboard and not sitting there thinking about it. Might have a wave behind this as we look at the overhead. What's going on out the back? It might be a wave here for blue. Irfan
Saipu up and riding at the back. A few times at the back, but it was on the smaller size waves. But looks like there's a set out the back. Somewhere in white. Jaden Wilcoxon up and riding. Nice floater to Camarano section. And definitely he'll be connecting all the way to the inside. Nice wall ahead of him. Gets a great turn in.
Yeah, looks over his shoulder and decides to flick out. And red now, chipping away. Pretty sick turn.
酒井選手、2本目のライディング、1発目、2発目と綺麗にターンを入れて、ここは素早くキックアウトして沖に戻ります。
All right, we're owed 4 numbers. There was a set right on cue, so maybe while we're waiting for these scores to come, maybe we can have a look at finals day again. We've got a really good clip. Anybody that might have missed it live yesterday, we're going to have a little recap of finals day. Oops, no, we're not. We're going to throw down to the interview first. So let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Teddy Billy.
Thanks so much, Teddy. Another heat, another day. Congratulations on moving on through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, feels good. Surfed the Pro Juniors. Been waiting a while. But yeah, it's fun waves out there and happy to make it.
You're into another finals day. You're going to be surfing the quarters tomorrow. Let's just touch on that. A semi-final finish yesterday in the Nias Pro QS 6000. Congratulations. That was huge.
Yeah, that was my best result ever in a QS, so I was super happy. And yeah, I just want to keep it going, bring the same energy and flair into the Pro Juniors, and yeah, hopefully take it out.
Yeah, I saw the pre-heat routine seemed very similar as well. I mean, the Pro Juniors is so huge. Bronson Matey taking out the biggest event last year. Is that a bit of a guess confidence for you to aspire to be like that?
Yeah, I'm good friends with Bronson. We hang out every day in Bali. And yeah, someone's got to take a spot, so I'm aiming to do that.
You got heaps of confidence and energy. I know there's lots of people supporting you. You've been thanking them all week, so why not thank them now?
Yeah, my family, mom, dad, my sister, I love you. And yeah, my sponsors, everyone for watching. Thank you guys.
Another heat win, another bang bang for you. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, True. All right, some numbers are in. Would you like to have a look at the leaderboard for us?
So last of Centauro comes in at 533. That is a healthy number. And then last of Blue comes in at a 1.83. Last of Jaden 2.67, and last of Karambit comes in 1.67. So all the exchange, probably Centauro had a best wave so far.
Yep. And it all probably started with that one big first blast. Would have got a majority of his points off that. There might be some more live action here. Priority currently sits with Irfan. Paddles over this little wave. All right. Looking like things might have gone a little sleepy out the back. As we just there's Dylan. He's finally made his way down here to the beach. Sleeping in today. His dad told me they were both pretty knackered yesterday when they got home. That was an early night all round by Team Wilcoxon. And that's also Kia Hua sitting right next to him. She got a third as well, a semi-final yesterday. So big results right there. Happy campers all around. There is a bit of a break out the back. So why don't we see how this thing was won? Let's have a look at our highlights reel of finals day, if you don't mind.
It's finals day here at the 2025 Nias Pro. We're going to run with the women's semi-finals straight away into the men's, and then we'll be crowning champions. It's going to be a huge day of surfing, so make sure you stay tuned.
And thanks to the production team for queuing up our highlights reel of yesterday. It just brings back all those fond memories of just the biggest day ever. It was such a feel-good moment down here on the beach for both Dylan and Lucy. So here's the action we missed. Meanwhile, your boy Centaro's put together a number here. It's a 3-6. All right, so that's consolidating the lead. We've got wave by Irfan and Kiran. So I imagine this is Irfan's last wave, a 3-6-3.
On a smaller size waves, but managed to put two nice turns. So that comes in at 3.63. And this is a replay of last of Kiran Vid. He's currently sitting in the 4th place, needing 2.27. And the last wave comes in at 3.20. So here is Kiran up and riding again. That was a solid turn and needing 2.27. So definitely he's going to improve his situation. 酒井選手、これはいい波になってきそうです。3.60 以上でその差を広げてくるが、これは綺麗に2発のターン入れてきました。Well, great combination from Sentaro Sakai again.
And no combinations, but a great turn for Vid in the green. So I think they'll both definitely improve their 2-wave totals. Irfan and Jaden are going to have to be on guard here. These scores are going to definitely count towards qualification. Let's have a look at blue. Gives it a pump. Irfan Saipu hits a really strong section there. He's looking for something on the inside. He's part of the clan from the mental eyes. He's weaving. He's got himself a little runner here. He'll be hoping that he can offer at least a big spicy finish.
Wow.
Huge hit. Got to ride out, and he does. All right, I can hear some applause from the crew just in front of our restaurant here. So the athletes in his corner ripping in. They liked it.
Yeah, he's stick to the landing, and that was a great surfing. Love the first turn and the last turn, but the last wave for Kiran Vid comes in at 6.50. Now he's in the lead, but we're still waiting for the last of red and blue. And these scores will be a pretty good number.
Well, 6.5, one hit, all right. Biggest wave we've seen in this heat. Big and steep and didn't balk at it. So, Kieran, congratulations for taking it on. That's what happens when you're back against the ropes and you get those opportunities. You've got to nail it. So, right on cue with a 6.5. All of a sudden, not so shaky anymore, looking pretty solid. Here's White.
Nice first but unfortunately goes down.
It's Jaden.
Jaden Wilcoxon.
All Reds padding onto a good one.
酒井選手、このライディング、その差を広げてこれるか。サイズのある波、一発目、レイバックターンをきれいに決めてきたところですが、少しコブに引っかかってしまったようです。Wow, he was on the way to the great combo.
Yep, we've also got, I think, someone winding up here is green. So, Kieran, that time. So those bigger sets can be susceptible to a bit of chop, especially as you get out wider towards the channel. So both surfers falling on those set waves.
The last of red comes in at a 5.67. So he's in the lead at the moment. 5.67 and 5.33. Kiran Vid is in second place, but we are still waiting for the last of Ifran, needing 6.08. But the last wave blue, it was a great wave, 2-turn combo. So
it was. That's going to catch him up. So he'll stay within touch, I reckon. So the judges are having a good think about this because some important scores here. Just 10 minutes to go. For everyone playing along at home, our next matchup is a big one. Dylan Wilcoxon. Yep, you've heard it right. He's got another crack at a title here. And that title's defense, or that title starts here today. Ricky is, how do I say his last name?
Tomoshige Ricky.
Ricky. It's against Renaro Atard and also Sudaman Dua.
Well, screen, that's QS 6000 winner. Dylan Wilcoxon is getting ready.
Haven't seen this board before. Might be brand newy.
Definitely today is a different condition compared to yesterday. It dropped a bit. Probably he's changing, his board to a smaller board.
All right, so a fresh campaign about to start for Dylan. Here is the replay of all that last bit of madness. Kieran Vitt. This is what got him the 6-5. Huge hit.
That was a huge one. Solid turn from Kieran Vitt.
And this is Irfan's better wave. I think the number is in. They've only thrown a 417 at this.
That was a great turn. But
probably just the size of the wave, maybe, and all this downtime in the middle. Because it's quite a good finish as well here.
Definitely. Wave size, he got little slightly lower score, but definitely good techniques. So he needs to be on the set and doing exact same turn, and definitely he will get the 5.54 that he's needed. This is the last of red. Nice first turn. He was on the way to the great combination, but fortunately the bump just
that took him down, and it also took Kieran down, who was on the back of the very next set wave. So those sets, they can get a bit dodgy as they get out wide. They look good, and everybody wants to be on a bigger wave, but sometimes today, in this light, funky onshore stuff, I've seen some really good numbers extracted from some corneries that grow, but I saw Westernhurst win on the biggest set waves as well. Having said that, right. Here's Irfan again, trying to get out of third.
Great surfing, but again, probably the wave size is a bit smaller than what green and red getting, so probably he needs to go back out and wait for the turn.
Yep, so both red and green starting to run away with it a little bit here. They've got bigger numbers. The requirements are starting to look a little bit deadly now for both blue and white. As our next heat just joins the party via the keyhole. So that right there is Suadaman Dua. Dylan Wilcoxon, of course, featuring in that very next matchup. So let's see if he's recovered from yesterday's heroics and doesn't have any sort of, tiredness or lethargy in the tank. Now he's coming into the juniors. It's still a pretty big deal here. It's its whole separate title and crown is this Pro Junior division. And there's spots that get picked to go to junior world titles out of all of these mashups. So it's still quite a big deal. Time to regroup now and get his blinkers back on again and do what he did yesterday.
Definitely, Dylan is looking for the first place in the ranking, and then just following, what Brondon just has done in earlier this year, just winning the World Pro Junior title.
Inside wave again. So the young fella's sticking with the theory of these insiders. Hasn't served him well so far. He's in third, although he's not far out of second. Mid-5, if he could really do crazy on one of those waves and get a good clean section, it could pay off. It would probably be easier to do on a slightly bigger wave. Doesn't have to chase a full-blown set, but I think those slightly bigger waves just offer a bit more power in the wave themselves, so your turns look a bit better. He's been on some of those flatter, slower sort of waves. So let's see if Kieran Vitt can extend his second placing.
Nice two-turn combo. But it was a smaller size waves. And, get two-turn combo, but it really didn't have the steeper section. Great combination.
Desperately trying to upgrade that 3-2. So we got a little bit unlucky that wave just had that sinking feeling through after his first move. Some of them do wall up, and we saw Teddy and also the surfer in Red Eco get through last heat. Some of those little waves actually grew into really, some big numbers. The biggest numbers of that heat were caught from some small little corneries that stood up. This might be a nice little double thing starting to wind through here now. So Blues having a good look at this. So let's have a look at Irfan Saipu here.
Wow.
So he's got some good energy in that first turn, but it does shut down on him. So he bails straight out. It was a pretty good hit.
Yeah, that was solid actually. And out the back, Jaden Wilcoxon up and riding, needing 7.0. Nice opening cup to start with, and gets another one in, but look like it's flattened out. It's a nice opening curve, but not much after the first turn, so it'll be a nice number for him, but still probably require a decent score.
And, young Jaden yesterday, mate, when Dylan came into the restaurant area, the athlete area, and it was all just going mental down there and the crew are holding him up, and it was one of those moments. Young Jaden was just standing there just crying. He gave his brother a big hug, and then he just cried, and he couldn't control it. And it was just, why would you want to? It was just one of those moments that was just raw and totally unfiltered. And the young brother there was just so overcome with emotion that his big brother had walked away with such a huge title. And, that was all around just the most feel-good story I've been involved with in an event for a long time. A bit a la Lucy Dara as well. But I think what went on yesterday for the Wilcoxon clan, out of the story of just where they're from and everything that went on this week was kind of pretty rare to see all that.
Well, the last of blue comes in at 4.60 now, needing 5.11. Managed to lower the requirement. Here is first good turn, but unfortunately it goes down.
Really going for it here, young Irfan. Sooner or later, he's got 3 minutes. He's got to make the next wave stick, you would think. He's got to get his best score, 5.11. He definitely attracted the attention of the judges with his 4.6. That was one manoeuvre. So if he could find a slightly better wave than that and actually maybe a bigger move or string two of these together. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. That was the last of blue, needing 5.11, but he did go big, and he knew that he needs to do something big. Unfortunately, went down on the last one. So with 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go in this heat.
Next heat, preps themselves, paddling into position. You can see them in the background. So Sentaro, tell me a little bit about him.
Well, Sentaro is well-known surfer. He's a stylish and really relaxed style surfer, and I really love his style actually, how he approaches and how he do turns, how his hand movement is just it's beautiful.
All right, so how old is he?
About 18 years of age,
All right.
17, 18.
All right.
Still young generation, and he's really strong competitor as well.
And has he been, I can't recall, but has he been through this region before, chasing these events?
Right.
He has? Okay.
He's been following this tour a couple of years now, probably. He was here in Nias last year, and he had a great hit here at Nias this year too.
Right, here's the front. Let's have a look at this. He's on the move again. He's kind of caught a lot of these little inside waves that drop under the guard of the crew that are hunting something better. White's also trying something similar. It's Jaden Wilcoxon. Jaden's in fourth. He needs a huge number here, folks. It's got to be the wave that he might be trying to identify a ramp here. He does. Takes to the air. Doesn't quite ride out, but the young Grom, keep believing, keep practicing. Time isn't at this event, but he's kind of young, so there's plenty to like about what he's got coming up ahead.
Definitely, he's inspired by his brother from the winning yesterday, and definitely he wants to showcase his skill in his heat. But last 30 seconds to go.
Sentaro controlling it now with priority also there in case a set does come. I'm sure he'd love to surf a wave into the rocks. It's always good to finish that way. Meanwhile, Kiran Vitt, who is in second spot out of America on his backhand. He's got the biggest score, the 6.5, looked really good. He had the hugest section of this whole heat. Helped himself to a big backhand blast. So that looks like it's it. We can see our second placing surfer right here, unless this wave turns into a 4.5. He might go into first place, but either way, he will move through to the quarterfinals, which will be surfed tomorrow. So what we'll do is we'll go over and out for now from Heat 4, everybody. We'll be back shortly with our very next heat.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Welcome back. This is day number 7, Nias Pro, and we are into Pro Junior Division, men's round of 32. Heat number 6 is in the water. We have Dylan Wilcoxon in red, Ricky Tomoshige in blue, Rendra Atad in white, Swatiman Duha in green. I'm Dai Wako in the booth with Giada.
Back.
You're back. And couple more heats to finish off for the day 1 for the Pro Juniors. But this is Rendra Atad. First wave, nice opening up and gets nice combination. But this is a great wave to start his heat. And then this is Dylan.
All right, Dylan Wilcoxon, the winner of the QS 6000, now in the Pro Juniors. Beautiful second turn. Backs it up again. Wraps it around here just to tie the knot and finish things off. Looking like he took things all the way down to the inside at Kitty's corner. Beautiful surfing there from Dylan Wilcoxon. That's the type of stuff that got him the win in the QS 6000 just yesterday. So a huge, huge moment for Dylan Wilcoxon. Just turned 16 last month.
Right.
583 was the last of red. Super emotional day yesterday for him. I mean, best result in a QS and, QS 6000, and he wins it. So his entire family is down here. He's traveling here with his dad. I know his brothers are here, his sisters. So it's a big Kandui crew, and they were all there to watch. I got a couple messages from the guys at Kandui Resort. They were so proud of him. I think everyone is. A big moment for Indonesia as well,
Right.
getting the win at home. So it was a very emotional moment for everyone.
Definitely. And on screens, man in white, Rendra Atad on the second turn, but goes down. Probably it's just, on the screen、ともしげ選手、1本目のライディング、バックサイドです。大きなスプレーを飛ばして、スープをしっかり乗り越えて前に出てきます。そしてここは、つなげるターンを繰り返していき、どうでしょうか、インサイドのセクションまでつなげていくと、もうワンターンできるセクションが出てきます。さあ、ここはカービングターンを重ねていき演技を終えました。
All right, this is Swardiman Duha right now, cashing in his priority. Only got a 0.5 earlier on, trying to improve his scoreline a little bit. Gets a little stuck behind, isn't really able to get around this whitewash. But let's see if he gets some work done here on this inside. Pulls off pretty quick. Plenty of time. How intimidating must it be right now having Dylan Wilcoxon in a
Right.
Pro Junior heat?
I'll be so nervous, and I'll be just aiming for the second place, probably. But it's big inspiration, to have surfer like Dylan is in your heat.
Yeah.
It's just such a great experience.
Yeah, exactly. And such a young age, and he's definitely gonna be trying to back up yesterday's win. I'm sure he's focusing on this Pro Junior as well. He's an ambitious young man and says he wants to be world champ one day. So this is the road that you have to go on to do that.
Right. This is the last of blue. Ricky Tomoshige, nice. Get up the white warm platform and then gets around the corner, trying to get the last turn in and nicely connecting to all the way to the inside. But there was not many walls to work on, so he kicks out here. It's a few scores locked in for Ricky. 4.0 for the last of Lou.
All right, so while there's a bit of a break in the action, we're going to head over to Mark and the winner of the last heat, Sentaro Sakai.
All right, Sentaro Sakai, winner of the last heat. Different conditions today, so how do you bring yourself up to surf in slightly different stuff like this?
Yeah, I was a bit nervous before the heat, if I be honest, because I surfed this morning and waves was really hard, like tricky, onshore and bumpy. So that's why I knew it's gonna be a slow heat. So I was trying to get a lot of waves in the first few minutes, and lucky to get a 2.5. But I wish I could get more like better scores. Yeah, hopefully do better in the next round.
All right, well, you're through to the quarterfinals. You tell me you've won a Pro Junior before, so this is a big deal because there's still spots to go to get to the World Junior finals, right?
Yeah, I won junior like last year, but I couldn't make the World Junior. So especially this year, I really wanna make it, and yeah, hopefully I can do my best.
All right, well, quarterfinals, the swell's coming up a little bit tomorrow. Do you stay on the same board, or are you going to upgrade a little bit if the swell picks up again?
If it's like really big, I might use my step ups, but I might use my normal boards. Hopefully get some good barrels, yeah.
Barrels, that's why we all come here, right? Tell us a little bit about your sponsors. Would you like to say something to them at home? Because the board looks like it's going really good.
Oh, thank you. In Japanese?
Up to you.
今日は波ちょっと下がってオンシャで難しかったんですけど、いつものジュリエット乗ってすごい調子良かったので明日も頑張ります。応援お願いします。
Well, enjoy your chocky bar and all the best for the quarterfinals tomorrow. Well done, Sentaro.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sentaro and Mark.
Yep, so not too much happening while we were on that interview. We have Dylan Wilcoxon still in the lead, 5.83, just that one wave. Ricky Tomoshige, a 4 and a 1.53. Rendra Attar, a 3.67, and Swardiman just sitting on really low scores, but I'm sure plenty of time to catch up. There's just under 17 left on the clock. And so Ricky Tomoshige has, was he in the QS as well?
He was in the QS, but fortunately knocked it out in the second round, I think. But Ricky's still young, probably like 15 or 16 years of age, and he probably his first big QS event, and he's just here for tried his surfing and just experiencing everything. And Ricky is actually charger. He was surfing indicators the other day and gets good barrels, and he spent a lot of time in Hawaii. Pretty much every winter he spent in Hawaii for like 3 months to just surf at Pipeline and Sunset, all the places. So he's a very experienced surfer. Still young.
Yeah, I mean, still Pro Junior. During the pandemic, the Pro Junior changed to under 21. It used to be under 18. And they extended it to under 21, I think, to give one more year to everyone who missed it. And also gives just more opportunity, and it's like a stepping stone into the QS. So it's a great way to get heats under your belt and really practice and train under heat conditions. And winning a World Junior title is no small thing at all, and you can get some big rewards from it as well. Not only the title, but you get wildcards to the Challenger Series. Maybe sometimes I've seen people get wildcards to CT events. So it's a huge deal, and every junior wants that title. I know Dylan Wilcoxon definitely does and wants to be following Bronson's footstep. This right now, Rendra Attar Good looking wave. A little bit of a sleepy section here. Wraps it around again. See if he gets something a little more critical on the inside. Just trying to keep the flow, trying to keep the speed. This wave gonna be standing up for him. Good finishing there for our man in white. So he'll be backing up that 367.
Wow,
really
that's
nicely.
yeah, that was a great surfing from White. But Dylan Wilcoxon is just holding on to the fast priority for quite a long time now. He starts this heat with 5.83, strong heat start, but been waiting for the second wave for about almost 8 minutes or so.
Ooh, a bit of a priority mistake there for Dylan Wilcoxon. He
Wow.
paddled for that wave, and it looks like they deemed it as a paddle, so he will be pushed down to third priority. But we've seen him do incredible things in waves that look like they don't have much scoring potential. That's
Yes.
how good he is, and how incredible his ability is to make a nothing wave look good.
Definitely, Dylan is capable of getting high scores under priority, because in semis in a QS event he had a second priority and he gets this inside ones and just went for it in the air and makes it and gets an excellent score. So it's kind of interesting to see his tactics right now. But
All right, there we have again a bit of a priority change. Our man in green paddled for the wave, so Dylan second priority, first priority is with Riki Tomoshige now. Lucky man, both no one caught a wave and he got first priority.
right. So Ricky is just trying to get rid of the 1.93 to extend his lead. His requirement is 2.74 to go into the lead. At the back, man in green up and riding. Nice fade turn, and comes around the section, gets just one turn in, but unfortunately goes down.
Good wear there from Swardiman. I like that. It was a pretty critical
Right.
turn. Unfortunately, wasn't able to ride out. So here it looks like blue.
ともしげ選手4本目のライディングになります。ブルーは 2.74 スコアすると1位へジャンプアップします。一発目、縦のアクション、いいターンを入れてきました。もう一発入れられると、そのスコアを伸ばしていくことができますが、どうでしょうか。そしてその後ろでは、レッドが縦のライディングを重ねています。Well, both blue and red are on the screen. Good way for blue, but Dylan just tags into the critical section a couple times. It's going to be interesting exchange between red and blue.
Yeah, wow. So I was taking a look at Dylan's wave while you were talking about Ricky's, and those two turns out the back were looking really good. I could hear as well his crew down on the beach cheering him on. So Ricky and Dylan, two really good scores to come through. We'll see what they say. We have a replay as well of Rendra Atard. So 3 scores for our surfers to come in, and then we're definitely going to have a change in the situation. Those were probably some of the biggest sets we've seen all day. Dylan, with second priority, got that second wave, and it was just slightly bigger and a bit more wall to it, looks like.
So last of blue comes in at 4.93. So 4.93 and 4.0. Now Ricky is in the lead. But the last of red will be a big number.
So here are the replays. This is the last of blue. So this came in at a 4.93. Good looking wave. I like that section. Super speedy. Got around the whitewash there. Got a little stuck. This wave not really providing so much scoring potential here on the inside, but he surfed it beautifully. There we have it. The last of Dylan, though, comes in at a 7-point ride. So Dylan now in a clear lead. The last of white came in at a 2.43, so doesn't go into his top 2. But this Dylan Wilcoxon 7. Wow.
Wow, the second
Oh.
time.
Beautiful surfing there from Dylan. So getting the second wave of the set, and it actually went to his favor. So Dylan just looking on point, and right behind him, Rendra Attard.
Well, that's a nice first turn from Rendra, but kind of gets stuck on the second turn. Unfortunately, went down. So now Dylan is in the lead. Ricky is in the second. The white Rendra Attard needs 5-6 to go into second. Suatiman Duha now needing 7.76. So both white and green need a decent score to go into the second with 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, so Dylan just showing, he's in a really good headspace right now. He is looking kind of unstoppable. Like we said, just having his name in a heat would already rattle some bones. I would definitely be a little scared, because when you come off that win, you just have that, extra boost of confidence, especially from a QS 6000. It's a really big title. He
Right.
beat some big names and he had some stacked heats to get there, and you got to beat everyone to win.
Right. And
So
yeah,
Dylan really, really showing up.
and I can tell by his surfing that he's got a lot of confidence in his surfing. He doesn't rush anything. It's great surfing.
All right, we're going to see a little bit of what happened yesterday with Dylan Wilcoxon. The win, the emotional win. Huge moment for him, 16 years old, straight out of the mental eyes. Let's have a bit of this moment here, Dylan's last wave, and the moment he realized he won the QS 6000. Big turn there. How beautiful his surfing is. So mature at such a young age.
Definitely so mature surfing. No rush in between turns and get in the air. And he did everything he could in the final.
There we go. Super, super emotional moment there for Dylan Wilcoxon. What a way to, get that Nias title. His whole family was down there. All of Indonesia was cheering him on. We were all down at the beach. There we have the Indonesian coach as well. Dylan handing him the flag. His family's here. His sister. Everyone was crying. There we have Kia Martin. What a moment. Dylan Wilcoxon, 16 years old, QS 6000 winner. Incredible.
Wow. So it's super surprising that he's still in the junior division and he's surfing again today, and how he can maintain his motivation in this heat. He just took a win, but he doesn't look he's over yet.
Yeah, so Dylan didn't even have time to celebrate his win because he's back in the jersey today and gonna be hopefully tomorrow we'll see him surf his quarterfinal, see if he can do a back-to-back win like we saw last year in the women's side in Krui. Here this right now is Rendra Attard. Taking a look at this one. Big first turn, loving that. He really pushed the tail there. Sets it up again here. This wave, not too much happening on the inside, so he decides to pull off. We're just under 6 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, Rendra needing a decent score, 5.26. It's not a huge score, but still you need to put some damage at the back to be rewarded. And Swandiman needing 7-6. Probably needs to be on the bigger sets and do a few solid turns to get 7-6. But we are about to reaching the 5 minutes mark.
Yeah, so big change in conditions today. It's probably the smallest day we've seen since we got here, and unfortunately a bit of an onshore wind. This right now is Suardiman Duha looking for a 7-6, not looking like that will be the score. Unfortunately wasn't really able to string this heat together just yet. He's got just under 5 minutes left. Here we have, I think, our man in white, Rendra. 5-6 is his requirement. He takes to the air. Unfortunately, falls. That looked kind of painful.
Right.
So coming up next in the round of 32 will heat 7. We have Taki Kanazawa, Sho Shirai, Shuma Nonaka, and Kenshin Matsunaga. A full Japanese exchange.
So at the back, Dylan is up and riding, trying to get rid of 5.83. Nice. First turn, comes around the section, gets over the white quarter, and try to connecting to the inside. So probably he sees some section to hit a big roundhouse cutback with a big rebound. Oh, that was great surfing from Dylan Wilcoxon again.
Beautiful. On screen, that is Suardiman Duha, just unfortunately falling off, and behind him, Ricky.
ともしげ選手、この波でブルーは 4.0 以上スコアするとその差を広げていきます。1位になるためには 7.90 が必要。バーティカルなリッピングが入ると点数が上がっていきそうです。ここで演技を終えていきます。残り時間が3分30秒を切っています。
Wow, that last of Dylan was so beautiful to watch. I mean,
Right.
that roundhouse cutback was, you don't see it so much in competition nowadays. So him just giving a bit of flair there.
A little bit of a mix up.
Yeah, I really love that. Maybe a little bit of a Mason Ho imitation. I feel like they have pretty similar styles, don't you
Yeah.
think
Yeah, I agree. But is he like, must be his favorite surfer?
I think so, because when I spend time in Kandui, Dylan and Ifran and the boys are always watching his YouTube channel, so I'm sure that's where he gets a lot of his inspiration from. I know that, you know, when they're not surfing incredible waves, they're watching their own clips or watching YouTube videos of surfing. Like when you're out there in Kandui, it's all about surfing. There's nothing much happening. So yeah, he must get a lot of inspiration from the YouTube videos that they watch. And I know Dylan is also a fisherman. He loves fishing. So when he's not surfing, he's probably out there fishing, and he only catches what he needs. Sometimes he doesn't. He does a lot of catch and release. What I remember hearing, he doesn't love to take fish home.
So this is a flat cam replay of the last wave of Dylan.
Yeah, he's surfing with a different level of confidence right now. He's really relaxed out there. He's not really worried at all. So a couple scores coming in for the last of red. So this wave comes in at a 6.23, extends his lead now. Ricky looking for an 8.30. This is the last of Ricky. We're still waiting for the score to come through. Nice first turn here. Sets it again. Nothing too crazy or critical just yet, but this wave giving you lots to work with on the inside. Like that wave.
He did a lot of damage all the way through to the inside, but unfortunately there's no steeper section to actually can go to vertical. We are still waiting for the last of blue, and this is Rendra up and riding, needing 5.26. This is a smaller size waves, but nice layback turn to start with. And probably he'll be connecting this wave through to the inside and gets another beautiful turn in and gets a finish. So nice combination from Rendra, needing 5.26. And probably there's going to be not enough time for him to go back out. So he's trying to connecting all the way to the inside. So this is a very crucial moment for Rendra.
Dylan just a bit of a victory lap here. Switch foot. Just showing how relaxed he is and how he's just enjoying the ride now. He already has a QS 6000 title. So we're going to count this one down, but we're still waiting for the last of blue and white. So for now, Rendra looking for a 5.26, but we're still waiting for the last of Riki Tomoshige. So we'll stick with it. Some important scores to come through for both these surfers. Does Riki improve his top 2 scores with that last one? Or does Rendra, last second clutch? So there we have it. Riki's last one comes in at 4.93. So does increase his heat total. Now Rendra looking for a 6.19.
Ooh, so well, not too sure if it's gonna be the last of white. It's gonna be requirement. So comes in at a 3.33. So it looks like Dylan and Ricky moving into the quarterfinals tomorrow. So we're gonna go quick break and we'll be right back in heat number 7 after the break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Welcome back. This is Nias Pro Day 7. We are into Pro Junior Division. Men's round of 32, Heat 7. And I'm Daiwako here in the booth again with Jara.
Yes, we are going to be finishing off today with Heat 8, but right now, Heat 7, we have Taki Kanazawa, Sho Shirai, Shuma Nonaka, and Kenshin Matsunaga.
松永選手の1本目のライディングになります。フローターでセクション抜けますが、ここでプルアウト。このヒートはメンズラウンドオブ32、ヒート7、4名の日本人選手がクレジットされています。レッドに金沢滝、ブルーに白井翔、ホワイトの中修馬、グリーン、松永健信、4名の日本人選手によるヒート7が行われています。本日はこの後ヒート8を終えると本日のスケジュール終了となります。さあ、レッド、金沢滝選手、1本目のライディング、大きな一発のターンですが、これはいいスコアになってきそうです。本日少しサイズの下がったコンディションでヒートが行われています。一発の大きなターンでも、点数が出てきています。Well, last of red comes in at a 5-0, so great start from Taki Kanazawa.
Yeah, so a 5 and a 0.5. That's already a pretty good start there for our man in red. Kenshin, a 2-1-0. So it is now Shoshirai and Shuma Nonaka looking to start off their Heat 7, round of 32. We will be finishing off the day with the Heat 8. So coming up next, we have Raiha Onu, Aoi Oguri, Sinar Tanjung, and Philip Duke. Exciting matchup. Alright.
松永選手、グリーン、もう一度波にテイクオフしていきます。ここはスピードのあるフローターでセクション抜けますが、少し緩慢なスープのセクション、難しいセクションにアクション仕掛けていきます。そして裏ではレッドがテイクオフ。2本目で5点を出しています。一発目大きなレイバックターン。そしてこれは技を変えて大きなカービングターンを入れてきています。ここはどうでしょう、インサイドつなげていくと、その点数を広げていきそうです。さあ、ここでもまた大きなカービングを入れていきます。ここでキックアウト。そしてその後ろでは、白井翔、ブルーが、1本目の波に乗っています。Well, a lot of waves have been ridden in this heat so far. Pretty much every surfer had one wave in.
Yep, so pretty wave full heat. We have 3 scores to come through for red, green, and blue. But while we wait for that, we're going to talk to Dylan Wilcoxon, winner of the last heat and winner of the QS 6000.
Thanks, Giada and Di. Dylan, another day, another heat win. How are the conditions out there?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. A little smiling yesterday and a little wonky, but still got a couple and made my heat. Yeah, stoked.
We were just talking before. You said that you changed up your equipment. What are you riding today?
I ride my Subdriver 3.0 stringered epoxy swallowtail, and it feels great out there. Yeah.
Into your second finals day at the Nias Pro. What are you going to do to kind of rest and recover for your first quarterfinal in the Pro Junior?
I don't know, probably just rest a lot. Yeah.
Big day yesterday. I'm sure there's lots of people watching and supporting at home that you'd love to say hi to.
Yeah, I want to say hi to my mom in Bali. And yeah, everyone in Kandu, thank you for supporting me. Yeah.
Well, as tradition, here's your bang bang for that heat win, and we'll let you get back to it.
Thank you, True. And Dylan? Dylan looks so relaxed.
Unimpressed. It's like another heat win.
Another heat win,
No
another
worries.
bin.
Do that in my sleep now.
Well, he's going to be into a second finals day of Nias Pro.
So this is a replay of Taki Kanazawa. I think this one came in at a 4.70. I love that first turn. Really like laid back into it. Couple turns here to wrap it all up. But Shoshirai, 6.33 to start his campaign.
Well, that is a healthy number. We missed a lot of turns at the back, but here's a replay of loss of Shoshirai. Oh, big first turn. And straight into the second, and another nice get a little bit of a rotation. So that was a huge combination. Already done a lot of damage at the back. And a few, half turns, but that first 2 turns, that was solid. でもブルー白井翔選手、1本目で 6.33 をスコアしています。今見たリプレイが1本目のライディングになりますが、2発大きなターンを入れて 6.33 というスコアを、出してきました。そしてレッドテイクオフしています。小さめの波ですが、しっかりとスティープのセクションがある波にテイクオフ。1発、2発目、特にいい演技になりました。そしてその後ろからはグリーンがテイクオフ。大きなオープニングカーブから縦のアクションスプレーを大きく飛ばしていきます。そしてここからインサイドにつなげるか、もしくはキックアウトするかという選択ですが、インサイドまでつなげてもう一発入ってきました。これはいい波になってきたグリーン松永健信選手。3.61 を出すと2位のポジションへ進んでいきます。
Yeah, so a great start, Shoshirai. Those 2 turns were really beautiful, really pushing the tail right over and over. Taki Kanazawa. Shoshirai and Taki Kanazawa are two names that I've seen quite a lot around here in the Asian region, and I can't believe they're still juniors.
Yeah, like Kenshin is still in the junior division as well, and he was doing great, but this is a replay of Kenshin.
Yeah, so this is the last of Kenshin. Good first turn. I love that he pushed a little harder on that second one. Goes around that whitewash section, but sticks with it here. Gets a bit more done here on the inside. So Kenshin Matsunaga, we're waiting for his last score to come through. So the score of this wave. And we're waiting for one more of red. So, but yeah, so Taki Kanazawa, Shoshirai, Kenshin Matsunaga. Names I've seen here for already a couple years, and it impresses me that they're still juniors. Just shows how young people are starting to compete at a really high level, and how important it is for all of them in this right now.
ブルーアップしています。2本目のライディングになってくる。ここで点数を重ねていきたい。ここもしっかりとテールを回していきます。180でノズを、回して戻しながら次のセクションへ。ここはもう1ターン入れられるか。さあ、縦のアクションを見せてきますが、少し難しいセクションへのアプローチとなりました。今のがブルーの2本目のライディング。
このヒートは残り時間15分50秒になるところです。この後、ヒート8が終わると本日のスケジュール終了となります。クォーターファイナル以降は明日になります。
15 and a half left. It is Taki Kanazawa, a 5 and a 4-7. We're still waiting for the score of red and blue, so the judge is taking a good look at them.
And then last of Kenshin comes in at 5-0. So it's pretty tight heat.
Yeah, here's a replay of Shoshirai. Nice first turn there. And pushes the tail there. I love it. That stuff from Shoshirai, and the judges looking like they're loving it too. A 6-3-3 for his first one. Takes it all the way down here to the inside. Unfortunately falls off there, pushes a little too hard. So we're waiting for the last two scores of red and blue before we get like a bit of an update in the situation. Shuma no Naka, kind of a bit of a quiet heat, not too much done just yet. 0-6-7 is what he's sitting on.
Right, he's very young competitor, probably like 14 years old, and this is pretty much the first time he's doing overseas QS, so he's just try to get through one round each, and try to get big experience or like surf against bigger names. But at the moment he is in the first place, needing a decent score, but he has a first priority. That looks like a few scores dropped in. The last wave for red comes in at a 3.97, and last wave for blue comes in at a 3.33. So red is in the blue in the second. Green Kenshin needs 4.47 to go into second. Shuma needs 8.99. It looks like at the back there's a motion in the ocean. 野中選手、ここでテイクオフ2本目のライディングになりますが、これは少し波が早かったか。
Is Shuma Nonaka traveling with Takumi?
Yes.
Okay, I've seen them out in the lineup together. He's a very, very young competitor. Yeah.
Yes, super young competitor. So he's probably first time here in Nias as well as in Kurui. And probably first time traveling with big guys,
with the
Takumi.
big boys.
Big boys. So probably he's experiencing a lot of new things.
Yeah. Especially with Takumi. Takumi has been around a lot and is a very loved character in the QS. So I'm sure they're having a great time. I saw Shuma and Takumi paddle out in Krui. It was actually a pretty solid afternoon. So this is him right now.
野中選手、これは小さめの波ですが、しっかりインサイドまでつなげて、さあ大きく一発ターンを入れてきます。ここはワイプアウトしてしまいます。
Yeah, I saw them paddle out in Krui one afternoon. It was a solid day, and Shuma, no fear in his eyes. So it was great to watch.
ブルー。さあ、これもインサイドの波になりますが、一発二発とターンを重ねていきます。3.33 以上出すと、その差を広げていき、3.37 で1位のポジションへジャンプアップします。さあ、残り時間12分を切ったところ、どうでしょう、セットが来た。アウトでは、レッド、テイクオフしています。現在第1位のポジション。さあ、一発目大きな鋭いターンを入れていき、前のセクションへ。ここからつなげていくと点数が広がっていきますが、どうでしょうか。ここはポテンシャルがなかったか。そして沖ではグリーンもアップしています。ここは早めにキックアウトします。このヒートは波風が多く、たくさんの波が来ていますが、残り時間もう11分20秒を切ったところです。
All right, so waiting for scores of red and green to come in. Well, there's a bit of a break in the action. We'll be finishing off the day with the Heat 8 of the round of 32. Raiha Onu Aoi Oguri Sinar Tanjung and Philip Duke. And tomorrow we'll probably be starting with the men's quarterfinals. So a couple stacks heats coming up. The women are already in the semifinals, so it's already going to be finals day here.
Right.
Day 2 of the Pro Junior. We're going to be crowning our Pro Junior winners tomorrow and wrapping up the Crew Nias tour already.
Big Indonesian leg will be
Mhm.
finished tomorrow.
Yeah. So tomorrow we'll be having our complete winners for the men and women's side of the Pro Junior before we head over to Korea in a couple weeks. I'm very excited myself for the wave pool. I've never been to Korea. So I'm excited to see how it all goes
Right.
down.
Such a great event at the wave pool. It's just perfection. And well, on the screen, the replay of the last of red. Nice first turn, lot of projection, lot of speed through that turns. But unfortunately, there's not much wall to work on for red. So the last wave comes in at a 3.40. It's not gonna be in his best two scores, but Taki Kanazawa is in the lead with 5 and 4.7, and Shoshirai is in second with a 6.33 and a 3.33. So now Kenshin is in third place, needing 4.47. With first priority, Shuma Nonaka needs 8.23 to go into second with 9 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, so while there's a quick break in the action and we're waiting for some waves to be ridden, just looking at the heats tomorrow, we'll have in the women's semifinals, Heat 1, Sumomo Sato, Kia Hewer, Hinano Shimizu, and Ora Zeflin, also known as Allen. In Heat 2, we have Jasmine Studer. We'll be seeing Hanasuri Jabrick, Hinata Shimizu, and Imari Hearn. And on the men's side, in the quarterfinals, we have Heat 1 quarterfinal, Weston Hurst, Riki Sato, Hiroto Mori, and Iko Watanabe. In Heat, we'll see Yuma Nagasawa, Nathan Johannes, Teddy Billy, and Raflin Wow. Heat 3 has Sentaro Sakai and Dylan Wilcoxon, and we're still waiting for the athletes to come in for Heat 3 and 4. And Heat 4 already, Kiran Vitt and Riki Tomoshige. So here's a couple replays of what went down. Shoshirai, good looking first turn here. I think this is probably his 6.33 that we saw earlier on in this heat. So top 2 surfers of this heat and the next one will be joining the last 2 heat of the quarterfinals tomorrow. A couple waves ridden while we're on that replay.
Right. Wow, the last of Kenshin, he was on the way, but that was solid couple of turns out the back. So with 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go, we have a score to lock in for green and red. But green's last wave looks like it's gonna be a great number. We love to see the replay of green. Here is the last of red. さあ、レッドのリプレイになります。一発目、ターンをしてフィンを抜きながら前へ出てきます。スピードをつけながら、ここはプルアウト、そしてグリーン、これはいい波になりました。一発目、大きなカービングターン、スプレーをきれいに飛ばして、セカンドターンもいいところに一発入れました。そして大きく長いカービングターンを入れて、この波を終えます。
Last of green comes in at a 5.20, goes straight to first. Now Taki Kanazawa in second. A 6.53 is his requirement to take the lead again. Shoshirai now 3.37 and Shuma Nonaka an 8.27 to get himself back into this heat. But he is a very, very young competitor. He has a bright future in front of him. I mean, for the surfing we've seen him do in this heat, he's really good.
Right. You know, he's I'm pretty sure he's a national champ under 15 or 14 in Japan. So definitely he has a great skills. He has a bright future. This is a pretty big experience for Shuma. With the 6 minutes to go in this heat. Kenshin holds first priority. with a 6.33 and 5.20. Looks like out the back. 野中選手、ホワイト。これはいいターンになってきました。そして2発目も縦のアクション。これはしっかりとメイクして前に出てきて3発目も入れてきます。間違いなくこれはベストスコアになってくるでしょう。
That was really cool.
Great serving from Shuma Nonakas. It's gonna be definitely a best score for him. And needing 8.27 at the moment, but out the back. さあ、ブルーアップします。この波で 3.37 以上で逆転をしてきますが、どうでしょう。1発2発と綺麗にここはしっかりと決めてくるような印象です。ここはインサイドまでつなげてくるか。さあ、ミドルターンをつなげて、ここでも大きなターンを入れて、さあ、もう一度入ってくる。さあ、レイバックターン、少しバリエーションを変えて、この演技を終えてきます。That's great surfing from Sho Shirai, needing 3.37.
Yeah, he has a 6.33, but hasn't really been able to back it up just yet. It's just a 3.33 for a backup, but Kenshin Matsunaga getting that 6.33 as well, so that pushed him straight to first. Taki Kanazawa. We're still waiting for 3 scores to come through, a couple replays. This is the last of Sho Shirai. So for now, before all the scores come through, his requirement is a 3.37. So good job out the back. A little bit of downtime here. But I love that layback he did to finish this wave off. You'll see it here. He almost lost the wave, but he kept through with it. Wraps it around here, and here we go. Love this. Boom. Giving variety, giving the judges something new and something fresh to look at. So last of red, a 3.97. He doesn't go to his top 2. Neither does the last of white, a 3.57. So goes to his top 2 and does lower his requirement to a 6.13. But the last of Sho Shirai, a 5.17. So he goes straight to second again. Here's a replay of blue. This is the 6.33 of blue that we saw earlier on in this heat. With 3.5, a good way to start. Look how close the scoreline is between first and second.
Right. And this is probably the last of green 6.33. Nice first down with a lot of spray and power, and nice off the top, and gets a long carb on the third turn. So that's both were 6.33, but different approach. But great surfing from both of surfers.
The difference between first and second, 11.53 and 11.50. So it's super, super close. Now it's red with a little bit of work to do. A 6.50 is his requirement. Shuma Nonaka in white, a 7.93 with 2.5. They're going to have to be on the best waves now, because otherwise it's not going to be too easy to do it on an average wave.
Right.
Big
definitely.
scores, you need good waves.
But, Shuma did a great job on the last wave. It's got 3.57. Not a decent score, but still he managed to put 2 good turns, actually.
Yep, so he just needs to get a bit of a set that works to his favor. A couple big turns out the back, and maybe Sho Shirai, as he did on the inside, a big turn to finish it off. That's a little bit of like textbook contest surfing. Usually your coach tells you, start big and finish big, because you want to catch their attention, the judges' attention at first, and then make sure it's an impressive and big finish.
残り時間が90秒になるところで、現在シチュエーション、グリーンが1位、そしてブルーが2位のポジション、レッドの金沢選手 6.50 で逆転、ホワイトの野中選手は 7.93 をスコアすると2位のポジションへジャンプアップします。残り時間1分15秒になるところですが、ファーストプライオリティがグリーン、セカンドプライオリティレッド、サードプライオリティがホワイト、そしてフォースプライオリティがブルーといったシチュエーションになります。残り時間が少なくなってきました。本日の波のコンディションだと、セットの波での大きなターンが しっかりとしたスコアを出すのに必要な、ターンになってくると思います。残り時間50秒です。So down to 50 seconds to go in this heat. Looks like Ocean goes a little bit quiet. Don't really see any line on the horizon. See, that's I think Takumi Nakamura is caddy for Raiha Onu for the next heat. Just paddling, passing the lineup.
Yep, so we're going to be counting this one down soon, and it's looking like Kenshin Matsunaga and Sho Shirai will be passing on to the quarterfinal and surfing in finals day here at the Nias Pro Junior. That will all be tomorrow, though. We count this one down. Congratulations, Kenshin Matsunaga, Sho Shirai, as well as Taki Kanazawa and Shuma Nonaka. We're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 8.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint agave. And that is incredible.
Welcome back to the Nias Pro Junior. It is the last heat of the day, Heat 8 of the men's round of 32. Out there we have Raiha Onu, Aoi Oguri, Sinar Tanjung, and Philip Duke. I'm True Sally, and joined in the booth with me right now is Mark Lift.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to it. Yep, it is the back end of day 7. So we are rapidly staring at one more day to go. It's going to be finals day for the Pro Juniors tomorrow. Have had a look at the forecast, and we'll get to that in a minute. But let's just have a little look at Heat 1. It's Team Japan up against Team Indonesia. Raiha Onoi in the red, Aoi Oguri in the blue, Sinar Tanjung in white, and young Philip Duke in the green. So our final matchup of the day, and that last one looked pretty good. The big killing machine of Kenshin Matsunaga just keeps storming through the field.
Wow, how is that? An 11.53 for Kenshin winning that heat. Sho Shirai getting 11.5. 0.03 between first and second right now. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Taki Kanazawa and Shuma Nonaka, but it's been pretty incredible day so far for the first day of the Pro Juniors, and what a heat to finish this one off as well. 2 Japanese surfers taking on 2 Indonesians. Philip Duke just progressing through his heat this morning, needed a 3.83, got a 4.17. It was pretty nerve-wracking times for him, I think.
Yeah, he dodged a bullet. I spoke with him after it, and he went, it was quite a crapo. I said, well, you got through. So it's not all disaster, but you got to get through one way or another. So this is blue now. It's Aoi. He's picked one of these little growers that start off right in the corner. He's doing some pretty decent work just to get this campaign underway. Sections just keep dropping, and he's helping himself to some points. Out wide, one more foam climb, and things get pretty sleepy and deep out there, so out he goes. But not a bad start. Yep, young Philip, he had a pretty good campaign also down there in Krui. Kept taking out giant names all over the place, and just kept getting through heats in the QS. But this is a different draw. There's a lot of big hitters in this, particularly with Dylan and Co. and Western, and then Team Japan. And so you've still got to be on guard.
Oh, definitely. It's always one of those. It seems like this whole Pro Junior event so far has been one of those moments where it's like you must perform it the best whenever you can. Otherwise you're gonna get caught out. It's a 5.17 for this first wave of Aoi, and good first turn for him as he drives through a second one. And it's when he just really starts to open up here, gets a fourth turn there, and a 5.17 is a good way to start his heat for the last heat of the day. And Raiha, he's been here, unfortunately not progressing too far in the Nias Pro QS 6000, but he's back here in the Pro Juniors and ready to make a couple of rounds.
And Sinar's been everywhere this week. He loves it down there in the athlete area, supporting all the Team Peace-Eye and the Team Mentor-Eye. He loves getting around everybody and just hanging out. So that's him in the white, the younger brother of Varun, and son of Rizal and Chandra. So good afternoon to the crew down there in Bali. Let's have a look. It's 2:15 in Bali time. It's an hour behind that up here in Western Sumatra. The sun's come out. Jeez, it was a dreary old morning when we woke up. There were puddles. The wind was kind of white capping and stuff from the onshore. So at least the wind's dropped, the sun's out, and it's starting to warm up.
Yes. It's a great way to finish the day. And Raiha, quick float. Unfortunately, just a one turn there for Raiha. We are going to see an increase in the swell tomorrow, which will be great, which means that we are going to have the quarters for the men tomorrow.
And that was a big motivation and incentive for everybody that put their leg ropes on today. It's like, hey, get through this. You're surfing something more substantial tomorrow. And everybody's like, are you sure? It's like, that's the word. I've checked all the forecasts and I've been listening to the locals. So, yep, they've just had to get down and get their head around this round, progress through to the better stuff tomorrow. It's Sinar on the inside. Can't quite put in the big paddles to get over the edge.
Yep.
So the boys just fumbling around a little bit. They're starting to make the 517 seem like a really good decision there for Aoi. Never had any really big moments on that wave, but at least there was 4 of them. So we tagged every one of those sections. Well done. It'll release some nerves. Can't even see him at the moment. He might be sitting out a bit wider away from these crew, realising that they'll be pretty anxious to get their campaign started. So speaking of that, let's have a chat with Kenshin Matsunaga and Dai Wacko. Take it away, Dai.
さあ、ラウンド1から出場していた、このプロジュニアですが、しっかりとラウンド2も、クリアして、次はクォーターファイナルです。今回のヒートを振り返ってみてどうですか？
前半あんまいいの乗れなかったんですけど、途中乗れてよかったです。
He's happy that he could get the good waves in the last minutes. He kind of waited for quite a long time in the beginning, but he's happy with the result. 朝のコンディションと比べて、比較するとどっちの方がいいですか？
今の方がいいです。はい。風が良かったです。
結構見ているとこうショルダーが張っていくような波が多くなったような気がするんですけど、入ってみてもそんな感じですか？
そうですね。朝より波惚れてました。はい。
はい。明日いよいよファイナルデーです。クォーターファイナルからのスタートとなりますが、今日はこの後どう過ごしますか？
ゆっくり過ごして、なんかやっておきます。はい。
じゃあ最後にメッセージの方お願いします。
はい。明日また頑張ります。おめでとうございます。
明日も頑張ってください。じゃあまたベンベンを食べて休んでください。
はい。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
And he always keeps it under control. He's not that emotional. Good on him. Lets you surf and do the talking, breezing through round after round. Probably the biggest pro junior left in the event. And he had a great outing also throughout, big days out here at Lagundry Bay. I believe we do have some highlights of our biggest day. We'll get to that right after this set because it looks like the boys are on the move. So Ray Hart, he lets it go. Green out wide, gets a piece of this thing. It's the Duke. So young Philip Duke gives it a pump. Spins the wheels on his first effort. Nice work. Wrapping it around. Another little funky tail slide there just to mix it up. So Sinar now gets his chance. He's got to paddle a little bit harder than that. He's going to lose priority. Oh, not ideal there for Team Tanjung. Yes, again, back to the end of the priority billing. Nice looking wave on the inside, True.
Yeah, Aoi using his priority on this one, looking to back up a 517. Good first turn for him, driving through another one, just kicking the tail a little bit more and goes back on rail. So that'll be a good second wave for Aoi to lock in.
Yep, liked his second turn, really got stuck into it. A lot of use of the rails, really bent his knee and bent his back into that. So that looked pretty spicy. Nice clean wave as well on the back end of that set. So I can't see much more wave action out the back. So maybe we'll have a quick look at the highlights of day 5, if you don't mind. Okay, everybody, and welcome back to the Nias Pro for day 5 of action. Yeah. We're going to be starting shortly with women's quarterfinals, so we have 4 of those to roll out. Men's quarterfinals, it's a pretty short program today, so if I was you, I would tune in and watch day 5 of the Nias Pro. Cheers.
The waves coming through. It's not as good as yesterday, but really rippable. So frothin'. Stoked to take it.
Yeah,
let's go.
Righto, nice mash up there of day 5. That was our second last day on the QS side of life. You saw a lot of highlights there, a lot of red hot slashing. So that day was what got everybody into finals day. But more importantly, these guys are trying to get through into quarterfinals with a little swell increase. That's Philip Duke just flicking off wave number 2. And we've still had no waves lock in for Sinar just yet. We've got a little board swap going on out there with the caddy. So even though it is a smallish day, most surfers still taking a caddy with them.
Yep. This is Sinar on his first wave as well. Just driving through that one on his backhand. Unfortunately, catches a bit of rail, but I feel like he's did a fair bit of work to get down there regardless. And yeah, Raiha looking to change his equipment right now, wondering what was going on there, but it's not going to matter. He's going to head back out. We've seen people change their boards a little bit today with the drop in the swell. Speaking with Dylan Wilcoxon, he changed his board to an EPS Mayhem today, and he was like, it's kind of one of the first times I rode it, and it felt pretty good. So,
well, he could surf anything. He could surf a door and win a heat out here just about. So let's have a look at Raiha. Maybe we can pick up on what perhaps went wrong with his surfboard, but he's going pretty sharp. He's looking pretty good to me. So weaving around right now, he's in second spot. So it's about now, I think he headed straight over to the caddy, but this is Philip. What did he do here?
Yeah, that was a really strong first turn, throwing heaps of spray. He times it so well, hitting those sections, but just the one connection for Philip. And then this is Sinar on his first wave. Good to just get the momentum going. That was a strong first turn. Gets that second one in for Sinar. It's a whitewashy wave, but got a fair bit of work done. It was a 2.27 for his first. Last wave of Raiha, a 2.63. So it is Aoi out in front with a 5.17 and a 4.37. Philip Duke has that 3.83 and a 3.17 in second. Raiha chases a 4.37. And Sinar only looking for a 4.73.
So kind of the nicest conditions of the day about now. It's, you know, the wind has really backed off considering what we had when we first rolled up. We've got 2 surfers, want a piece of this one. It's looking like it's young Philip that takes it off the man in red. I love spicing it up at every opportunity. So we'll
we'll see how that score locks in. We've got Aoi, good connection there. And unfortunately, doesn't quite get the second one in. So it was just that one turn for Aoi Oguri. He'll get back out there. So priority goes to Raiha Onu with 11 minutes.
All right, back end of Pro Junior Day, everybody. 13 heats on our format. We're just about there. Quarterfinals remain on the men's side of the draw. The ladies have their semi-finals. So according to my maths, we've got 10 heats to go tomorrow to crown our Pro Junior champions. Dish out a whole lot of points for the junior tour and a whole lot of cash as well. He goes, Philip, he loves getting involved in these paddling duels. He's taken the inside track here. Looks like he's not really putting in 100% effort. But anyway, a nice little bit of care. He's trying to stay out of the in the blind spot there for blue, but he takes a different track. I'm not sure where he's heading, but this is red heading towards the channel rapidly. Raiha Onoi on wave number 3. He's in third spot. Needs something to get up into second. That might be close. We'll have to have a look at the whole replay again. Needs a 4.37. That'll be his better wave, I think. 10 minutes to go in our day here, everybody. We hope you're enjoying day 7 of the Nias Pro. I think we're going to ramp it up again tomorrow. The ocean's starting to come to life again out there by all the modules on the forecasts. So the juniors will be licking their lips. They watched all the QS warriors stand tall in a lot of barrels. I think that was on day 4. Was our real highlight day. But we'll just get these replays done, and then we might have a look at finals day again because yesterday was so good. But Philip just spins the wheels. He likes to funk it up.
Yeah, he has a fair bit of fun out there, doesn't he? This is his last wave of Raiha. It's a 4.77, so his best wave of the heat. Strong first turn, gets the fins out, drives through a good carve there for Raiha, and just jams it once again.
Straight into second spot right there. So, yeah, we'll let's have another look at finals day, everybody. Yesterday was just a ripping day. Sure, the production team have got that queued up, if you don't mind, gentlemen. With priority, first white, second blue, third green, four red. 8 minutes and 40 seconds blue. 8 minutes and 40 Maybe not. Maybe they're just getting it ready. Finals day. It'll be nice to have another look at it. We'll see. We'll just kind of stay with this seat for the time being, though. So, Aoi Aguri done a pretty good job. He opened with that 5.17 in the early moments of the heat. He's on the inside here. Might be looking at this little thing, but no. Immediately now trying to upgrade that second number. His counterpart there, Raiha. He needs a pretty good number to win. More importantly, the Duke, he's just sliding his way up the leaderboard as he goes, but still hasn't struck a major blow. Here is red now. He's kind of got a scrappy little wave, so he's going to have to do something brilliant to improve his numbers. Kind of got better as he went. That was a really B-gradish wave that he surfed pretty good.
Yeah, he surfed a really nice wave. Wow, Philip Duke just absolutely stomps that air rev and gets another combo in there. Bit of a bonus section. He takes this one through, just really selling the fact that he made that, and it was huge. Tagged it once again, just milking this wave, redirects to the left. Good snap and comes out the back. So that was a really well surfed wave for Philip Duke. He only needs a 3.58.
Oh, every bit of that. Would have got more than that off his first move. That air rev was pretty slick. He covered a lot of distance in the air, nailed the finish, added to it. Right on cue, the Duke starting to put his best foot forward here. He's a cheeky little Grom, and he loves surfing lots of waves when he's in the water. So it doesn't surprise me that he's just, adding to his wave count, adding to his total. For sure, he's also going to add to his position on the scoreboard, on the leaderboard. Raiha's wave didn't have nowhere near the love that Philip's wave gave him. So I'm not sure whether Raiha will improve too much here. Although he surfed a B-gradish wave, he did some stuff that was respectable, but this is really good. Boom. Haven't seen a whole lot of that in recent times, so a nice connection on the landing. And then just continued to collect a few points along the way. Looking for the inside track. I thought he was going to try and boost again. Decides to give up on the right-hander here and fade back onto his backhand. The little incompletion there. He still looks to the judges going, what about that? I think he still moves up. He's chasing a 4.15. I still think I can see him going to second.
Yeah, I agree. That was pretty committed first air rev for Philip. I mean, it was in a pretty crazy section. He rode out with speed pretty cleanly as well. So let's see where this score comes for Philip Duke. Raiha takes this one under the priority of Aoi, and also Sinar. Also a replica, and he likes the feeling of it. So this last one of Philip locks in at a 6.17. Raiha still going on this one. Big jam in the pocket. Gets a second one in there as well. And wow, leans into his rail for a strong carve, and he likes the feeling of it, claiming it for Raiha Onu.
Fair enough. So the judges, well, he's on again. He goes the little Grom. He's all over it. Wave catching machine. He's feeling it now. They're just dialing up air revs. These two are having their own personal air shows. So he picked that up on the way back out. So Philip, he just loves to surf, and he went, well, Buggy, you're getting back out the back. I think this one will do. So he's trying to upgrade his 3.83. He's in the lead. He'll be pretty pumped with that. He generally surfs above his weight division. We saw a lot of that going on down there at Cruy. He knows how to compete. He might be the slenderest, youngest dude in the water, but he kind of steps it up when he's asked been asked the question. So nice looking wave approaching out the back now. They're actually tied between him and Aoi on their top two waves, but this could be a good effort here for White.
Yeah, Sinar up in his backhand. Good first turn connection. Loads up for this second one. Throwing heaps of spray for Sinar. Drives through a third. And that one just fades out in front. So he will get back out the back. That's his second wave. So good to get a little bit more momentum going for Sinar Tanjung. And with 4 minutes to go, it's these last few scores of Raiha and Philip that are going to, they're pretty important.
Raiha got a lot of joy going after his air rev. Might not have been as quite as lofty as Philip's. I'd really like to see a replay again of Red's last wave, because I think it's probably going to come in as the best wave of the heat. He got some big belts with 3 good sections after his air reverse. So Philip got a 6.17. I can sense maybe Aoi's is a little better, but let's see how Aguri responds right here.
Yeah, Aoi drives to another carve. This wave hasn't really had that steep critical section that we've seen on his previous rides. That's a better looking snap there for him, and unfortunately this wave fades out. You can see, you could see that frustration, that asking the question, being like, hopefully that wave was going to offer more for him, but it didn't, and the frustration showing.
I think red and green are going squarely into first and second. We're still owed the thoughts from the judges. Everybody's got a score to drop, but I think it's going to be potentially red first, red or green. So here is red again. He's not sticking around for the result of that. He's got a clean track, jams it big time, but just buries the nose. So he will be probably holding his 4.77 as his second best wave, because I think he's got a really big score to drop alongside of that. Philip's going to probably burn off his 3.83, no doubt. So for the surfer in blue, who's been leading for a fair bit of this, I think he's about to take a bit of a nosedive into third.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. I think we're waiting on these scores, and they're pretty important. It's a 6.6 for that one of Raihas that has just locked in. He goes to first place. Philip needs a 5.21 to go back into first. Wow, this is going to be really, really close between Philip and Raiha right now.
Either way, Philip will also upgrade his 3.83. So I think his next number is somewhere between these two scores. We're looking at red now again. So this is the wave of the heat. Boom, there it is. Nice landing. Doesn't mess around with the phone for too long. He goes, oh, hang on. Got more sections down the line here. Watch this. He gets another 3 pretty decent hits.
Wow. This last score of Philip's is just locked in. It's a 5.53. Philip goes to first place. This was at 6.6, so it's still the best wave of the heat for Raiha Onu.
This is it.
Yeah. Bang. Love the passion. Love the fire from
Oh,
Philip.
go Grom. Go Grom. That's what first place looks like, and that's exactly what first place feels like. Philip letting it all hang out, loving his act. So Team Japan now duking it out for second. Sinar Tanjoing. He needs a 9. Here he is, right on cue. So let's have a look at the goofy footer now. He's probably got to try and realistically track down about, well, it's his last minute. Little sign-off wave here. You'd be thinking for the Pro Juniors now for Sinar, but love his work. He's kind of like the team mascot down here in the athlete area. He hangs with everybody. He's finally found a left-hander like most goofies do at some point.
The goofy goggles are on in full force right now. Wow, he's got a 2-turner there.
3 turns.
Oh, my
2
goodness.
turns on the left, a couple out the back on the right. Here goes Philip, the Duke. 30 seconds to go. He's just signing off. I reckon he's got another air rev in him here. There we go. Thank you, mate. Right on cue.
Wow.
Didn't get a lot of height attached to it, but did put it into reverse and
Yep.
rode out. So that's what our last heat of the day looks like, everybody. Philip Duke will move through to tomorrow's quarterfinals along with Reha Onoi. He's still bouncing and hopping all the way to the rocks. That's how he generally finish waves down here at Lagundry Bay, Sorake Beach. Thanks for being part of day 7, everybody. True, I'm going to shake your hand and say, yay. We'll see everybody tomorrow with a swell increase for quarterfinals and on through finals day for our Pro Juniors. See you then. Thanks for being part of it.